experience of flying the LCH? You must have already flown it by now, and you know a good understanding of this machine. So how did it feel when you actually flew it first, and how are you looking forward to flying the LCH?
Okay, to start with, I'll just quote the famous boxer Muhammad Ali. This machine flies like a butterfly and stings like a bee.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very agile machine. It's a very agile machine. You must have seen the rotor system. You must have read about it. It's a very powerful machine, and we are indeed very, very proud to be associated with this machine. It's an extremely maneuverable, extremely agile, very nimble. Responds to you within seconds. Whatever you desire, the control input that you give, the machine responds. There is hardly any lag.
Right, so that is the Wing Commander speaking about the agility, specifically the requirements, the characteristics. It's very interesting. Remember, it's also important about the manner in which specifically this LCH aircraft is being inducted. It's going to be primarily, Abhishek, if I'm correct, will be helpful to India in the high altitude regions. We're looking at the Ladakh sector. We're looking at the standoff which had happened with China. And there, something like an LCH, which is all weather, all time, will be of a huge rescue.
Yes, the timing of the induction is extremely important, Pooja. You are bang on there. Having said that, it doesn't mean that the LCH is only meant for high altitude areas.
Okay.
But yeah, because it is extremely lightweight in nature, extremely maneuverable, agility because of the advanced rotor system, especially to maneuver through, valleys, narrow valleys, and that tough mountainous terrain. That's why it's important for mountain warfare. But it's also completely adept and potent to be used in the deserts of Rajasthan, and that's the reason why that one of the squadrons of the LCH is based here in Jodhpur. And if the need be, of course, the LCH will be moved forward along the IB, which is only about 100 kilometers as the crow flies. On road, it's 300 kilometers. But the features that this helicopter has, certainly make it a very potent machine in high altitude areas. And that's the USP of this aircraft. And as you heard one of the pilots say, that it flies like a butterfly and stings like a bee. What an appropriate way of, describing what this machine is. The pilots who are going to fly this are extremely excited, and they say that the josh is high, as it's often said in the armed forces, and they are really looking forward to being part of operations, to be carrying out exercises, and be completely battle ready with the LCH in days to come.
And India Today will ensure that we track every little update of this big day. This is contributing to defending India's border, specifically when the sort of neighbors that you have, it's always best to be on guard. And while Abhishek Bhalla is on the ground tracking the latest of the induction ceremony, India Today does not really just put out reports on theory. It is experience that we also talk about. My colleague and our executive editor, Shiv Arur, is one of the few who can narrate his experience to sit in the cockpit of the light combat helicopter. He's the first journalist to have flown the LCH and only the English journalist to fly the helicopter so far. So here's what experience is speaking about the LCH capabilities. Take a look.
Say namaste to the light combat helicopter. It doesn't have a formal name yet, but it's already fit and ready for the fight. Developed and test flown for nearly a decade by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the light combat helicopter is not just made in India, but custom built for India's unique battlefield conditions. From the deserts of Rajasthan to the super high altitudes of Ladakh. But what better way to get acquainted with the light combat helicopter than by taking a spin in one? I was invited by HAL's test team to strap into this helicopter and get a never-before taste of what this Swadeshi combat chopper is truly all about. India today has been invited to be the first journalist team to fly in and experience the light combat helicopter developed and tested by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This is India's first attack helicopters. It has missiles, it has rockets, it has guns, and we happen to be the first ever media crew who's going to get a taste of the light combat helicopter. For a flight in the LCH, I have to get into the full pilot kit, from overalls to flying boots. Joined by HAL test pilot Wing Commander Subhash John, we walk out onto the airfield to the waiting helicopter, soaking in the unforgiving Bengaluru sun. And it is here that I receive a crucial part of the flying experience I'm about to have. A combat flying helmet equipped with a helmet-mounted sight. An electro-optical system used by pilots to point various weapons at their targets. But more on that in just a bit. First, the inside of the light combat helicopter itself. Constructed with a sleek tandem cockpit rather than the usual side-by-side seats on other helicopter types, the LCH from the outside sports a stealthy front profile that also gives adversaries a smaller, harder target to latch onto. Wing Commander Subhash and I belt up, and then the engines come on. The rumble of the twin Shakti turboshaft engines come to life, rapidly turning the rotors into a steady chop. The helicopter is now ready to taxi out. With all checks done and cleared by air traffic control, the LCH gently lifts off. In airspace over Bengaluru, the light combat helicopter is put through a series of maneuvers, demonstrating its agility in the air and carefully customized flying qualities. The effortless handling that Wing Commander Subhash demonstrates at low altitude validates the years of tough flight testing that has gone into refining the LCH into the flying machine it is today. Returning to the tarmac after a 25-minute flight, I've just had the most personal possible tryst with an aircraft that stands on the threshold of Indian military service.
And that LCH is now going to be officially inducted into the Air Force. An indigenously built light combat chopper on Monday. Just in about a short while, the induction ceremony is about to begin. You're looking at the senior Air Force officials on the ground. This is in Jodhpur in Rajasthan, where the ceremony is scheduled. This is the first batch of the LCH. And it is being seen as a massive boot to the combat prowess because it's the multi-role platform that's capable of firing a range of missiles and other weapons as well. This was developed at a state-run aerospace major, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, as it is commonly called the HAL. Now, primarily was designed for deployment in the high-altitude regions, but it's all-weather, all-platform. So that's what we are looking at perhaps as its contribution to the defense sector of the country. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary at about 11 a.m., which is just in about the next half an hour, will have that induction ceremony to be initiated. You're also looking at those first visuals coming in of the LCH helicopter. Just to give you a slight background about what possibly, is some of the characteristics of it. It does meet the requisite qualities that the Indian Air Force needs, wants, and has approved of. Agility, maneuver quality, that also with an extended range. We're talking about the high altitude performance and around-the-clock all-weather combat capability. Now, a background to that. Now, the commencement of this program started way back in 2006. The first flight was on 29th March 2010 in Bengaluru. The first attack helicopter will be landing in Siachen, as is expected, because we are looking at the high-altitude areas where this can be of best service to the country defending its borders and for the reasons that it has been inducted. It was formally being handed over to the Indian Air Force. That happened last year, 19th November, and it was done by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So that was the formal handing over to the Air Force. Today it is going to be inducted and soon, of course, will have the operations begin. We are being told that about $3.76 billion is the project to make this. It is made, built in the country, in India, at the HAL, and that also gives it, of course, another level of a matter of pride for this country. The light combat helicopter armament is about 20 mm cannon. We are talking about its ability with a considerable load of weapons and fuel that it can also load in the chopper. 70 mm rockets, because it can fire the missiles and rockets as and when required. Air-to-air missiles is one of its specific qualities that the LCH is known for, and that will be one of the reasons that it will be deployed in the border areas. Anti-tank missiles, like I mentioned earlier, it has the ability to have a considerable load of weapons and fuel that it can keep with the LCH and can land and take off at an altitude of even 5,000 meters, which is about 16,400 feet. It is a light combat, the only attack helicopter in the world that can be of help at the high altitude areas. Even an anti-radiation missile is available with the LCH. These are all requirements that have been cleared by the Indian Air Force as well. With a cluster bomb, unguided bombs, all of this can be a part of the LCH. So it's definitely a matter to be very proud of, and specifications that bring in with the LCH that can be of contribution to our defense sector. Engines 2 Shakti turbo shaft engines that are in this LCH that has been made at the HAL. 268 kilometers per hour is the top speed of the chopper. $5,800 kilograms can be the weight that can be loaded into the LCH for the maximum for the takeoff. And these are the first visuals of the first batch of the LCH on your screens right now in Jodhpur. We'll try and get our reporters on the ground as well, who are going to ensure to get us the latest. As you can see, as always, is part of the armed forces. Representatives from different faiths join in. Each time there's a induction ceremony or a new beginning, so to say. All religions and religious practices and respect to the faith. And of course, because our soldiers belong to different faiths from across the country, these prayers, blessings are taken as part of the multicultural country that we are. In just a short while, that prayer ceremony that is set to begin. Remember, this is nothing unusual. This is a part of the protocol also for the armed forces. Before I cut across to the prayer ceremony that's scheduled to begin, I want you to listen in to what the senior-most officers on the ground have to say. Listen in now, first to the Wing Commander, Saurabh Sharma, and then Squadron Leader, Gaurav Gupta, with the latest, and after that, I'll go across to Abhishek Balla.
The LCH is all ready, and I have with me personnel who will be operating this machine. The flight commander of this unit, Wing Commander Saurabh Sharma, also the engineering officer, Squadron Leader Gaurav Gupta. Coming to you first, Wing Commander Saurabh, what's the experience of flying the LCH? You must have already flown it by now, and you know a good understanding of this machine. So how did it feel when you actually flew it first, and how are you looking forward to flying the LCH?
Okay, to start with, I'll just quote the famous boxer Muhammad Ali. This machine flies like a butterfly and stings like a bee.
That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very agile machine. It's a very agile machine. You must have seen the rotor system. You must have read about it. It's a very powerful machine, and we are indeed very, very proud to be associated with this machine. It's an extremely maneuverable, extremely agile, very nimble. Responds to you within seconds. Whatever you desire, the control input that you give, the machine responds. There is hardly any lag.
As flight commander, what exactly is your role, if you can, explain that for our viewers?
Okay, as a flight commander, my job is to ensure that my pilots are trained to the best, and they are ever war ready, and in liaison with my engineering officer, Skarna Gupta, both of us, we make sure that our machines as well as our birds are always online, ready to fight and ready to be accepting any challenge that is being thrown to us.
Squadron Leader Gaurav Gupta, you are the engineering officer. Can you explain the technology of this machine and how it makes it different from what we've had till now?
Yeah, starting with the exterior structure is made up of composite. It's very light. It makes it a light combat helicopter. It is equipped with a glass cockpit. There are no traditional gauges which we have been seeing in the aircraft. It is fully MFD's multifunctional displays, equipped with EOIR pod which has capabilities to look day night everywhere. And the rotor system, as we have discussed, the rotor systems are rigid rotors. There are no hinges, no bearings. Then moving ahead with the engines are equipped with technologies.
The rotor system, the modern rotor system gives it better maneuverability in high altitude terrain. Will that be correct to say?
In terms of response that Saurabh sir has brought out, the response is very immediate and the maintainability is also very clear. The maintainability is also very easy. There are no bearings, no hinges, no mechanical linkages. It is a rigid rotor. You give input to the machine and it responds immediately.
In terms of, once again, the operational capabilities, how do we see the LCH, adding a punch to our firepower?
Okay, this is a machine which is a result of carriers, very careful planning and very careful design and development. This machine, you are able to use it day, night, all weather, 24/7. You can use this machine. It is night capable. You have the latest generation of night vision goggles, latest thermal images available in this machine so that you can unhindered operate upon in any battlefield and engage any target.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, both of you. Looking forward to seeing the LCH completely battle ready and flying, wherever it's required. So happy flying.
So these are the senior officers of the Indian Air Force telling us about the specifications of the LCH. In just the next few minutes, that induction ceremony is going to start in Jodhpur of the first indigenously developed light combat helicopters, LCH as it's commonly called. It's a big day. Those are the first visuals coming in of the helicopters there on your screens. Now this, remember, for the armed forces that are set to formally inducted. It has already been received, but now joining me, former Air Marshal Pranab Kumar Barbara. Sir, of course, we do realize that because it is made in India, it has specific characteristics that will help specifically for high altitude regions. What do you think makes this induction ceremony very special for our country, specifically given the borders that we have at the moment, that the LCH will be of contribution?
Well, first and foremost, I remember way back in 2010 when the LCH was doing the first of the, actually the second flight of the prototype and the inauguration flight in Bangalore. I happened to be there, and courtesy Indian Air Force and the Government of India, I have had a lot of exposure abroad. I was in Russia for 3 years. I had gone to Israel. I had gone to many, many countries. And I've seen performances of a similar class of aircraft in many air shows. It really impressed me that this was an aircraft, when it did all the maneuvers in front of us, that India is now embarking in an area which we did not have the technology or the funding, etc., to proceed. Today, the LCH is an aircraft. Of course, the aircraft is one platform, which is basically maneuvering and being able to carry certain weapon systems. But I understand from whatever little of my interaction with Shehel, etc., it's got the latest of electronics, weapon aiming systems, day-night capabilities, and more so, able to operate at high altitudes beyond 18,000 feet. That gives it a phenomenal capability, especially in respect of our neighbors. And I am very, very proud. Although I'm a fighter pilot, seeing the LCH and its capabilities while maneuvering weapon systems. I didn't see that time, but I am a very proud Indian.
That's great to hear, sir, because considering you were there in 2010, so you've seen it from day one of its induction, which is now going to happen. Sir, these are the 15 LSPs right now, the limited series production variant. And so can we say that this is just the first batch, that it's only going to increase over the years as and when it will be required for the country?
Obviously. We are not, I'm not going to talk about Atmanirbhar, etc. But as a platform which India is going to make on its own and carry on updating it with the latest of technologies which we already have in India. A little bit we might be getting from abroad, but it's a phenomenal aid, and I saw it fly actually in 2010, not 20. It's taken all these years to actually fructify into a weapon system which, first and foremost, we don't have to waste money buying from outside.
Precisely, yes.
You've got the Apache, we had the Mi-25, Mi-35s, and now we have got the LCH. Like I said, I'm a very, very proud man of the capability of producing this.
Marshal sir, where are we looking at primarily, do you think, as its contribution? Are we looking at with the Ladakh sector, considering how China has been trying to interfere for the longest time? Do you think an aircraft, a chopper like the LCH will be that much needed contribution, whether it's in Ladakh, Siachen area? All of these will primarily be its biggest contribution for now?
Yeah, we are never certain about our northern friends. We are not at all certain as to what are their intentions. But when we got in the Apaches, we saw the reaction from that side, and they were worried. Not the LCH, sorry, the Apache. And now the LCH has come. It's an indigenous product. Thanks to our scientific brains and, of course, the testing system that we have. Like, I'm very proud of the Tejas for that matter. It hasn't had a single accident or incident of any nature in years that it has taken to develop. I'm very proud. And similarly, the LCH. No case of any kind of incident or accident. That only shows that we have slowly mastered the art of aviation technology.
I think that is a big boost. I think that's a bigger factor here, the fact that it's not only made in India, but it's going to add on to our sector, specifically with regard to aviation and manufacturing here in the country. So because you've been telling us about how it took 12 years from 2010 now to 2022, and the fact that, you know, we're not going to spend unnecessary money to buy it from outside, safety features also that you're telling us about the LCH. I must add here, because I've been constantly reiterating about Siachen Glacier or Kargil or the Ladakh sector, but it's as much about the deserts in Rajasthan where it's being inducted today. So whether it's the Rajasthan area, which is off deserts, or whether it's the Siachen, it's about the all-weather, all-climate, where the LCH actually proves its capacity and its capabilities, whether it's about maneuvering, whether it's about weapon and load fuel, all of this. It's the all-weather that adds on to a country like India.
A phenomenal quantum jump in respect of this capability that we have been looking for and purchasing through our noses. We have the Russian Mi-25, Mi-35s, but they couldn't operate at high altitudes because they were very, very heavy. This aircraft is phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
I just do have one small question, sir, added here, that about the specifications, because you've been following the LCH, you've been there since 2010. We're talking about its anti-tank missiles. We're talking about the rockets that can be attached to the LCH. We're talking about its geographical capacities. And I've been reading about also how it's not easy for the enemy radar to catch it. Can we say, and should we say at this point, that China needs to be concerned and shouldn't think that India is any time below par when it comes to our military capabilities?
Well, our military capabilities are going up on a day-to-day basis. But in respect of stealth capability of the helicopter, I have my own reservations, because in a helicopter there are too many
Yes.
And design factors are such that you can't keep it hidden from the radars. Okay? But the weapon systems that are there, which are going to be integrated into the helicopter, or already been integrated, will take care with the weapon systems which are the latest and which actually are compatible to both fighter aircraft as well as helicopters. So phenomenal job.
I really appreciate sir speaking to us, former Vice Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal speaking to us, telling us about what precisely have the specifications been. Remember, these are the voices who've seen the LCH from the day one, so to say, at about 2010 when it started, and now 22, watching it being inducted officially. I want to go across now to Abhishek Bhalla. Abhishek, while we are speaking to these senior officers who are joining us, who are telling us about the specifications, what time are we expecting the induction ceremony to begin? And, it's only going to be time. Once it's inducted, we'll know exactly about its performance levels. But can we say that there's clearly been no compromise? Indian Air Force has ensured that its best of the best capacity, capabilities, ability, agility has been added to the LCH before it's inducted. And it's not just about made in India. It's about also ensuring that it's best of the systems installed.
Oh, definitely, Pooja, and all performance levels have obviously been successfully tested. It's gone through rigorous trials in different terrains, and that's the reason why the LCH is going to be part of the Indian Air Force today. And as we've been discussing, giving the finer points of why this is a very important induction for the Indian Air Force. The fact that it's extremely lightweight, 5.8 tons with payload. There is no other helicopter in the world in this category that can operate at heights up to 16,000 feet. And most importantly, at the peak of the tussle with China in Ladakh, the LCH was actually deployed in forward bases of the Indian Air Force by the HAL, and pilots, Indian Air Force pilots who were part of HAL were carrying out rigorous tests that if the need be, the LCH can be pressed into action. So it's certainly gone through
Abhishek, stay on with me. I want to give you a breather here because I'm heading into a very short break. But this is going to be our top story at 11 a.m. as well. That's when the induction ceremony begins. Now, these are the 15, the first batch, the LCP variant of the light combat helicopter made in India with the best of the best systems specifically for high altitude, all weather, all climate. That's India getting ready to ensure that these unpredictable neighbors and enemies do not touch us and our borders. Our soldiers there to ensure we are safe. At 11 a.m., as I leave you with these visuals, stay tuned to India Today. Lots more special telecast coming up. India's own Hellbird is armed and ready. And India Today gets you the latest as Raksha Mantri will be taking the first sortie in the LCH.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
它呢可以大大的节约人力，可以节省我们这个核酸检测人员的劳动强度，同时呢，它也大大提高了安全性和准确性。它结合它的视觉算法呢，能精准的找到人的口腔和核酸检测的地方，而且呢，利用它的触控和力控系统呢，也能很轻柔、很敏捷的触碰到人的核酸检测的点。
are watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the top stories in this edition. Indian Air Force to induct homemade LSH, and that's the big story that we're getting at this hour. This is the indigenously built light combat helicopter. This is going to happen any time now. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will take a sortie of the LCH, I beg your pardon, at 1 p.m. One dead, several injured after a helium tank burst in a market in Tamil Nadu's Trichy. Our very own light combat helicopter, and that is going to be introduced. It's a big boost for the Indian Air Force. That's a top story at this pictures. In fact, coming in, the Indian Air Force is now inducting the first batch of indigenously built light combat helicopter. Today itself, it's going to be a massive boost to its combat prowess, as the multi-role platform is capable of firing a range of missiles and other weapons. The LCH has been developed by Stateron Aerospace Major Hindustan Aeronautics Limited (HAL). It has been primarily designed for deployment in high altitude regions. Abhishek Balla is at the Jodhpur Air Base getting us more details on that story. The LCH, Abhishek, has been developed by State-run Aerospace Major Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Talk to us a little about the big introduction, the big day today, the manner in which the Defence Minister, who's on our screens right now, is going to... Abhishek.
Well, extremely significant induction for the Indian Air Force, and just behind me is the Defence Minister, who's just landed at the Jodhpur Air Base, and in some time from now, the induction ceremony will be carried out. The ritual, the ceremony will be done right behind here. The LCH can be seen here, and priests from all religions, just as is the tradition in the armed forces, are here. There will be a water cannon salute as well. The Defence Minister will fly in the LCH. He will take a sortie. He will be in the air for about 15 minutes. That sortie will be flown by the Commanding Officer Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi of the 143 helicopter unit. The squadron has been newly raised. It's called the Dhanush Squadron. There will also be a fly past with the light combat helicopter, the ALH Dhruv, and of course the Sukhoi fighter jets. Remember, this is the base. One of the squadrons of Sukhoi are also here. So all in all, a big event. Extremely significant induction for the Indian Air Force, specifically because, this category of helicopter, combat helicopter, is the first that the Indian Air Force has. It has a unique, capability of operating at 16,000 feet. So from the hot deserts of Rajasthan to the icy peaks of Ladakh or Siachen Glacier, the LCH is a potent machine to carry out all sorts of operations, be it surveillance, be it combat operations. It can fire up to 48 missiles. It has anti-tank weaponry as well. So an extremely potent machine that the Indian Air Force finally gets after a long delay. Remember, the need for a light combat helicopter was felt back in 1999 after the Kargil War, and it's taken a long time, and finally the HAL has provided 10 such helicopters to the Indian Air Force, 5 to the Indian Army. But in time to come, the HAL is ready and can enhance and speed up production if more orders are placed.
Abhishek, you talked to us about the delay for so many years now altogether. Just take us to the journey of this extremely lightweight machine, which in fact can take off and land in spite of being loaded, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the unique feature, that it can take off and land with heavy payloads, at heights up to 16,000 feet. And what we are witnessing is the ceremony that's going to take place now. Along with the Defence Minister is also the newly appointed CDS, General Anil Chauhan. And, the puja has just started. And as we've been discussing, a very crucial important induction for the Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force did not have a light combat helicopter of this category till now. A long journey. The HAL has proven that a potent made in India machine can be manufactured and given to the armed forces. In fact, the HAL has said in the past that it has the capability of producing up to 150 light combat helicopters if orders are placed. So in time to come, we'll definitely see
भारतीय वायुसेना में नई एलसीएस का आगमन हुआ है। इस नई एलसीएस पर अपना आशीर्वाद बनाए रखें, इसे इसी शक्ति प्रदान करें कि ये हमारे दुश्मनों के लिए विध्वंस और विनाशकारी साबित हो। हे परमात्मा परमात्मा, आपसे प्रार्थना है माननीय रक्षा मंत्री, चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ, कमांडिंग ऑफिसर 143 HQ और सभी वायु परिवार पर अपनी कृपा देखिए अपना आशीर्वाद बनाए रखना, सुख शांति समृद्धि और लक्ष्मी का आशीर्वाद प्रदान करना। ओम शांति शांति शांति।
हेलीकॉप्टर की इंडक्शन से पहले जो एक सेरेमनी है, जिस तरह से आर्म फोर्सेस में होता है कि सारे मजहब के प्रीस्ट जो हैं उपस्थित होते हैं और अपनी अपनी तरफ से एक छोटी सी पूजा करते हैं, वही इस वक्त हो रहा है। रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह भी यहां पर हैं। इसके अलावा CDS अनिल चौहान उनके साथ दिल्ली से आए हैं और इस सेरेमनी को देख रहे हैं। खास बात यह है कि जैसे ही ये सेरेमनी खत्म होगी और फॉर्मल इंडक्शन हो जाएगा तो थोड़ी देर में हम देखेंगे कि रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह एक सॉटी लेंगे LCH में और ये सॉटी जो है उड़ाई जाएगी। जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर हैं यूनिट के ग्रुप कैप्टन दीपक विश्नोई, वो खुद रक्षा मंत्री को फ्लाई करेंगे एक सॉटी में। 143 हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट जिसका नाम धनुष स्क्वाड्रन रखा गया है, ये नई स्क्वाड्रन रेस हुई है यहाँ जोधपुर में। और जो LCH है, इसकी खास बात है, चाहे रेगिस्तान की तपती गर्मी हो 50 डिग्री की या फिर 16,000 फीट की बर्फीली चोटियां हो, दोनों ही स्थितियों में LCS पूरी तरह से सक्षम है ऑपरेशंस के लिए। इसका जो हल्का वेट है 5.8 टन और साथ में पेलोड के साथ ये एक दुनिया में अपने किस्म का सिर्फ एक ही हेलीकॉप्टर है जो 16,000 फीट पर पेलोड के साथ टेक ऑफ और लैंड कर सकता है। अपने दर्शकों को याद दिला दें कि मई 2020 में जब लद्दाख के साथ तनातनी अपने प्रचंड पर थी, उस वक्त 2 LCH लद्दाख के फॉरवर्ड एयर बेसिस में डिप्लॉय किए गए थे। डिप्लॉयमेंट का कारण उस वक्त ये था, ये देखना था और चेक करना था कि अगर जरूरत पड़े तो बहुत शॉर्ट समय में, कम समय में LCH को फॉरवर्ड डिप्लॉय किया जा सकता है या नहीं। और उस वक्त ये पता चला था कि LCH उन परिस्थितियों के लिए पूरी तरह से कॉम्बैट कैपेबिलिटीज के साथ तैयार है। अब जो है LCH पूरी तरह से बैटल रेडी होगा, यानी कि इसमें जो जितने मिसाइल सिस्टम्स हैं, वेपन सिस्टम्स हैं, वो इसमें लैस होंगे। 48 रॉकेट्स कैरी करने की क्षमता रखता है। इसके अलावा मिस्ट्राल मिसाइल और जो खास बात है वो एंटी टैंक मिसाइल्स भी होंगी इसमें। ध्रुवास्त्र फिर से भारत में बनी एक एंटी टैंक मिसाइल है जो कि हेलिना मिसाइल का अपग्रेडेड वर्जन है। हेलिना यानी कि जो नाग मिसाइल है उसका जो हेलीकॉप्टर वर्जन है उसको हेलिना कहा जाता है, हेलीकॉप्टर नाग। ये एक एंटी टैंक वेपन है और इसका अपग्रेडेड वर्जन यानी कि नया वर्जन ध्रुवास्त्र है और वो इस लड़ाकू विमान में जो है इंटीग्रेट होगा और इसको एक बहुत ही खतरनाक और पोटेंट मशीन बनाएगा। So in some time from now, the light combat helicopter will be officially part of the Indian Air Force. There are 15 such helicopters that have been manufactured and handed over to the Indian Armed Forces by HAL till now. According to the clearance given by the government, 10 are meant for the Indian Air Force, 5 for the Indian Army. But the HAL has stated very clearly that if the need be, the HAL can speed up the manufacturing and provide more such helicopters to the Indian Air Force and the armed forces at a short notice. The HAL is looking at manufacturing at least 150 light combat helicopters in a year now. So that's going to be a big boost as far as the Indian Air Force is concerned. And the fly past has just started now. So along with the light combat helicopter, we are likely to see the ALH as well. Yeah, that's right there. And also, since this is the base for one of the squadrons of the Su-30 aircraft, they are also likely to be coming in soon. Yes, the Su-30s in the background. In a few seconds from now, you will get a very clear glimpse of 3 Su-30s flying over the airbase. हमारे सामने इस वक्त 3 Su-30 उड़ते हुए जा रहे हैं जो जोधपुर का एयरफोर्स स्टेशन है। ये यहाँ पर Su-30 MKI के साथ साथ ALH Mark 4 जो ध्रुव हेलीकॉप्टर है वो भी यहाँ पे तैनात है। तो अब से यहाँ पे लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर के अलावा ALH ध्रुव Su-30 3 किस्म के लड़ाकू विमान हम कह सकते हैं, चाहे वो हेलीकॉप्टर हो या लड़ाकू फिक्स्ड विंग एयरक्राफ्ट हो जैसे कि Su-30 MKI है, वो तीनों यहाँ से जोधपुर से जो है ऑपरेट कर सकते हैं। इस यूनिट जो स्क्वाड्रन रेज हुई है उसका नाम धनुष स्क्वाड्रन दिया गया है। 143 हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट है और फिलहाल इंडियन एयरफोर्स को 10 लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर दिए गए हैं, इंडियन आर्मी को 5 दिए गए हैं, टोटल 15 ऐसे हेलीकॉप्टर आए हैं। लेकिन HAL का कहना है कि अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो HAL इनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ा सकता है। HAL के पास क्षमता है कि कम से कम 150 हेलीकॉप्टर एक साल में मैन्युफैक्चर कर पाए। अगर ऐसा हो सकता है तो जो पुराने कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर हैं जैसे कि Mi-35 या Mi-25 इंडियन एयरफोर्स के जो कि रशियन ओरिजिन के हैं, उनको हल्के हल्के फेज आउट किया जाएगा। और अब से कुछ ही देर में यहाँ पे भाषण शुरू होगा रक्षा मंत्री का। एयरफोर्स चीफ भी हैं यहाँ पे उपस्थित इस सेरेमनी के लिए।
आती है सफलता की राहों में, ये हम सब जानते हैं, फिर भी हर मंजिल को पा ही लेते हैं जो कभी हार नहीं मानते। देवियों और सज्जनों, आज का दिन, आज की तारीख।
Just coming in from the Jodhpur Air Base where the formal induction of the light combat helicopter is happening as we speak. LCH is equipped with requisite agility, extended range, high altitude performance and all-weather combat capability to perform a range of roles including combat, search and rescue, counter-insurgency operations. This helicopter can be deployed in high-altitude bunker-busting operations, counter-insurgency operations in the jungles, urban environments like Abhishek was telling us, from Siachen to the state of Rajasthan. It can support ground forces as well. The Defence Ministry has already said 10 helicopters would be for the Indian Air Force and 5 will be for the Indian Army. Talking a little about the background of this, the Prime Minister, in fact the Cabinet Committee on Security led by the Prime Minister had approved the procurement of 15 of these indigenously developed limited series production LCH at the cost of 3,887 crores. Pictures of the induction ceremony of the first indigenously developed light combat helicopters. I'm going to go back to Abhishek for the very latest on what's going on as far as Ground Zero is concerned. Abhishek, take us through what do you really see around you in terms of the ceremony. The induction has just started and the prayers were just offered a few moments ago. 15 of these will be inducted in days, weeks and years to come. The plan is to induct many more, as many as 95 for combat role in the mountains, isn't it?
Friends from press, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, the plan is to phase out the combat helicopters that Indian Air Force has. These are the Mi-35s and the Mi-25s. That's an aging fleet. So the LCH, obviously, with the production, speeding up, as the HAL has been saying, in time to come, the light combat helicopter would be, the mainstay of the combat helicopter fleet that the Indian Air Force has. As of now, 15 were given a clearance by the government, 10 for the Indian Air Force, 5 for the Indian Army. What we witnessed a little while earlier was a ritual that was carried out, as is the tradition in the armed forces, where priests from all religions are, there to carry out a religious ceremony. And of course, in some time from now, the Defence Minister will be speaking. He's accompanied by the Air Force Chief and also the Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan. And the big highlight of the event is going to be the sortie that the Defence Minister takes. And the sortie will be flown by the commanding officer, Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi of this newly raised squadron of the LCH. The squadron has been named Dhanush. अभी से थोड़ी देर बाद हम देखेंगे कि कैसे रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह LCH में एक सॉटी लेंगे और वो सॉटी फ्लाई होगी वो ग्रुप कैप्टन दीपक विश्नोई जो कि इस स्क्वाड्रन के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर हैं वो खुद उड़ान भरेंगे.
Getting us all of those details of the light combat helicopter being inducted into the Indian Air Force inventory in presence of Defence Minister as we speak, and Chief of Air Staff Chief Marshal V.R. Chaudhary. India's Desi attack chopper. This is a lightweight helicopter, a light combat helicopter. 15 of these are being inducted to the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army today. In the near future, the Defence Ministry has indicated that about 95 of them will be taken in for combat role in the mountains. State-of-the-art technologies and systems compatible with stealth facilities such as reduced visual, aural radar and IR signatures and crash worthiness features for better survivability have been integrated into the LCH for deployment in combat roles. Now, this is an India Today exclusive. My colleague Shivarur was one of the first one really to have an experience to sit in the cockpit of the light combat helicopter. He is the first journalist to fly the LCH and is the only English journalist to fly the helicopter so far. Take a look at this report.
Say namaste to the light combat helicopter. It doesn't have a formal name yet, but it's already fit and ready for the fight. Developed and test flown for nearly a decade by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the light combat helicopter is not just made in India, but custom built for India's unique battlefield conditions. From the deserts of Rajasthan to the super high altitudes of Ladakh. But what better way to get acquainted with a light combat helicopter than by taking a spin in one? I was invited by HAL's test team to strap into this helicopter and get a never-before taste of what this Swadeshi combat chopper is truly all about. India today has been invited to be the first journalist team to fly in and experience the light combat helicopter developed and tested by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This is India's first attack helicopters. It has missiles, it has rockets, it has guns, and we happen to be the first ever media crew who's going to get a taste of the light combat helicopter. For a flight in the LCH, I have to get into the full pilot kit. From overalls to flying boots. Joined by HAL test pilot Wing Commander Subhash John, we walk out onto the airfield to the waiting helicopter, soaking in the unforgiving Bengaluru sun. And it is here that I receive a crucial part of the flying experience I'm about to have. A combat flying helmet equipped with a helmet-mounted sight. An electro-optical system used by pilots to point various weapons at their targets. But more on that in just a bit. First, the inside of the light combat helicopter itself. Constructed with a sleek tandem cockpit rather than the usual side-by-side seats on other helicopter types, the LCH from the outside sports a stealthy front profile that also gives adversaries a smaller, harder target to latch onto. Wing Commander Subhash and I belt up, and then the engines come on. The rumble of the twin Shakti turboshaft engines come to life, rapidly turning the rotors into a steady chop. The helicopter is now ready to taxi out. With all checks done and cleared by air traffic control, the LCH gently lifts off. In airspace over Bengaluru, the light combat helicopter is put through a series of maneuvers, demonstrating its agility in the air and carefully customized flying qualities. The effortless handling that Wing Commander Subhash demonstrates at low altitude validates the years of tough flight testing that has gone into refining the LCH into the flying machine it is today. Returning to the tarmac after a 25-minute flight, I've just had the most personal possible tryst with an aircraft that stands on the threshold of Indian military service.
The LCH is the only attack helicopter in the world which can land and take off at an altitude of 5,000 meters with a considerable load of weapons and fuel, meeting the specific requirements laid out by the Indian Armed Forces.
Formidable indigenous light combat helicopter into our arsenal. Our tryst with helicopter operations began back in 1954 when we inducted the Sikorsky S-55 helicopter. The helicopter fleet has grown in size and stature over decades, and presently we have one of the most versatile, potent and operationally tested fleets in the world. Besides combat application, the helicopter fleet has been used for sustenance of our troops in inhospitable terrain and at high altitudes, including the Siachen Glacier. Our helicopter crews have displayed courage and determination during HADR operations across the length and breadth of our country. The helicopter fleet was also amongst the earliest to embrace the process of indigenization. The legendary Chetak and Cheetah helicopters were the first of the indigenized helicopters in India. They were soon to be followed by the Cheetal and variants of the advanced light helicopter Dhruv and Rudra. The induction of the light combat helicopter adds a unique capability to Indian Air Force's combat potential. The versatility and offensive potential of this platform is at par or better than most attack helicopters operating globally. Its ability to deliver a wide array of weapons combined with superlative self-protection capability makes this helicopter a lethal machine, one to be feared by any adversary. The helicopter has also successfully proved itself in the daunting heights of the Himalayas. 143 helicopter unit has the proud privilege of being the first LCH equipped unit in the armed forces. The personnel of the unit have been specially selected based on their professional competence so as to operationalize the unit at the earliest and to exploit the helicopter to its full potential. I compliment the commanding officer for timely completion of training and acceptance of the helicopters, and I'm confident that 143 helicopter unit will take the light combat helicopter to heights of glory. I wish the CEO and his team all the very best for the future. My compliments to Hindustan Aeronautics Limited for their sustained effort and dedication put in towards delivering this truly modern and capable helicopter. It is historically significant that this induction ceremony is being held at Jodhpur, an airbase which has nearly a century of association with aviation and one that has brought glory to the Indian Air Force and the nation. I congratulate the AOC&C Southwestern Command and AOC of 32 Wing on a well-organized induction ceremony, and I am confident that they will drive the operationalization process of the fleet with vigor. I once again wish 143 success in its endeavors. Happy landings. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary speaking on this occasion today with the induction of India's light combat helicopter, formally to the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army.
आदरणीय महाराजा गज सिंह जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट श्री राजेंद्र जी गहलोत, जनरल अनिल चौहान, चीफ ऑफ डिफेंस स्टाफ अंडर सेक्रेटरी डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मिलिट्री अफेयर्स, एयर चीफ मार्शल श्री वी.आर. चौधरी, चीफ ऑफ एयर स्टाफ, श्री सी.बी. अनंत कृष्णन, सीएमडी हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड, रक्षा मंत्रालय, डिफेंस सर्विसेज, एचएएल एवं राजस्थान सरकार के सभी सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स, मेरे मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों, आज इंडियन एयरफोर्स में देश के प्रथम इंडिजिनस लाइट कम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर का इंडक्शन हो रहा है। प्रचंड शक्ति, प्रचंड वेग और प्रचंड प्रहार की क्षमता वाले इस एलसीएल का इंडक्शन हमारी एयरफोर्स की कैपेबिलिटीज में बढ़ोतरी के साथ साथ रक्षा उत्पादन क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भी यह एक बड़ा कदम है। अमृतकाल की प्रारंभिक वेला में इस पराक्रमी एलसीएच का इंडक्शन देश की आजादी के शताब्दी वर्ष तक इंडियन एयरफोर्स को दुनिया की सर्वश्रेष्ठ एयरफोर्स बनाने में आपके संकल्प को दर्शाता है। साथ ही यह शताब्दी वर्ष तक रक्षा उत्पादन क्षेत्र को पूर्ण आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के आपके संकल्प को भी दिखाता है। इसके लिए मैं इंडियन एयरफोर्स, हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड और इस आयोजन से जुड़े समस्त लोगों को अपनी ओर से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। एलसीएच जैसा सूरमा के इंडक्शन समारोह के लिए आदिशक्ति महादुर्गा की उपासना के पर्व नवरात्र से अच्छा समय और राजस्थान की धरती से उपयुक्त कोई जगह शायद ही कोई हो सकती थी। साथियों, देश में जब जब वीरों के शौर्य और पराक्रम की चर्चा होती है और किसी राज्य का नाम स्वतः जुबान पर चला आता है तो वह राज्य और कोई नहीं बल्कि वह स्थान राजस्थान ही होता है। महाकवि कालिदास की प्रशंसा में आप लोगों ने एक श्लोक सुना होगा। कहा गया है, पुरा कवि नाम गणना प्रसंगे कनिष्ठिकाधिष्ठति कालिदासः, यानी कवियों की गणना में कालिदास का नाम कनिष्ठिका अंगुली पर आता है। और आप लोग जानते हैं कि हमारे हाथ में सबसे छोटी उंगली का नाम ही कनिष्ठिका होता है। पुराने समय में जब किसी को गिनती करनी होती थी तो ये इसी उंगली से ही अपनी गिनती प्रारंभ करते थे। क्योंकि कवियों का नाम शुरू करते ही सबसे पहले कालिदास का नाम आ गया तो कहा गया कि कवियों की गिनती में कालिदास मानो कनिष्ठिका पर विराजते हैं, यानी सर्वप्रथम नाम उनका ही आता है। पर उनके जैसे किसी दूसरे कवि के बारे में सोचा जाने लगा तो उनके समक्ष दूसरा कवि दूर दूर तक नहीं मिला। अब अगली उंगली का नाम क्या रखा जाए तो हुआ कि अगली उंगली को अनाम ही रहने दिया जाए और इस तरह कनिष्ठिका की अगली वाली उंगली को अनामिका कहा जाने लगा। रिंग फिंगर को संस्कृत और हिंदी में अनामिका ही कहा जाता है। ठीक उसी तरह जब देश के महान वीर योद्धाओं और पराक्रमी व्यक्तित्वों की बात होने लगती है तो राजस्थान का नाम कनिष्ठिका पर ही आता है। यहाँ का शायद ही कोई कोना हो जिसने हमारे देश को वीर योद्धा न दिए हों। पृथ्वीराज चौहान, महाराणा प्रताप से लेकर 1971 में लोंगोवाल में लड़े हमारे बहादुर जवानों के ऐसे अनगणित किस्से हैं जब हमारे वीर योद्धाओं ने अपनी जान की बाजी लगाकर संघर्ष किया और अंतिम सांस तक दुश्मनों से अपने देश की रक्षा की। राजस्थान में भी जोधपुर सोने पर जैसे सुहागा, राव जोधाजी राठौड़ से लेकर वीर दुर्गादास राठौड़ और ऐसे ही अनेक वीरों की भूमि रही है। उसी विख्यात विरासत के एक महत्वपूर्ण प्रतिनिधि, ओजस्वी व्यक्तित्व के धनी महाराजा गज सिंह जी आज यहाँ हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। आपके बारे में मैं क्या कहूँ, आपका नाम अपने आप में इतना ही कुछ कह देता है। गज और सिंह दोनों है आपके नाम में। आप हमारी ज्ञान परंपरा में गज को ज्ञान और गंभीर का प्रतीक माना गया है और सिंह को सामर्थ्य का प्रतीक माना गया है। और जितना मैं आपको जानता हूं, आप इन दोनों के समन्वय हैं और अपने नाम को आप पूरी तरह चरितार्थ करते हैं। आप जैसे व्यक्तित्वों के कारण राठौड़ की ख्याति इतनी दूर दूर तक पहुंची जहां खुद राठौड़ भी नहीं पहुंच सके। राजस्थान की यह वीर प्रसूता धरती आज एलसीएच के इंडक्शन की साक्षी बन रही है, तो यह एलसीएच इंडियन एयरफोर्स समेत समस्त राष्ट्र के लिए बड़ा एक गर्व का विषय है। साथियों, आजादी से लेकर अब तक भारत की संप्रभुता को सुरक्षित रखने में इंडियन एयरफोर्स की बेहद शानदार भूमिका रही है। इंटरनल थ्रेट्स हो या एक्सटर्नल, वार हो या पीस, इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने सदैव अपने अदम्य साहस, शौर्य और पराक्रम के साथ नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को मजबूती प्रदान की है। राष्ट्र को जब जरूरत पड़ी है, हमारी एयरफोर्स अपने करेज, कैपेबिलिटी और वर्सिटिलिटी के साथ राष्ट्र की अपेक्षाओं पर हमेशा यह खरी उतरी है। इस मल्टी रोल लाइट कम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर के इंडक्शन के बाद इंडियन एयरफोर्स की भूमिका और अधिक प्रभावी रूप से हमारे सामने होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। साथियों, एक लंबे समय से इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने न केवल राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है, बल्कि स्वदेशी रक्षा उत्पादन को भी पूरा इंडियन एयरफोर्स ने सपोर्ट किया है। वह चाहे मारुत हो, लाइट कम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट हो, आकाश मिसाइल प्रणाली हो, एडवांस लाइट हेलीकॉप्टर हो या फिर आज शामिल होने वाला हमारा यह एलसीएच हो। ऐसे अनेक उदाहरण देखे जा सकते हैं जो इंडिजिनस डिजाइन एंड डेवलपमेंट के प्रति इंडियन एयरफोर्स के भरोसे और सपोर्ट को यह दिखाते हैं। आज एलसीएच का इंडक्शन इस बात का प्रतीक है कि देश जितना भरोसा इंडियन एयरफोर्स पर करता है, इंडियन एयरफोर्स भी उतना ही भरोसा स्वदेशी साजो सामान पर करती है। साथियों, अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर की जहां तक बात है, आजादी के बाद लंबे समय तक इस क्षेत्र में स्वदेशी तकनीक पर आवश्यक ध्यान नहीं दिया गया। इसका परिणाम यह हुआ कि इंडियन एयरफोर्स को फॉरेन ओरिजिन अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर पर ही निर्भर होना पड़ा। अपने तो अपने यूएन पीस कीपिंग मिशन के माध्यम से दूसरे देशों में भी कीर्तिमान स्थापित करने वाली हमारी वायुसेना को विदेशी अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर्स का सहारा लेना पड़ा। साथियों, देश में लंबे समय से स्वदेशी अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर्स की आवश्यकता महसूस की जा रही थी, पर 1999 में कारगिल युद्ध के दौरान इसकी जरूरत को गंभीरतापूर्वक अनुभव किया गया। तब से लेकर अब तक की यानी 2 दशकों की देश की रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट का प्रतिफल है एलसीएच, और इंडियन एयरफोर्स में इसका इंडक्शन हमारे डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन की राह में एक इम्पॉर्टेंट माइलस्टोन है। साथियों, एलसीएच केवल रोटर्स, इंजन और ब्लेड्स के बल पर ही नहीं उड़ रहा, बल्कि मैं समझता हूं ये देश के अनेक साइंटिस्ट, इंजीनियर, मैथनिस्ट और अन्य कर्मियों की तपस्या, धैर्य, समर्पण और देश प्रेम के बल पर उड़ रहा है। हमारी परंपरा में भौतिक वस्तुओं के साथ साथ वस्तुओं के प्रति भावनात्मक लगाव को भी बड़ा स्थान दिया गया है। ये दृश्य वस्तुओं के प्रति हमारी अदृश्य भावनाओं की शक्ति को भी इस देश ने जाना है और समझा है। भारत में वेपन्स, इक्विपमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म्स को भी आध्यात्मिकता के नजरिए से देखा गया है। परसों यानी विजयदशमी के दिन होने वाली शस्त्र पूजा के पीछे यही कारण विद्यमान है। एलसीएच के डेवलपर्स में भी मैं तप, त्याग, समर्पण और राष्ट्र के प्रति निष्ठा देखता हूं। जहां ये सब गुण होते हैं, विजयश्री का आशीर्वाद भी वही होता है। इस संदर्भ में मुझे विजयदशमी से जुड़ी रामायण की एक घटना का स्मरण होता है, जिसका जिक्र मैं यहां पर करना चाहूंगा। साथियों, राम रावण युद्ध का अंतिम दौर चल रहा था। उच्च कोट के रथ पर सवार अनेक प्रकार के अस्त्र शस्त्रों से सुसज्जित होकर युद्ध क्षेत्र में पहुंचे रावण को देखकर विभीषण को बड़ी ग्लानि हुई, बहुत चिंता हुई। रावण रथी विरथ रघुवीरा, देख विभीषण भयउ अधीरा, यानी विभीषण बड़े चिंतित हुए, क्योंकि राम के पास न ही उच्च कोट का कोई रथ था और न ही किसी प्रकार का कोई कवच। विभीषण के मन में सवाल उठता है कि राम इस तरह युद्ध में रावण का सामना कैसे कर सकेंगे, वे युद्ध कैसे जीत पाएंगे। इसी चिंता के साथ वह राम के पास जाते हैं। राम तो राम हैं। उन्होंने विभीषण की स्थिति समझते हुए मुस्कुराते हुए उनसे कहा, रावण के पास भले ही विशाल रथ और अस्त्र शस्त्र हैं, पर वे विजय वाले नहीं हैं। केवल भौतिक संसाधन ही किसी की विजय सुनिश्चित नहीं करते हैं। उसके लिए कुछ और चाहिए होता है जो हमारे पास है, और इसलिए निश्चित ही जीत हम सब की होगी। अब वह और कुछ राम के पास क्या था जिन पर राम को इतना भरोसा था। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी कुछ चौपाइयों में उसका बहुत सुंदर वर्णन करते हैं, जिन्हें मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा। राम कहते हैं, सौरज धीरज ते ही रथ चाका, बल विवेक दृढ़ ध्वजा पताका, सत्यशील दम परहित घोड़े, क्षमा दया कृपा रजु तोड़े, ईत भजन सारथि सुजाना, संयम नियम शील मुखनाना, कवच अभेद विप्र गुरु पूजा, यही सम कोई उपाय न दूजा, महा अजय संसार रिपु, जीत सकहि तो वीर, जाके असबल हो ही दृढ़, तुनहु सखा मति धीर। यानी हमारे पास जो रथ है, शौर्य और धौर्य, शौर्य और धैर्य, उस विजय रथ के पहिए हैं। विवेक और दृढ़ता की उसमें ध्वजा पताका लगी हुई है। सत्यशील, आत्मनिग्रह और परहित, ये चार उस रथ के घोड़े हैं जो क्षमा, दया और कृपा रूपी रस्सियों से संचालित हैं। ईश्वर का ध्यान उस रथ का सारथी है। संयम, नियम, शील आदि सहायक हैं। विद्वानों और गुरुओं की कृपा ही हमारा अभेद्य या कवच है। और जिस वीर के पास इतना सब कुछ उपलब्ध है, उसे संसार का कोई भी योद्धा भला पराजित कैसे कर सकता है। और उसके बाद आगे क्या हुआ यह बताने की आप सबको आवश्यकता नहीं है। ठीक उसी प्रकार आज जब हमारे देश के अनेक साइंटिस्ट, एकेडमिशियंस, इंजीनियर्स, मैथनिस्ट और अन्य कर्मियों के धैर्य, शौर्य, तपस्या और समर्पण से निर्मित यह विजय रथ हमारी वायु सेना में शामिल हो रहा है, तो कोई प्रश्न नहीं उठता कि यह किसी भी परिस्थिति में विजय हासिल न कर सके। भारतीय आसमान में अब यह विजय रथ जोश, उत्साह और विजय का रंग बिखेरने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया है कि एलसीएच का डिजाइन और डेवलपमेंट मॉडर्न बैटलफील्ड की जरूरतों के अनुरूप किया गया है। अपने डेवलपमेंटल स्टेजेज में अनेक प्रकार की टेस्टिंग में इसने तमाम चुनौतियों से निपटने में अपनी योग्यता दिखाई है। एलसीएच दुश्मनों को चकमा देते हुए विभिन्न प्रकार के एमिनिशंस को कैरी करने और शीघ्रता से यथास्थान पहुंचने में सक्षम है। यह वर्सटाइल हेलीकॉप्टर विभिन्न टेरेन में हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज की जरूरतों पर पूरी तरह यह खरा उतरता है। ऐसे में एलसीएच हमारी आर्मी और एयरफोर्स दोनों के लिए एक आइडियल प्लेटफॉर्म है। साथियों, मानवता के विकास के क्रम में मानव ने जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं, उसमें हैवी मटेरियल से लाइट मटेरियल की ओर आगे बढ़ना भी एक शानदार उपलब्धि रही है। वह चाहे फूड ग्रेन के संदर्भ में हो, पहनने के लिए कपड़े के संदर्भ में हो, स्पेस संबंधित एक्टिविटीज के संदर्भ में हो, या फिर डिफेंस से संबंधित इक्विपमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म्स के संदर्भ में हो। किसी समय खासकर ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन के पहले सावा, मक्का, बाजरा, ज्वार आदि मोटे अनाज बहुतायत में खाए जाते थे, क्योंकि गेहूं, चावल जैसे अनाज उतने उपलब्ध नहीं थे। पर ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन के बाद लोग इन अनाजों की तरफ अधिक उन्मुख हुए हैं। कपड़ों के मामले में भी टेक्नोलॉजी के अभाव में लोगों को मोटा कपड़ा पहनना पड़ता था, पर समय के साथ साथ हल्के और पतले कपड़े आते गए और हमारी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी का यह हिस्सा बनते चले गए। अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले हमारी सेना ने भी नई यूनिफॉर्म एडॉप्ट की है, जो पहले की अपेक्षा हल्की है और आरामदेह भी है। सेनाओं में इस्तेमाल होने वाले बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट भी, जो पहले काफी भारी होते थे, अब उसकी गुणवत्ता के साथ साथ लाइट वेट में आने लगी हैं। इसी तरह लाइट मेटल की खोज के बाद दुनिया में अनेक स्पेसशिप प्रोग्राम भी यह शुरू किए गए हैं। इसके अलावा मोबाइल फोन, कंप्यूटर आदि अनेक उदाहरण लिए जा सकते हैं, जो कपड़े और जो पहले बड़े वजनी हुआ करते थे, पर समय के साथ छोटे और स्मार्ट होते चले गए। जाहिर है डिफेंस सेक्टर में भी यह प्रक्रिया चालू है। साथियों, पूर्व में सेनाओं ने हाथी जैसे बड़े जानवरों से अधिक एक्टिव घोड़ों की तरफ रुख किया, बड़ी और भारी तोपों से मशीन गन की तरफ रुख किया, हैवी टैंक से लाइट टैंक्स की ओर रुख किया, जो हाई अल्टीट्यूड और माउंटेन फ्रंटियर पर अपेक्षाकृत अधिक कारगर होते हैं। हालिया यूक्रेनियन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो या इसके पहले की अनेक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स हों, हमें लेसन्स देते हैं कि हैवी वेपन सिस्टम और प्लेटफॉर्म जो बैटलफील्ड में त्वरित गति से मूवमेंट नहीं कर पाते हैं, उनकी कैपेबिलिटी भी कम होती है और कई बार वे दुश्मनों के लिए इजी टारगेट हो जाते हैं। इसलिए रिसेंट कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स में हैवी मशीन्स के इस्तेमाल पर एक क्वेश्चन मार्क देखने को मिला है। ऐसे में उन इक्विपमेंट्स और प्लेटफॉर्म्स के डेवलपमेंट की ओर आगे बढ़ना यह समय की मांग थी, जो मोबाइल हो, जिनके मूवमेंट में आसानी हो, अधिक फ्लेक्सिबल हो और इन सब के साथ साथ लिथैलिटी और अन्य कैपेबिलिटीज की जरूरतों पर भी वो पूरी तरह से खरे उतरते हों। इस संदर्भ में मैं हमारे एचएल के इंजीनियर्स की मैं सराहना करना चाहूंगा, जिन्होंने एलसीएच में इन सब खासियतों का एक अभूतपूर्व संतुलन स्थापित किया है। इसके नाम के साथ भले ही लाइट वर्ड जुड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन मैं समझता हूं इसका काम बहुत ही हैवी है। साथियों, एलसीएच या किसी भी प्लेटफॉर्म की उड़ान को मैं केवल उस प्लेटफॉर्म की उड़ान नहीं, बल्कि ह्यूमैनिटी की अब तक की साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के नॉलेज की उड़ान के रूप में देखता हूं। ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स अपनी खोज के पहले भी और बाद में भी मानव के लिए एक पहेली बनी रही थी। निश्चित ही यह प्राणी जगत के स्थायित्व के लिए एक जरूरी फोर्स है, पर साथ ही साथ यह एक बंधन का भी प्रतीक है, जिससे मानव समेत सृष्टि के बाकी प्राणी कभी मुक्त नहीं हो सके। इस फोर्स से बधे बधे आकाश में पक्षियों के उड़ते देखकर ललचाना ही आदि मानव से लेकर 19वीं सेंचुरी तक मानव की नियति बनी रही। बचपन में हमने देखा है, कोई बच्चा 3-4 फीट की छलांग लगा देता था तो उसे सीधे हनुमान जी की पदवी से नवाजा जाता था। इससे लंबी छलांग लगाना आमतौर पर बड़ी मुश्किल बात मानी जाती थी, पर मानव ने अपने विजडम, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की नॉलेज और इंजेन्युइटी से अभूतपूर्व छलांग लगाते हुए हमेशा से इस असंभव से लगने वाले कार्य को संभव कर दिखाया। उड़ान को यदि ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन की अब तक की चरम उपलब्धियों में से कहा जाए तो कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। मानव द्वारा अर्जित अब तक के ज्ञान विज्ञान की यह चरम उपलब्धि आज एलसीएच के रूप में हमारे सामने है। यह इंडियन एयरफोर्स और एचएल समेत पूरे राष्ट्र के लिए यह गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को मजबूत बनाए रखने के क्रम में हमेशा हमारा प्रयास रहता है कि हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस बेस्ट इक्विपमेंट और प्लेटफॉर्म से सुसज्जित रहें। दुनिया में जियोपॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो कैसा भी हो, पर नेशनल सिक्योरिटी को 24/7 चौकस रखना यह हमारी महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी है। पिछले कुछ वर्ष की घटनाओं को देखते हुए हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और प्रिपेयर्डनेस में आत्मनिर्भरता पर बल दिया है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का इस पर विशेष आग्रह रहता है, यानी न केवल युद्ध कौशल में बढ़ोतरी के लिहाज से, बल्कि युद्ध के सामानों और उपकरणों में अपनी आत्मनिर्भरता बढ़ाने के लिहाज से भी सरकार द्वारा अनेक कदम उठाए गए हैं। इन कदमों में हमें हमारी सर्विसेज, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और पब्लिक और प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज से बड़े पॉजिटिव रिस्पांस मिल रहे हैं। हमारे एमएसएमई, स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेटर्स और एकेडमिया मिलकर डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन की नई राहें तलाश रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि सरकार द्वारा उठाए गए अभूतपूर्व कदमों का रिस्पांस भी अभूतपूर्व होगा। साथियों, मैं इस मंच से सभी देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि राष्ट्र की रक्षा हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है और इसे सुनिश्चित करने के लिए हम पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध हैं। मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आने वाले समय में जल्द ही दुनिया में मिलिट्री पावर समेत जब भी सुपर पावर्स की बात होगी,
Let's go straight to some news that's just coming in. On way from Tehran, Iran to Guangzhou in China, Mahan Air contacted Delhi airport ATC after the airline received a bomb threat for an immediate landing at Delhi. Delhi ATC suggested the aircraft to go to Jaipur, but the aircraft pilot refused and left the Indian airspace. It's a big story we're getting at this. There's a scare on air. This is the India airspace scare. This is through sources within the ATC, where the Delhi ATC has made a suggestion to a flight to turn around and go back to Jaipur to land. However, the aircraft pilot has refused and left the airspace of India is what we know. Now, what really has happened is that the aircraft was on way from Tehran to Guangzhou in China. Munish Pandey has more details in that story. Munish, what's really going on? What are sources within the ATC indicating about the refusal of this pilot to land then in Jaipur and leaving the Indian airspace altogether?
Well, Sneha, what we have been given to understand is that an Indian Air Force jet was scrambled from Jodhpur and Punjab to intercept an Iranian aircraft, which was, there was a bomb scare on board. Now, after receiving the input, the security agencies were diverted, and they were basically the security agencies were active to find out more about this. What we have been given to understand is that at this point of time, there is an investigation going on. More details are awaited in this particular development, which is a major security concern as far as Indian agencies are concerned.
We have no information just yet, Munish, or there are some details about the nature of the threat. It is being said that this is a bomb threat of sorts.
Sneha, at this point of time, there are not much details which have come out, but we have been given to understand is that the security agencies have been activated. Two IF Indian Air Force aircrafts were activated to find out more about this. As far as the agency are concerned, they are not divulging more details about this case. Once the primary investigation is over, then we are expecting that there will be some word from the agencies.
And we don't know anything about this plane just yet?
It was an Iranian aircraft. That is what we have been given to understand. There was a bomb scare on the on board of this aircraft, and once this input was received by the security agencies, then the Indian Air Force was activated. They were given the details. Apart from Indian Air Force, there are other security agencies which have been given this particular input about this bomb scare on the Iranian aircraft on board. And after getting the inputs,
apart from the Indian Air Force, there are security agencies. They are investigating the matter. Whether this was the actual threat or not, that is still to be investigated by the agency.
And where is this plane right now as we speak, Munish? All right, I understand there are some details that have just come in to tell our viewers that the permission to land in Delhi, that was denied after Mahan contacted the Delhi airport, the ATC essentially, saying that there is a bomb threat and that they need to land immediately in Delhi city. The Delhi ATC has suggested the aircraft to go to Jaipur, but the aircraft pilot refused and left the Indian airspace, is what we are learning. Security agencies are monitoring the plane and there's a scare. This is an Iranian passenger jet which was flying over the Indian airspace. The final destination was Guangzhou in China. Indian Air Force jets have scrambled as well. With this alert, the passenger jet is now moving towards China, is what we know. It was on its way from Tehran, Iran to Guangzhou in China. This is the Mahan Air that contacted the Delhi airport ATC after the airline received a bomb threat for an immediate landing at Delhi. That permission was denied. The ATC in Delhi suggested the aircraft to go to Jaipur, but the aircraft pilot did not, and right now has left the Indian airspace, I beg your pardon. It is now headed towards China, which was its final destination. Well, that report and much more going up on our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than rupees 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi, 68%, and then Punjab, 61%.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with Acco, download the app now.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines. Proud moment for India and a massive boost for our forces. Indian Air Force inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will take a sortie of the LCH at 1 p.m. Bomb scare on Indian airspace. Mahan Air contacted Delhi Airport ATC after the airline received a bomb threat for an immediate landing at Delhi. Delhi ATC suggested the aircraft to go to Jaipur, but the pilot refused and left Indian airspace. One dead, several injured after a helium tank burst in a market in Tamil Nadu's Trichy. Durga Pandal caught fire in Uttar Pradesh's Bhadohi, in which 5 people have lost their lives. Several others suffered burns and injuries. Massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, Durga idol was shown slaying an Asur resembling Mahatma Gandhi. After uproar, it has now been removed. Big revelation by Jammu and Kashmir DGP Dilbagh Singh in connection to Udhampur attack says it was carried out keeping in mind Home Minister Amit Shah's visit. Story at this, a big story. India is now scrambling fighter jets after a scare. Bomb scare on board Iranian flight is what we know. Bomb scare over Indian airspace. Jets scrambled from Jodhpur, Punjab bases. So 30 MKIs take off to counter the scare. Iranian jet denied not to land in Delhi. The jet allowed to leave the Indian airspace is what we know. This is the Mahan airline receiving a bomb threat. Refusing to land in Delhi has now moved towards China. Munish Pandey has the very latest on that. Munish, what more can you tell us at this point in time?
Well, Sneha, we have been given to understand is that this flight originated from Tehran and via using the airspace of Afghanistan and Pakistan, it entered into India. Now, as far as this particular air is concerned, there was a bomb scare on board. And once the security agencies received this input, the Indian Air Force was activated. 2 Sukhoi aircraft were asked to track this particular aircraft. The aircraft had asked for permission to land in Delhi, in the national capital. But after assessing the situation, the Indian agencies didn't allow this particular aircraft to land in New Delhi, and later on the flight was asked to move towards its destination, that is in China. So as we speak, the flight is moving towards China. We have been given to understand is that the Indian Air Force aircraft are still monitoring the aircraft. They are still tracking the aircraft, and as we speak, as of now, the aircraft has reached Bangladesh. Now it has been asked to land in its destination, that is in China. As far as the other security agencies are concerned, they are still tracking the movement of this particular aircraft, which had asked for permission to land in Delhi, but after the bomb scare, it wasn't given the permission. Sneha.
Bomb scare on board the Iranian flight in India are really not taking any chances. This flight is now moving towards China, which was actually its original destination. Is what we really understand from the flight path. Munish, in fact, what time did Mahan Air call the Delhi ATC? What details can you share with us on that front, and how much time did it take for Delhi then to announce or to confirm that they can't allow the flight to land in the national capital?
Well, Sneha, it happened a while back, around 11 o'clock, when the Iranian aircraft had asked for permission to land in Delhi. But the Indian agencies had received an input that there is a bomb scare on board, and the aviation sector was also involved into this. After assessing the situation, the security agencies decided not to give permission to this particular aircraft. There was a bomb scare, and 2 Indian Air Force aircraft were asked to track the movement of this particular aircraft from Jodhpur, and the Indian aircraft Sukhoi 30, these aircrafts were asked to not only track the situation but also to ensure that this particular aircraft crosses the Indian airspace. And once this particular aircraft crossed the Indian airspace, they were asked to land at its original destination, that is in China. So as far as the agencies are concerned, they are claiming that at this point of time we are still investigating the matter, whether the bomb scare was it was just a rumor or it was a concrete input. That matter is still being investigated by the agency.
Air Marshal P.H. Ahluwalia is now joining us. Thank you so much for your time. We're extremely worried about this news that's come in about this scare. Jets, we understand, have scrambled from Jodhpur and Punjab bases. Your views on what really has happened as far as this bomb scare is concerned, sir?
The aircraft was following a normal route in airway from Tehran, from Iran, and going towards China. And India, of course, was one of the countries that it had to overfly. But originally it was following the air route, so there was no complication. But then it started diverting from its original authorized airway. And that's the time we found that, we had to take action. And the air defense system triggers off, and direct air defense aircraft, interceptor aircraft, will get airborne. And then they are supposed to bring this aircraft down if it is carrying out any hostile act. But in this case, it was not so. It was flying normally. It was not carrying out any maneuvers that would be prejudicial to the security interests of our country. So after that, when it came towards Delhi, then it declared that it had a bomb scare, or somebody must have announced that. I'm not sure what exactly this was, whether it was from the ground or from within the aircraft. And
What we know is that Su-30 MKIs have taken off to counter the scare. The Iranian jet was denied the nod to land in Delhi, but what we know is that the Delhi ATC did direct. In fact, we are back. Air Marshal P.S. Ahluwalia is back with us. Sir, in fact, we lost you briefly. If you could continue with what you were saying about the bomb scare at the Iranian flight.
yes, and so it was not accepted. The landing within Bangladesh was not accepted, so it carried on its same route that it was supposed to go to China. And now I believe it is somewhere in China.
Any information at all about the nature of the bomb scare, Air Marshal?
Again, your voice was cutting.
Yes, I was asking you. You did say that you don't, what we know for now is that it wanted to land in Delhi. But do we know anything at all about the nature of the bomb scare? Any information just yet?
No, that wasn't announced, and it's not yet been announced. Whether the bomb scare was from the ground, somebody in Iran or any other country announces that, look, this aircraft, flight number so-and-so, there is a bomb on board, and you will have to do ABC. Now, that is not clear whether that was from there or whether it was from within the aircraft. That means someone in the aircraft itself saying, look, there's a bomb, and you need to do ABC. So that portion is not clear, and I think these are all conjectures now. We will have to wait for the actual answers as and when they come in.
Also, Air Marshal, if you could tell us a little about the role of the Su-30 MKIs that have taken off to counter this scare, I believe, from Jodhpur and Punjab bases.
Yes, it is. Aircraft follow a certain airway. It's like a road in the sky, and for this they have to get permission from the countries that they overfly. When they are going into anybody else's air defense area, they have to have the permission beforehand, before they enter. And there is a absolutely laid down procedure for that. In this case, they might have deviated from their air route, and because they deviated from their air route, the Indian Air Force at all times has fighter aircraft, interceptor aircraft, ready to take off within 5 minutes notice. And this is what must have happened, that since they might have gone or deviated from their original path, which was concurred to by the Indian authorities, therefore the aircraft must have been scrambled, what we refer to as scrambled, to take off and see what this aircraft is up to. Is it carrying out any hostile acts? Is it probably carrying out any reconnaissance, surveillance, or anything of that sort? And to escort it to a nearby airfield.
You know, I'm also curious to know, Air Marshal, as to why the pilot then refused to land in Jaipur when the consent for Jaipur was given.
No, I'm not sure whether the permission was given to land at Jaipur, but if it was, then it should have landed at Jaipur, and Jaipur was enough landing width and length for an aircraft of this nature to land. So there's no reason why it shouldn't have landed at Jaipur. And if it didn't land at Jaipur, then definitely it would have been a threat.
In that sense, it's a sigh of relief for us that it's not in the Indian airspace anymore.
Well, I don't know which way you want to look at it. It is a sigh of relief, but at the same time, if an aircraft is in dire emergency, it has an emergency, like for instance, if there is an engine failure or there is any technical hitch, then it is incumbent upon the country that it is overflying to allow it to land, permission to land.
Marshal P.S. Ahluwalia, please do be with us. In fact, I'm also going to bring in Kapil Kak, aviation expert. Thank you so much for your time. We are talking about an extremely worrying development, sir, about a scare that the Delhi ATC received this morning at about 11 o'clock, refusing eventually the plane to land in Delhi. And we believe from the initial reports that the direction was that you can land in Jaipur, but the pilot did not. What do you make of these developments of the last 1 hour or so?
Well, Sneha, there are a couple of sort of issues which remain unresolved in terms of what the situation was. Number one, why did the information come from Pakistan and not from Mahan Air or Iran directly? Because communications these days are instant. We should have been informed by Mahan Air. Secondly, when the pilot did contact, as per international protocol for such emergencies, especially bomb threats, it is incumbent on the country, in this case India, to accept, which we did. But for the pilot to say he will only land in Delhi and not in Jaipur, that I think is a very intriguing decision, because professional pilots are trained to land at any place and they are directed virtually to the last moment. Third point is that why did he refuse to land in Jaipur? Fourth point, was there a hoax or was it a real emergency? Looks like it was a hoax because he has proceeded directly. He has already crossed Indian airspace and is perhaps very close to its destination, which is Gwangju. The fifth point is that India has come out in flying colors, because the Indian Air Force has in minutes scrambled Sukhoi 30 MKIs, both from Jodhpur and from Punjab. It has actually escorted this aircraft to monitor its flight to ensure that the concerned directional agencies are informed. And I think that was a superb. It has taken all the way virtually till it entered Bangladesh territory. So from our side, it seems the connectivity between civil aviation, military aviation, that is in this case the Air Force, ground control, and also air monitoring, I don't think we could have done this better. But there are two questions which remain unanswered. Why didn't Mahan Air or Iran inform India directly? That raises questions. Secondly, why did it come from Pakistan? Thirdly, why did the pilot refuse to land in Jaipur? It's not his business to refuse a landing when he's in an emergency. So clearly he was not in an emergency, or at least his assessment was this is not a bomb threat in the true sense, maybe a hoax call. That's why he chose very gingerly to go along the advice that he received either from Mahan Air or within the cockpit from his colleagues, that it is best to proceed.
Yes, I understand, Air Marshal, what you're saying about why did the pilot really refuse to land in Jaipur when the permission was given is what the initial reports suggest. So India, in that sense, without, not allowing it to land in Delhi, but then giving the permission for Jaipur, has done what was expected of it, isn't it? Because the airspace, our airspace, was being used.
In matters of this nature, time and space is very, very important, and the criticality is earliest permission to get it on the ground, the fastest way it can. And I think India has stuck to that stance. The flight time for this pilot, whenever he sought this landing to Jaipur and Delhi, would be almost similar. So there is no time waste. Thirdly, we need to consider that, Sneha, every minute there is an aircraft taking off or landing in Delhi. From the time we started this conversation, 10 aircraft have taken off or landed from Delhi airport. So if you make it land in Delhi, that means Delhi comes to virtually a grinding halt. So would we allow that? This disrupts international traffic, and hundreds of flights would have been affected, and tens of thousands of passengers would have been affected. So I think the decision to make him land in Jaipur, even from security reasons, I would not like to disclose those aspects, landing at Jaipur would have been better handled.
Okay. All right, I'm thanking you, Kapil Kark, former Air Marshal, for joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Now, what we don't know about the nature of the bomb threat is that it remains unclear whether this was a hoax or not, and we'll try and get in our reporters for more details on that, because what we know as of now is that permission was given for the aircraft to land in Jaipur, and that is not something that was adhered to, is what we understand. We'll get more information on that front. From the information that we have, what we know right now again is that this flight is now following its original flight path, which is towards China. The plane essentially is continuing on its flight path towards China. This was in an Iranian passenger jet that was China bound, and then it contacted the Delhi ATC at about 11 o'clock this morning, saying that there is a bomb scare. We have very little information about the nature of the bomb threat. However, this permission was denied, and the initial information seems to be suggesting that the permission was given for this flight to then move to Jaipur and land, which the pilot did not, and then continued on its original flight path. This aircraft was on its way from Tehran to Guangzhou in China. This is Mahan Air contacting the Delhi Airport ATC after the airline received a bomb threat for immediate landing at Delhi. ATC suggested the aircraft to go to Jaipur, but the aircraft pilot refused and left the Indian airspace, is what we know. Palmi Sahab, my colleague, covers the civil aviation for us, is getting us more details on that. Palmi, first of all, some clarity on whether the pilot indeed was directed to move to Jaipur and land in Jaipur.
Well, Sneha, that's not the information that we have from our sources at Delhi Airport. We checked this, the flight, a Mahan Air flight, which was basically scheduled to fly between Tehran and Guangzhou in China, was in fact possibly received some sort of a bomb threat call or information. At least that was what was conveyed to the flight while it was mid-air and to the crew. And at that point of time, obviously, because it was in the vicinity of the Indian subcontinent, the alert had to go out in case there was an emergency landing that was required as far as the flight was concerned. So what our sources within Delhi Airport are telling us is that Lahore ATC informed Delhi Airport ATC that there is this flight which has received this sort of a threat call, and they should be prepared for the eventuality, which they are. At any given point of time, any airport is prepared for that eventuality to clear the runway, to make way for a flight which wants to make an emergency landing in some sort of a expeditious situation, which is what Delhi Airport was prepared for. But what our sources within Delhi Airport are telling us is that eventually the pilots of the flight itself decided that they're not going to make an emergency landing and they're going to proceed forward to Guangzhou, which is their final destination, possibly having assessed with the authorities on the ground back in Tehran, possibly in Iran, that the threat call which they'd received at their local level was possibly a hoax. They had done the assessment and they decided to go forward onwards as far as their journey is concerned. That flight is still in the air and it is expected to land shortly in Guangzhou, China.
Okay, so Palmi, from what you're telling us is that it does appear because the clearances have been given and the flight is following its original flight path, that this indeed was a hoax?
Which is the assessment that we have. We obviously haven't been able to speak to Iranian authorities about it, but what we can confirm is what Delhi airport is telling us, that they were prepared. It is not that they asked for the flight to land in Jaipur and denied some sort of an emergency landing at Delhi airport. They did, in fact, they were informed of the same by Lahore ATC. They were prepared for any sort of eventuality if they did receive a call from the said flight that we want to make an emergency landing. But it was a decision which was taken by the flight crew itself of this Iranian flight, Mahan Air flight, that they will proceed forward to Guangzhou, their final destination. Possibly, we believe, having made that assessment mid-air through obviously speaking to their own authorities on the ground, etc., that this was a hoax call and they needn't make an emergency landing. So they proceeded forward to their final destination in China.
Okay, and the call, the initial call, the security alert you're saying was from the Lahore ATC?
It is, you basically sort of send out a message to the nearest ATCs in the vicinity that you are. So Lahore ATC received that message. Lahore ATC also informed Delhi Airport ATC as well about the possibility that there could be a message coming in from this flight. This flight is mid-air right now and has supposedly received a bomb threat call. And Delhi Airport was informed of the same, and they were prepared. They were like, okay, as soon as we receive a call, or a request of nature to make an emergency landing at our airport, we're prepared, we're ready. But that call did not come through, possibly because the crew on the flight crew, in fact, decided that having, like I said, spoken to local authorities back in Iran, that the call maybe was a hoax call and needn't be taken as seriously, or they, for whatever reasons, they don't need to make an emergency landing where they are, and they can proceed forward on their journey, which is what they're doing. Like I said, it's still mid-air, and is expected to land in Guangzhou.
Okay, the flight received an alleged bomb threat is what we are learning. This is sources to India today on the Iranian plane threat. Paulimi Saha getting us all of those details. The flight received a bomb threat. Right now, there is clearance to the flight to carry on, and that's the reason why Paulimi is telling us that it is going to be landing at its original destination. Some clarity for our viewers as far as the initial information is concerned. The Delhi ATC did not disallow, in fact, this flight from landing at the Delhi airport. Delhi, in fact, indicated that it is ready. Paulimi continues to be with us. So no refusal on Delhi's front and no such indication that the flight should now move to Jaipur. We have clarity on that front. Paulimi, you're getting us that clarity. So in that sense, India has done its duty because it is incumbent on the country whose airspace is being used to allow an aircraft to land which is facing an emergency situation, even a perceived one, isn't it?
Absolutely. We were, of course, going to, like I said, we were going to allow for the flight to land if it made such a request directly to our ATC on the ground. That sort of request did not come through, is what we're being told by our sources within a Delhi airport. So they're denying, the reports which are doing the rounds. The Delhi airport said that no, you cannot make an emergency landing over here. You can do so at Jaipur, because of which the flight then decided, well, we're not going to land in Jaipur, we're just going to proceed forward. That was not the case. If the flight indeed had some sort of a serious threat call, how does it matter to an Iranian flight whether they're being asked to land at Delhi or at Jaipur? The distance is extremely short if you look at, the air distance, so to say. So it was that the crew on that flight decided that the threat was not so grave that they needed to make an emergency landing in the subcontinent area where they were at that point of time, and hence it has proceeded forward. If indeed it was serious, it wouldn't be mid-air right now on its flight path to Guangzhou, which it is if we look at the flight path right now as I speak. Like I said, we've checked that as well. It is mid-air right now and is aiming to land in Guangzhou itself, which was its original destination.
Paulimi Saha, just breaking down all of those details and getting much needed clarity on that very important story that we're tracking. She says, had there been a real threat, the flight would not be on its way to its original destination, which is Guangzhou. And what really is a flight path? Remember, it started from Tehran. The original destination is Guangzhou in China. Landing there shortly. Akshita, my colleague, is getting us more details on the flight path. Over to you, Akshita.
So, Sneha, what we've opened up here is a live tracker of this current flight that we're talking about. It took off from Tehran. This that you see here in grey that's been marked out, this was the projected flight path, what would usually be the journey from Tehran to Guangzhou in China. But along the way, you can see that there's a detour. The green is the path that the flight ended up taking. And let's zoom in further to show you what happened. Now, the information that we just put out for our viewers also explained how, in fact, it was flying over Pakistan, Lahore ATS then gave an alert to the ATS in India, to Delhi ATS, suggesting that there was something that was happening with regards to this flight and that there was, in fact, a bomb threat. Now, once they moved down, we understand there was constant communications between the pilots and the ATC. Once they moved into India, you can see here that they made several circles close to Delhi. Now, they went round and round here. Now, we understand that from two locations, that was from Rajasthan as well as in Punjab, you had, in fact, two Su-30 jets moving in to ensure that they can then accompany this passenger jet. Now, after doing several circles here, while the Delhi airport, there, in fact, the ATC mentioned that we're fully prepared for any eventuality. After moving several times, the pilot took a call that there was no need for them to touch down and decided to make their way then to their original destination, to Guangzhou, which is what you see happening here. That there is the projected flight path, but because of this bomb scare, the flight briefly was diverted off its scheduled path, came into India, moved around very close to Delhi. Here are several loops that you see here, and then now, as you can see, making its way towards its destination, has gotten out of Indian airspace, as you can see, moved past Bangladesh, looks like, and moving towards China now. So, brief scare there that was witnessed early this morning. We understand that the call that came in to Indian officials, to the ATC here in India, was at about 9:30 in the morning. 9:20 is what we're roughly picking up from our reporters. That's when they received a call that this flight was making the way into Indian airspace, which wasn't projected to happen because you can see how the flight path was actually initially moving that way, but then went right in, came close to Delhi as well, and then flew out after several loops that the pilot decided to take, then realized that there was no need for them to touch down, perhaps realized that the bomb threat also was a hoax, and decided to move on to the projected flight path, and they're headed now to their destination.
All right, so there was a hoax is what we know, is the confirmation that came in from Paulami Saha, my colleague, who's actually told us that Delhi did what it could. It did indicate that if a call is received, then they are ready to allow the plane to then land at the Delhi airport, and that no such permission was given for the aircraft to then move towards the Jaipur, and all of that is information that is clearly being denied. I'm going to go across to Paulami in a moment from now. Former Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur is also now joining us. Sir, I want to ask you about the developments from this morning, wherein it does appear right now where we have clarity of information that this indeed was a hoax call, and Delhi got this information from the Lahore ATC saying that there could be a call for an emergency landing, to which Delhi said they are prepared.
Yeah, I just saw this news on your channel. If information like that comes about for a bomb threat, it's taken very seriously. And the fact that the fighters were scrambled to intercept this aircraft is part of a SOP. The fact that he detoured and sort of came overhead or somewhere close to Delhi would have activated our air defense. And there are procedures in place. There is standard operating procedure. This especially happened after the attacks in New York on the 9/11, the World Trade Center. And the Air Force has elements embedded with the civil ATCs to activate in just such an emergency that happened today. I'm sure the air defense system of the Air Force is keeping a close track, like it does for all tracks, but especially this track, to monitor further activities.
Former Air Vice Marshal, thank you so much for joining us. You did mention that detour is what sort of red flagged things off and alerted the system, really gave us a much needed alert that something perhaps could be amiss. But the Lahore ATC at the end of the day did call Delhi ATC, like Paulami was telling us, and Paulami continues to be with us, that this indeed is a procedure. The nearest ATC contacts and gives out information of this nature, and that exactly what was done with Delhi too, following the protocol. Paulami.
That is what our sources within Delhi Airport are saying. They did not, they're denying any sort of reports that they, in fact, asked for the flight, in fact, to make an emergency landing at Jaipur instead of Delhi, because of which the flight, in fact, chose to proceed forward towards Guangzhou. Like I said, if a flight indeed had assessed the threat that it had received, allegedly to be grave, it wouldn't matter to the flight whether it was allowed to land in Delhi or Jaipur. The distance isn't much per se. So it would have then landed, but it has not landed. Like Akshita was pointing out, it has exited the Indian subcontinent. It is crossing Myanmar as we speak right now. In about an hour and a half, it will be landing at its final destination, Guangzhou, China. So it has proceeded forward on its original flight path as well. Yes, as Akshita was showing us over the map, it did circle around in the air for a bit over the Indian subcontinent because of the threat message that it had received at that point of time, and possibly the flight crew had been alerted to the same as well around that time, and maybe they were assessing what needs to be done in this situation. Do they need to make an emergency landing? Is this threat grave enough to be taken seriously in a way that they need to land immediately? They probably assessed while they were in contact with their own civil aviation authorities and with the airline authorities. Mahan Air is the airline that we're talking about at the moment. They possibly decided that no, the threat wasn't grave enough. They don't need to land anywhere at the moment, and they can proceed forward on their onward journey. That is what has happened because, like I said, Lahore ATC informed Delhi ATC about the same. So they possibly contacted Lahore ATC about the same. We don't know, of course. So we have not spoken to authorities in Lahore to know whether Lahore ATC was the original recipient of the message or was it another ATC in Pakistan or otherwise which received the first message. But Delhi authorities received it because they pass on the message in a serious scenario of this kind of, they coordinate with each other. So that message was received, and Delhi was fully prepared in case the airline requested an emergency landing in New Delhi. But it seems that because of reasons best known to them, of course, the airline and the civil aviation authorities back in Iran, that they decided to proceed forward on the flight path, on the original flight path. And like I said, in an hour and a half, this flight is scheduled to land at its original destination, Guangzhou in China.
Yes, but Palmi, like our experts have been pointing out as well that in such cases, no chances are going to be taken, and that's the reason why no moment was lost really in jets to scramble out both of Punjab and Jodhpur air bases.
You know, you don't take chances like that. This is not something where you dilly-dally, where you basically try to, possibly pass the buck, if you may. Of course, you can make an assessment. The airline makes an assessment in coordination with all the local ATCs in the vicinity, which is the closest airport they can land in the shortest possible time. If the threat which has been allegedly received is considered to be grave and serious, ATCs will not, originally in any sort of circumstance deny that kind of emergency landing because it's an extremely serious situation, and they all, they all realize their responsibility. Delhi Airport is a massive airport, is always prepared for this sort of scenario as well. So there's absolutely no reason, we believe, for Delhi Airport to have denied the same, which is what officially Delhi Airport sources are telling us as well, that we did not say anything to the effect that you need to move elsewhere or land elsewhere. Like I said, if indeed the threat was serious, the flight would have landed in the vicinity of Delhi if Delhi had denied it permission to land, but it hasn't landed. It has gone ahead on its own flight path towards Guangzhou, China.
All right, so the initial information that Delhi indeed refused this flight to land at the Delhi airport was not something that we are going with. In fact, Delhi ATC and Delhi airport was ready is what Paulami is telling us, just giving us clarity on what really happened. Paulami, from the very beginning for our viewers, just do break this down for us. What time did the Lahore ATC first contact the Delhi ATC?
Well, Sneha, we don't have the exact time at the moment, but this is, we're talking about around 9 and 9:30 a.m. in the morning is what we're talking about, is when this situation arose, so to say. It's very evident through the flight tracker you'll see that this flight was circling in the area itself, possibly waiting for instructions from its authorities on the ground as to what it should be doing, coordinating with them, because it is a call that the airline and the aviation authorities back home in Iran would be taking. And possibly on the basis of those conversations, they decided that they are not going to make any sort of emergency landing and proceed forward on their onward path towards Guangzhou, China, which was their original destination itself. So this happened in the morning hours between 9:30 is what we are being told, is when this situation arose mid-air, and Delhi airport sources telling us that they were fully prepared if some sort of an emergency request to land at Delhi airport was received. They would have been fully prepared. They're always prepared for some such scenario. It's like I said, it's a massive airport. It's a big airport. It's an international airport. It is always prepared for emergency scenarios of any nature, be it domestic or international. There is no reason for it to, if the airline had assessed that Delhi is the closest airport to land in a scenario like this, there is no reason for Delhi airport to have denied that.
Paulami, any communication from Tehran just yet?
At the moment, no. We will, of course, see if there is a statement or anything that comes from the civil aviation authorities there or from Mahan Air itself, which is the airline in question. But yes, we're waiting for further updates on that as to what exactly was the threat call that they received and why was it that they chose not to make an emergency landing and proceed forward.
Okay, so we have a confirmation from what Paulami is telling us following flight radar that obviously the aircraft is now out of the Indian airspace, and the Indian Air Force did what it could in terms of scrambling out the jets after the information was received that there is a bomb scare at this particular aircraft that was traveling from Tehran to its destination. And Paulami, a few seconds ago, in fact, you did mention that it is following the original flight path. So it does appear that there was no real scare and it indeed was a hoax. Anything just yet from the Indian Air Force?
Sneha, could you please repeat the question?
I was asking you if there is any information coming in from the Indian Air Force.
At the moment, no. We're still waiting for word. Like I said, there were, of course, conflicting reports that indeed, Jaipur, in fact, was being prepared for the same after, of course, it was denied permission to make an emergency landing. In fact, out of from Delhi, but Indian Air Force has definitely confirmed that the China-bound flight, in fact, which allegedly was, in fact, a flight which had received the death threat, is now out of Indian airspace. This is what we've been reporting. So they're out of the Indian airspace at the moment as we speak, and like I said, proceeding forward. From what I can see, it has already crossed the Burmese airspace. It has crossed Myanmar as we speak, and like I said, in roughly about an hour and a half, Sneha, that flight will be making its landing in Guangzhou, China, which was its original destination. It was the Tehran-Guangzou flight.
Yes, so what the Indian Air Force is indicating is that they followed the standard operating procedure, following the aircraft and followed it closely till the time it left the Indian airspace. The jets were scrambled out, viewers, from Jodhpur and Punjab air bases, as is the protocol, and taking these calls seriously because this indeed was a bomb scare. And the initial call was from the Lahore ATC. Delhi ATC was prepared to break down the sequence of events as they happened, and that Delhi was ready to allow this plane to land. No instruction was given, and Paulami is in fact getting us clarity on that, Paulami, because the initial information was that Delhi ATC did direct the pilot to then use the airspace, use the Indian airspace and then land in Jaipur. That was wrong.
That is what has been told to us by Delhi Airport. They've categorically denied this information, that they had in fact asked for the flight to land in Jaipur instead of Delhi. They're denying it. They're saying that it was a call taken by the airline itself, by the flight crew itself, to proceed forward on their onward journey and not make an emergency landing at Delhi Airport. So it is not because of Delhi Airport denying them permission, or they chose, to go ahead because all the way up to China, which was still some distance away in terms of their travel time, because they were being offered
be with us.
Jaipur
I'm just coming back to you in a few moments from now. So we have a confirmation from the Indian Air Force, which has now issued a statement on the scare on the Indian airspace, and they followed the protocol. The Indian Air Force jets were scrambled after the information was received. We were following it, maintaining safe distance as per the standard operating procedures and shadowing the suspected aircraft. However, the aircraft was allowed to continue on its flight towards China after Iranian agencies asked us to disregard the threat. We continued to follow it closely till the time it left Indian airspace. The aircraft is now out of Indian airspace. Abhishek Balla has more information on that. So when the information was disregarded about the bomb scare, which appears to be a bomb hoax, the Indian Air Force disallowed the jets from following it. It followed it till the time it was out of the Indian airspace. Abhishek?
Well, that's right. There is an official confirmation that the Indian Air Force was taking all precautions and the aircraft was under close surveillance throughout. What the Indian Air Force has also stated is that the option was given to the aircraft to land at Jaipur as well as Chandigarh, but the pilot, felt otherwise. He felt he did not need to land in these two places, and he continued to fly and then crossed over to Chinese airspace. But the fact is that yes, there was a serious scare, and the Indian Air Force was alerted through various other agencies. All other agencies were in touch with each other. There was coordination amongst the agencies, and the aircraft, suspected aircraft, was under scanner till the time it was in Indian airspace.
You know, what you say is intriguing. Abhishek, because I'm reading from the statement that you've just sent us, talking about the fact that the pilot was and declared actually his unwillingness to divert to either of the two airports, either Jaipur and then Chandigarh. Why is that?
Of the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative.
Well, it's difficult to answer from an Indian Air Force point of view why the pilot did not choose to land in either of these places. But that's something that has been stated on record now, that there was an option given to the pilot to land first at Jaipur, then at Chandigarh, but he disregarded this offer. What could be the reason behind it? There is no foul play that has been suggested till now by the agencies, but the entire incident is still under scanner. The developments have been closely watched, and the fact that the Indian Air Force and other agencies were in fact monitoring this aircraft till it left the Indian airspace suggests that this was a serious scare. It perhaps has turned out to be a hoax one. What the reasons for this are will also be part of some kind of an inquiry and investigation that various agencies will definitely look into.
Yes, and from the statement, Abhishek, that you sent us of the Indian Air Force, it does appear that there was no... We have some news just coming in. We have the Defence Minister. Right now, I'm going to now go straight to my colleague Abhishek Balla, explaining to us the Defence Minister now taking that sortie. Abhishek, over to you. All right, you have pictures, in fact, of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh now, who is taking that sortie as was planned. This is the light combat helicopter made in India, light combat helicopter by HAL. Defence Minister was to take the sortie, and he is getting ready for it, as is evident in these pictures that you see right now. Defence Minister there is undertaking this sortie of Made in India, world's lightest multi-role attack light combat helicopter. He's taking a sortie in the indigenous light combat helicopter as we speak. Abhishek Balla is there right now at the Jodhpur airbase, and I'm going to go straight to him for more details on that. Yes, Abhishek.
देश की
Well, Sneha, just behind me is the Defence Minister, who's just gotten into the cockpit, and he will be flying in the newly inducted LCH, the Light Combat Helicopter, which we all know has been named Prachand. So LCH will be now known with the name Prachand, and the sortie is being flown by Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi, who happens to be the commanding officer of this newly raised squadron in Jodhpur for the LCH, the 143 helicopter unit, which has been called Dhanush. So Prachand is part of the Dhanush squadron in Jodhpur. The Indian Air Force has got deliveries of 4 of these helicopters till now. In all, they are supposed to get 10. The Indian Army is supposed to get 5. The Army has inducted 1 recently. By the end of this month, the Army should be getting the balance 4 helicopters, and 1 squadron, first batch of 5 will be ready for the Army by month end. That's what sources have told us. As far as the Indian Air Force is concerned, other than the 4 that they've already got, 6 others are expected to be in by next year, by March 2023. In few months from now, the Indian forces will have 15 light combat helicopters. Although, you know, the HAL, the manufacturer, has said that in years to come, they are looking at manufacturing close to 150 such light combat helicopters, and they are looking at manufacturing about 25 to 30 a year. So if they are able to do that, it will be a big step in phasing out completely the aging fleet of the Mi-25 and the Mi-35 combat helicopters of Russian origin that obviously are pretty old now and need to be replaced. So the forces are looking at the LCH as a replacement, a natural replacement to their aging combat helicopter fleet. But obviously we've seen a mesmerizing air show where not just the LCH but Advanced Light Helicopter, the Mark IV upgraded version of the Dhruv was also part of a flypast here at Jodhpur. Other than that, the Su-30s that are also deployed at this Air Force base were also part of a flypast. And now, to culminate the entire event and the grand ceremony, Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh will be taking a sortie in light combat helicopter Prachand in a few minutes from now.
That's right. We have pictures live on your screens right now from the Jodhpur Air Base, where Abhishek is, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is just getting ready to undertake that sortie. The Defence Minister has said the helicopter has been named Prachand. In fact, talking about the capability of this lightweight machine, it really, Abhishek, fulfills one specific role, and in that sense, it is really made for India. The chopper, entirely Indian, is that it is going to be able to carry a significant payload in high altitude operations, and that was something that really was a requirement, isn't it?
लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जिसका नाम दे दिया गया है और प्रचंड के नाम से जाना जाएगा LCH, और इंडक्शन के बाद डिफेंस मिनिस्टर राजनाथ सिंह खुद इसमें सॉटी लेने के लिए तैयार हैं, बोर्ड कर चुके हैं हेलीकॉप्टर, और हेलीकॉप्टर को उड़ा रहे हैं ग्रुप कैप्टन दीपक विश्नोई, जो कि इस स्क्वाड्रन की, जो कि अभी हाल ही में रिसेंटली रेज हुई है, 143 हेलीकॉप्टर यूनिट जिसका नाम धनुष दिया गया है, उसके जो कमांडिंग ऑफिसर हैं ग्रुप कैप्टन दीपक विश्नोई, वो खुद इस सॉटी को उड़ाएंगे। और जो खास बात LCH की है, जिस पे बहुत ज़्यादा चर्चा हो रही है, वो यही है कि चाहे रेगिस्तान की तपती गर्मी हो 50 डिग्री की, या फिर 16,000 फीट पर बर्फीली चोटियाँ लद्दाख में या सियाचिन में जब तापमान -50 हो जाता है, हैवी पेलोड के साथ जो है ये टेक ऑफ और लैंड कर सकता है उन चोटियों पर भी। तो भारतीय सेना की जो क्षमता है ऑपरेशंस करने की माउंटेन हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड एरियाज में, वो इसके आने से बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है, क्योंकि ये एक लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर है, इसकी एजिलिटी ज़्यादा है, मनूवरेबिलिटी इसकी बहुत अच्छी है, जो इसमें एडवांस रोटर सिस्टम है। तो अगर पतली वैलीज़ हों और माउंटेनस टेरेन हो जहाँ पे उड़ान भरना आसान नहीं होता है एक भारी भरकम एयरक्राफ्ट के लिए, वहाँ पर जो है LCH बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़फुल माना जा रहा है। और जिस तरह के एम्यूनेशन भी इसमें है, चाहे वो मिसाइल्स हों या फिर एंटी टैंक वेपनरी हो, वो भी इसमें जो है बहुत ज़्यादा इन्हांस्ड कैपेबिलिटी की है। हेलिना एंटी टैंक मिसाइल जो होती थी, उसका जो अपग्रेडेड वर्जन है ध्रुवास्त्र, वो इसमें इस्तेमाल होगा। और LCH जो है वो पहले भी लद्दाख में ट्रायल्स कर चुका है, रिगरस टेस्टिंग हो चुकी है वहाँ पे। इसकी फॉरवर्ड बेसिस में डिप्लॉयड भी था 2020 में, जब चीन के साथ लद्दाख में तनातनी चल रही थी। और तभी ये इस बात की पुष्टि हो गई थी पूरी तरह से कि हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड वॉरफेयर के लिए LCH लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जिसका नाम अब प्रचंड है, फिर से दर्शकों को बता दें, वो पूरी तरह से तैयार है। अब आने वाले दिनों में LCH जो है, जो एजिंग फ्लीट है Mi-25 या Mi-35 की, उसको रिप्लेस कर सकेगा। HAL का मानना है कि आने वाले कुछ सालों में कम से कम 150 ऐसे लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर बनाने में HAL जो है की तैयारी है। इसके लिए 25 से 30 हेलीकॉप्टर अगर मैन्युफैक्चर करने पड़े एक साल में, तो वो क्षमता भी HAL के पास है। तो हम कह सकते हैं कि LCH प्रचंड कुछ सालों में एक मेन स्टे हो सकता है किस कैटेगरी में लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर की, भारतीय वायुसेना के लिए ही नहीं बल्कि भारतीय सेना के लिए भी।
Getting us all of those details of the defense minister there, now undertaking that sortie at the Jodhpur air base. Abhishek also talked to us about the features of this aircraft and the manner in which you've also in fact spoken about the similarities that it has with advanced light helicopter Dhruv.
Well, you know what makes Prachand unique is that it has the capability of taking off, landing and carrying out operations smoothly even at 16,000 feet. That's something that was missing in the Indian Air Force's fleet because the other combat helicopters that the Indian Air Force had did not have the potency and the capabilities like what LCH has to be operating in those areas, especially in tough mountainous terrain where there are narrow valleys and gorges that make flying very difficult. But because of the maneuverability that the LCH has, particularly because of the advanced rotor system that it has, it makes it extremely flexible and maneuverable in tough mountainous high altitude regions like the Siachen Glacier or even the Ladakh sector. In fact, that's the reason why, not just the Indian Air Force, but even the Indian Army is procuring the light combat helicopter. And the induction that the Indian Army is doing is particularly for the eastern sector, keeping in mind the Chinese threat in the high altitude areas. And of course, there's a squadron based here in Jodhpur. So it's very clear, Sneha, that, be it the hot deserts of Rajasthan or icy peaks at 16,000 feet, LCH has the capabilities of carrying out multiple roles, and that's what makes it a potent machine. It has the weaponry that is required to take down enemy tanks because it can fly low. It can also, escape the enemy radars. It can hit military convoys on the ground of the adversary's forces. So all in all, a potent machine meant for multiple roles.
The acquisition right now 15, Abhishek, is going to increase to 95 is what the Defence Ministry has indicated.
Defence Minister will be taking off in the light combat helicopter. It's a two-seater helicopter. So one is for the pilot in front. The back seat is meant for the weapon control officer, the person who's controlling the weapons. And I mean, this gives you a very clear picture, a very clear visual of why the LCH is also extremely good with its design. So from 180 degrees, if we are to look at it, it's just the front part of the helicopter that's visible, which is completely bulletproof. The sides will have an armor that will also be that will have resistance against any kind of enemy attacks. And the glass cockpit is something that again makes the LCH very different from other combat helicopters. It's a complete glass canopy which gives much larger visibility to the crew inside. So that's something again which is very crucial and very unique to the LCH. And just a slight tilt or a maneuver by the pilot ensures a 180-degree view of anything happening, not just in front of the pilot, but any activity on the sides or even from behind. A slight tilt towards the either side. So, that glass canopy is another unique feature that makes the LCH very different from the combat helicopters that the Indian forces have been using till now. And of course, we've talked about its lightweight, its flexibility, and that's the way forward. It's being believed that, helicopters or aircraft that are extremely heavy are difficult to manage in tough terrains. And it's for these kind of circumstances that the LCH has been manufactured. And as one of the young pilots told me, that it flies like a butterfly but stings like a bee. The most appropriate understanding. And that's where we can clearly see the name Prachand written on the helicopter. And any moment from now, it will be taking off. A great moment for the country, for the Indian Air Force, for the armed forces. It's been a long journey. The need for a light combat helicopter was felt soon after the 1999 Kargil War. And, HAL started the development sometime in 2006. The first flight took off in 2010. And finally, in October 2022, we have the light combat helicopter with our forces.
Talk to us, Abhishek. You did mention right after the war in 1999 the need was felt, hence the importance of the LCH as a strategic asset today and the road that it really faces ahead.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been a long, arduous journey, and it's that moment which everybody was waiting for to see the LCH Prachand take off, and it's finally taking off. On board is the Raksha Mantri, but very apt moment to sort of remember for a very, very long time that how long this has taken. It's the hard work of several people at HAL, who've gone through the LCH program, and now the LCH is finally ready, and we can welcome Prachand into the fleet of the Indian Air Force, and everybody is really wishing happy landings and happy flying to Prachand.
Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh ji on board.
At the Jodhpur Air Base, we have Abhishek Balla getting us all of those details, pictures of LCH, the light combat helicopter. The sortie that is now being undertaken by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh right now was firmly in the pilot's seat.
On board.
In fact, earlier, it was revealed that the name that has been given to LCH is Prachand, like Abhishek was telling us. Abhishek continues to be with us to get us a sense of this relief, I would say, given that this was a much needed strategic asset that India could in fact not just acquire in this sense but make in India. Because the need, Abhishek, like you were telling us, was from the year 1999, where it was then sensed that a homegrown, lightweight assault helicopter is just the thing that India required, isn't it? We'll go back to Abhishek in a few moments from now. Pictures coming in from the Jodhpur Airways, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is undertaking that sortie of the LCH, the Light Combat Helicopter. This is the Light Combat Helicopter, and the need, remember, was first fed, like Abhishek was telling us, was after the year 1999, after the war in the year 1999, where India then sensed the need for a homegrown lightweight assault helicopter, and this is the lightest made in India by HAL. This can hold precision strikes in all Indian battlefield scenarios, and that's what makes it so unique in hot deserts and also in very high cold altitudes.
सिंह ने उड़ान भरी है LCH में लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जिसका नाम प्रचंड है। तो प्रचंड जो है हम सब ने जो है एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण देखा यहाँ पे, जहाँ पहली फ्लाइट इंडक्शन के बाद प्रचंड की उड़ते हुए हमने देखी, और उसमें रक्षा मंत्री थे। और बड़ा लम्हा है ये भारतीय वायुसेना के लिए भी और भारतीय सेना के लिए भी, क्योंकि ऐसे 15 लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर की क्लियरेंस अभी तक दे दी गई है। 10 वायुसेना के लिए हैं, 5 इंडियन आर्मी के लिए हैं। हालांकि अभी इंडियन एयरफोर्स को 4 की डिलीवरी मिल गई है, आने वाले कुछ महीनों में 6 और मिल जाएंगे। और जहां तक के भारतीय सेना का सवाल है, 1 हेलीकॉप्टर की डिलीवरी मिल गई है भारतीय सेना को, और इस महीने में ही 4 और ऐसे हेलीकॉप्टर आर्मी को भी मिलेंगे। लेकिन HAL जो कि मैन्युफैक्चरर है इसका, उन्होंने साफ कर दिया कि उनके पास क्षमता है इसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ाने के लिए, और 3, 4, 5 साल में 150 हेलीकॉप्टर बनाने की क्षमता है। इसके लिए अगर उन्हें 30 हेलीकॉप्टर हर साल भी बनाने पड़े तो HAL पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। और अगर ऐसा हो सकता है तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी नेहा, क्योंकि फिर जो पुरानी फ्लीट है Mi-35, Mi-25 हेलीकॉप्टर्स की, जो कि रशियन ओरिजिन के हैं, वो पूरी तरह से फेज आउट हो जाएंगे। और क्योंकि लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर काफ़ी यूनिक है, क्योंकि चाहे तेज़ तपती गर्मी हो रेगिस्तान की 50 डिग्री की, या फिर 16,000 फीट पर -50 की टेम्परेचर हो, LCH में वो क्षमताएं हैं। और इसीलिए जो माउंटेनस वॉरफेयर के लिए इसमें कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, ये इसकी वजह से और कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर से बिल्कुल अलग है।
Defense Minister, in fact, earlier tweeted talking about the name Prachand that has been given to the light combat helicopter. He's also shared a video of the new choppers. Now, pictures on your screens are of the sortie that is being undertaken by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. The light combat helicopter has been developed by the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, or HAL. The induction has taken place at Jodhpur, at the airbase at Jodhpur, pictures of which on your screens right now.
इंडक्शन से 2 साल पहले जब चीन के साथ मई 2020 में लद्दाख सेक्टर में तनातनी शुरू हुई थी, तो 2 लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर वहां पे डिप्लॉय कर दिए गए थे, क्योंकि ये जानना चाहती थी वायुसेना कि क्या उसमें वो सारी क्षमताएं हैं जो उस टफ माउंटेनस टेरेन के लिए चाहिए, और क्या क्विक डिप्लॉयमेंट हो सकता है LCH का किसी भी इमरजेंसी सिचुएशन में। और पता चला कि LCH 2 साल पहले, अभी से 2 साल पहले पूरी तरह से सक्षम पाया गया था। तो उसी वक्त एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि थी और राहत थी इंडियन एयरफोर्स के लिए कि LCH जो है 16,000 फीट पर ऑपरेशंस के लिए पूरी तरह से सक्षम था। और डिप्लॉयमेंट भी जो इसका है नेहा, मैं आपको बता दूं, जो आर्मी डिप्लॉयमेंट कर रही है वो ईस्टर्न सेक्टर में कर रही है, चीन का थ्रेट परसेप्शन देखते हुए ही। जो एयरफोर्स का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो रेगिस्तान में भी होगा क्योंकि यहाँ से पाकिस्तान बॉर्डर भी नज़दीक है। इसके अलावा अगर ज़रूरत पड़ी तो जो बर्फीली चोटियाँ हैं 15-16 हज़ार फीट पर, वहाँ पर भी इसका डिप्लॉयमेंट किया जाएगा। जो इसके खास फीचर्स हैं, खास करके इसका जो रोटर डिज़ाइन है वो इसको बहुत ज़्यादा मनूवरेबिलिटी देता है। यही कारण है कि अगर घाटियाँ जहाँ पे फ्लाइंग मुश्किल होती है, टेरेन मुश्किल होती है और बड़े पतले घाटियाँ होती हैं, वहाँ पे इसकी जो मनूवरेबिलिटी और एजिलिटी है इसको जो है बहुत ज़्यादा जो है केपेबल बनाता है और टॉप चॉइस जिसको कह सकते हैं बनाता है उस किस्म के वॉरफेयर के लिए। एंटी टैंक वेपनरी जो इसमें है, पहले हेलिना जिसको कहते थे, हेलीकॉप्टर नाग मिसाइल, उसका जो अपग्रेडेड वर्जन है ध्रुवास्त्र वो इसमें होगा। इसके अलावा 48 रॉकेट जो है कैरी करने की क्षमता है। एक आगे टरेट गन है जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा पोटेंट है, 800 राउंड फायर कर सकती है। जो हेलीकॉप्टर का कॉकपिट है वो पूरा शीशे का है, ग्लास कॉकपिट है, कैनोपी जो है, उससे जो विजिबिलिटी है वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है। तो ये फीचर्स LCH को काफ़ी यूनिक बनाते हैं और यही कारण है कि जो पायलट्स हैं जो इसको उड़ाएंगे वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा उत्साहित हैं, एक्साइटेड हैं और कह रहे हैं कि इस तरह का हेलीकॉप्टर, कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर उन्होंने पहले नहीं उड़ाया।
Well, the design of the chopper is completely Indian, is what we know. Abhishek was talking to us about the specific role also that this chopper fulfills in terms of functioning with very high payload and very high altitude operations as well. The integration in that sense is Indian.
एक बड़ा यूनिक फीचर है जो और कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर्स में नहीं है। और रक्षा मंत्री ने तो खैर रफाल भी उड़ाया था फ्रांस में, जब रफाल का इंडक्शन था। मैं खुद मेरियनैक में उस वक्त वहाँ उपस्थित था इंडक्शन के टाइम, और अब फिर से यहाँ पर भी LCH उड़ाते हुए। और ख़ास बात है कि जो ग्रुप कैप्टन इसको उड़ा रहे हैं, ग्रुप कैप्टन दीपक बिश्नोई, वो इस स्क्वाड्रन के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर हैं। तो प्रचंड तो नाम दिया गया है LCH को, साथ ही साथ तेज तरार नाम स्क्वाड्रन का है, धनुष स्क्वाड्रन। तो सिंबलिज्म भी होता है और जोश हाई रहता है ऐसे मौक़ों पर। मैंने यंग पायलट से भी बात की कि किस तरह का मोराल है, क्या फीलिंग है, क्या बज़ है उनकी स्क्वाड्रन में। तो देख के बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि बहुत उत्साहित थे। कल मैं यहाँ पे एक दिन पहले आ गया था और यहीं पे सारे क्रू और स्टाफ, यंग पायलट्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन हुआ और बहुत ज़्यादा मोराल हाई है। और सब यही कह रहे हैं कि चाहे इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर हो जो कि यहाँ से 100 किलोमीटर है अगर हम बात करें एज द क्रो फ्लाइज, या फिर बर्फीली पहाड़ियाँ हों, हर जगह लड़ने के लिए प्रचंड सक्षम माना जा रहा है।
The light combat helicopter that has now been inducted over the next few years will be the bedrock of attack helicopter formations in the Indian Army and in the Indian Air Force. Right now, 15 of them have been acquired. The 5.8-ton twin-engine helicopter has already completed various weapons firing tests, is what has been confirmed. Right now, the Defence Minister taking a sortie at the Jodhpur Air Base. In fact, he earlier said that this indeed is a momentous occasion, reflecting India's capability in defence, production, Atmanirbharta in that sense.
बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी और अगर 150 हेलीकॉप्टर HAL बना सकता है तो HAL का कहना है कि ना सिर्फ डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्शन लेकिन इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स भी अगर सामने आए तो उनके लिए भी इन 150 से जो है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की जा सकती है। जो पुरानी फ्लीट है मी-25, मी-35 रशियन ओरिजिन के हैं, काफ़ी ज़्यादा पुराने हो गए हैं, उनको फेज आउट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो जिस तरह से LCA तेजस, लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट तेजस के लिए कहा जा रहा है कि वो बैकबोन होगा इंडियन एयरफोर्स की लड़ाकू विमान फाइटर फ्लीट का, उसी तरह से आने वाले सालों में LCH प्रचंड बैकबोन हो सकता है कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर फ्लीट के लिए। और जिस तरह की क्षमताएं इसमें हैं, जो यूनिकनेस इसकी है, वो इसको पूरी तरह से केपेबल समझा जा रहा है। और आने वाले समय में LCH प्रचंड भारतीय वायुसेना ही नहीं लेकिन इंडियन आर्मी के लिए भी बहुत ज़्यादा पोटेंट और यूजफुल मशीन माना जाएगा।
The light combat helicopter has been developed by state-run aerospace major Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This has been primarily designed for deployment in high-altitude regions. It has several similarities with the advanced light helicopter Dhruv, a number of stealth features, armored protection systems, night attack capability, crash-worthy landing gear for better survivability. The induction has taken place at the airbase in Jodhpur. Developed by HAL, and the defense minister earlier today shared a video of the new choppers.
15 का ऑर्डर दिया गया है और 50 का नहीं। अगर ज़रूरत है तो HAL 50 भी दे सकता था, समय शायद थोड़ा और लगता, लेकिन उसके पास कैपेबिलिटी है अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ाने के लिए। ऐसा बार बार HAL बोल चुका है। आज भी HAL के चीफ ने यहाँ पे इस बात को दोहराया कि अगर ज़रूरत होगी तो प्रोडक्शन तेज़ किया जा सकता है। कारगिल युद्ध के समय ये रियलाइजेशन आई थी कि एक लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर की बहुत ज़रूरत है हाई माउंटेनस वॉरफेयर में, खास करके जहां चोटियों पे दुश्मन बैठा हुआ है। लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर लो फ्लाइंग कर सकता है, उनको आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता है और घातक हमले कर सकता है। उसके बाद से 2006 में HAL ने ये प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया ऑफिशियली। 2010 में पहली लैंडिंग हुई, पहला टेक ऑफ हुआ। उसके बाद से बहुत सारे ट्रायल्स टेस्ट का दौर शुरू हुआ, जब सारी रिक्वायरमेंट्स
In fact, today earlier, it was said at the induction ceremony that the LCH is at par better than similar attack helicopters available globally. 15 of LCH have been acquired, and the Defence Ministry and HAL in fact have said that they are in a position to manufacture many such more. It is being estimated that in months to come, 95 of them will be procured by the Defence Ministry, both for the Indian Army and for the Indian Air Force. HAL has said that it has now been delivered to the Indian Air Force. 4 more are going to be delivered within this financial year itself. The light combat helicopter has been developed by state-run aerospace major Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Right now on your screen are live pictures from the Jodhpur airbase of the sortie that has been undertaken by Defence Minister firmly on the pilot's seat right now. Rajnath Singh in that light combat helicopter. This aircraft has been primarily designed for deployment in high altitude regions, and it meets India's needs in that sense. It has several similarities with advanced light helicopter Dhruv, a number of stealth features, armored protection systems, night attack capability, crash-worthy landing gear, and better survivability. The helicopter can be deployed in high-altitude bunker busting operations, counter-insurgency operations as well in jungles and urban environments.
लैंड करने वाला है और जाहिर सी बात है बहुत बढ़िया एक्सपीरियंस रहा होगा रक्षा मंत्री के लिए। और पहले भी उन्होंने इस तरह की उड़ानें भरी हैं और हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि कैसे LCH ना सिर्फ इंडियन एयरफोर्स लेकिन इंडियन आर्मी के लिए भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इंडक्शन है। और जहां एक स्क्वाड्रन तैयार हो गई है इंडियन एयरफोर्स की, 10 में से 4 की डिलीवरी मिल गई है, 6 और कुछ महीनों में हो जाएंगे। वहीं इस महीने के अंत तक इंडियन आर्मी के पास भी 5 अपने लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर्स होंगे। तो साफ मतलब है कि दोनों आर्मी और एयरफोर्स को इसकी ज़रूरत है और जो इंडियन आर्मी की डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो ईस्टर्न सेक्टर में होगी। जाहिर सी बात है चाइना का थ्रेट देखते हुए और जो LCH की खास फीचर्स हैं वो इसको बहुत सक्षम बनाते हैं हाई ऑल्टीट्यूड माउंटेन वॉरफेयर में। टफ टेरेन्स जहाँ हों, जहाँ वैलीज हों, जहाँ पे मनूवर करना एक भारी हेलीकॉप्टर या एयरक्राफ्ट के लिए मुश्किल हो जाता है, वहीं पर LCH जो है बहुत यूज़फुल माना जा रहा है क्योंकि इसकी जो मनूवरेबिलिटी है इसके रोटर एडवांस रोटर सिस्टम की वजह से, उसकी वजह से ये एकदम एक गेम चेंजर जिसको कहते हैं उन एरियाज़ में साबित हो चुका है। जी
Defense Minister at the Jodhpur Air Base and talking about the light combat helicopter formally inducted today. It can be deployed in high altitude bunker busting operations, counter-insurgency operations. The helicopter can also be used against slow moving aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft of adversaries. Abhishek was talking to us about different features like a glass cockpit and a composite airframe structure that have been indigenized into the light combat helicopter. 10 helicopters would be for the Indian Air Force, 5 of them for the Indian Army is what is being said by the Ministry of Defense. Abhishek is at the Jodhpur Air Base and right behind Abhishek I can see the light combat helicopter now making a landing. Am I correct, Abhishek? Talk to us a little more about that.
I would now like to draw your attention towards the light combat helicopter with the Honorable Raksha on board, which after carrying out majestic maneuvers has landed and is now taxiing back towards the dispersal in front of you.
So after about a 15-minute sortie, the LCH Prachand has finally landed back. On board was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. I'm sure it's been an enthralling experience for him. He was being flown by Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi, who happens to be the commanding officer of the 143 helicopter unit, which has been called Dhanush. It's not the first time that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has taken such sorties. In fact, at the induction of Rafale in France, I was also present there. At that point of time, it was a huge moment for the Indian Air Force. It was at that time also that the Defence Minister had very keenly gotten on board the Rafale and done a sortie at that point of time. And once again here, so becoming a tradition of sorts with him. And it's been quite a mesmerizing event, all throughout the traditional water gun cannon salute that was given to welcome the Prachand into the Indian Air Force earlier. And, we've been discussing that this gives an much needed additional firepower to the Indian Air Forces and the Indian Army's capabilities, particularly in high altitude areas. So it's not just the Air Force that is inducting these helicopters, but also the Indian Army. The Indian Army will be inducting all 5 of these by the end of this month. The delivery of the first LCH has already been given to the Army, and rest of the 4 should be coming in by the end of this month, and they will be deployed in the eastern sector, once again keeping the Chinese threat in mind. The Air Force is supposed to get 10 in all. 4 have been delivered by March 2023. All other 6 remaining will also be delivered to the Indian Air Force. But the bigger question is, the LCH has the capability of replacing the aging fleet of the Mi-25s and the Mi-35s of Russian origin. The HAL, that is the manufacturer of the LCH, has made it very clear that it has the capability of manufacturing close to 30 aircraft every year, and in 4 to 5 years, in fact, it can take orders of up to 145, 150 such helicopters. So if that were to happen, it would be a big step in ensuring that just like the LCA Tejas is being seen as the future backbone of the Indian Air Force's fighting aircraft fleet, the LCH Prachand can be the backbone of the combat helicopter fleet for not just the Indian Air Force but also the Indian Army.
Pictures of the Defence Minister and the LCH in which he undertook the sortie, now landing at the Jodhpur Air Base. This is the light combat helicopter that we're getting you all. The details are made in India, made for India, for the Indian situation, typically. Abhishek, once again, take us through the details of the need of the LCH that was felt immediately after the 1999 Kargil War. Pictures of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just taken, and he was flown by Captain Deepak Vishnoi, the commanding officer of the squadron, the Dhanush squadron, 143 helicopter unit based out of Jodhpur. And it's been a great event, a mesmerizing event all throughout, where there was a fly past along with the ALH Dhruv, the LCH Prachand, which has been inducted into the Indian Air Force, and of course the Su-30s that are also deployed at Jodhpur. The water cannon gun salute that was given was also a great sight, and that's the tradition. Whenever there is a new induction into the Indian Air Force, we see that kind of a gun salute also given. Defence Minister, we can see clear pictures now out of the helicopter. It was about a 15-20 minute sortie that he had, and I'm sure it was an enthralling experience that the Defence Minister had. It's not for the first time he's experienced something like this. He's often been on board these kind of aircraft. In fact, at the induction of Rafale in France, I also was present covering the event then. That's also when he took a sortie in the Rafale. So he's always shown his keenness to be part of such events and actually experience the flying. And I've been speaking to the pilots who are going to fly the LCH, and all of them are quite excited, saying that they've not seen or flown a machine like this. One of them very appropriately said, and it's quite a quotable quote, that it flies like a butterfly and stings like a bee. So that's the most apt way somebody could describe the LCH Prachand, which is the newest induction in the Indian Air Force and also in the Indian Army. Out of the 15 light combat helicopters that have got clearance, 10 are meant for the Indian Air Force and 5 are meant for the Indian Army. The Indian Army has also started induction. One has been handed over to them, and by the end of this month, the other remaining 4 will also be handed over to the Indian Army, and these are going to be deployed in the eastern sector, keeping in mind the Chinese threat. As far as the Air Force is concerned, of course, be it the hot deserts of Rajasthan, where temperatures can go up to 50 degrees, and also, deployment at the icy peaks of Ladakh or Siachen at 16,000 feet, the LCH Prachand is capable of carrying out multiple operations in different kinds of terrains.
Multiple operations in different kinds of terrains is what Abhishek is telling us. These are pictures right now of a photo opportunity that you see Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in fact, on your screens, has just undertaken that sortie at the Jodhpur Air Base of India's Made in India LCH, which is a light combat helicopter, and the induction formally done today. The first batch of indigenously developed light combat helicopters have been inducted into the Indian Air Force. These are pictures coming in from Jodhpur Air Base with the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh undertaking that sortie. Indeed a proud moment.
3, 2, 1, no. Ready, sir? 3, 2, 1, no.
Okay, we have that photo opportunity right now. We're getting you those live pictures from the Jodhpur Air Base right now. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, the Defence Minister now, in fact, was in that photo opportunity. Just take us through the details of what do you really see around you.
Say that, this is the end of the ceremony that was carried out for the induction. This was the grand finale of the Defence Minister doing a sortie in LCH Prachand. And then, he got together for a group photograph with some of the personnel of the squadron here. So big moment, not just for the Indian Air Force, for the armed forces, but also for the families of so many personnel, who've been waiting for the induction of the LCH here at Jodhpur. And also a big salute to several, people at HAL, the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the manufacturer of this light combat helicopter. And, hopefully in years to come, we'll see many more such light combat helicopters that will be part of the Indian forces. The Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force needs many more of these. It just needs a green signal from the government. The HAL says they have the capability and the capacity to enhance and speed up manufacturing. And at this point of time, the HAL is saying that they can manufacture up to 30 light combat helicopters a year, which means they are ready to take orders of up to 150 such helicopters over the next few years.
Getting you all the details from Jodhpur Air Base, where the ceremony is now concluded. Much talked about and much awaited induction, the formal induction of India-made, indigenously developed light combat helicopters. Abhishek has been taking us to the journey of the light combat helicopters named Prachand. These are India-made light combat helicopters. Abhishek, you've been telling us the need for which was felt after the 1999 Kargil War. Abhishek.
Light combat helicopter is the Honorable Rajnath on board, which, after carrying out majestic maneuvers, has landed and is now taxiing back towards the dispersal in front of you.
My colleague Shivarur, who is one of the first journalists to experience flying this light combat helicopter. He was the first to sit in the cockpit of the light combat helicopter. And the first journalist to fly the LCH is the only English journalist to fly this helicopter so far. Filed this report earlier. Take a look.
Say namaste to the light combat helicopter. Developed and test flown for nearly a decade by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the light combat helicopter is not just made in India, but custom built for India's unique battlefield conditions, from the deserts of Rajasthan to the super high altitudes of Ladakh. But what better way to get acquainted with the light combat helicopter than by taking a spin in one? I was invited by HAL's test team to strap into this helicopter and get a never-before taste of what this Swadeshi combat chopper is truly all about. India Today has been invited to be the first journalist team to fly in and experience the light combat helicopter developed and tested by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This is India's first attack helicopters. It has missiles, it has rockets, it has guns, and we happen to be the first ever media crew who's going to get a taste of the light combat helicopter. For a flight in the LCH, I have to get into the full pilot kit, from overalls to flying boots. Joined by HAL test pilot Wing Commander Subhash John, we walk out onto the airfield to the waiting helicopter, soaking in the unforgiving Bengaluru sun. And it is here that I receive a crucial part of the flying experience I'm about to have. A combat flying helmet equipped with a helmet-mounted sight. An electro-optical system used by pilots to point various weapons at their targets. But more on that in just a bit. First, the inside of the light combat helicopter itself. Constructed with a sleek tandem cockpit rather than the usual side-by-side seats on other helicopter types, the LCH from the outside sports a stealthy front profile that also gives adversaries a smaller, harder target to latch onto. Wing Commander Subhash and I belt up, and then the engines come on. The rumble of the twin Shakti turboshaft engines come to life, rapidly turning the rotors into a steady chop. The helicopter is now ready to taxi out. With all checks done and cleared by air traffic control, the LCH gently lifts off. In airspace over Bengaluru, the light combat helicopter is put through a series of maneuvers, demonstrating its agility in the air and carefully customized flying qualities. The effortless handling that Wing Commander Subhash demonstrates at low altitude validates the years of tough flight testing that has gone into refining the LCH into the flying machine it is today. Returning to the tarmac after a 25-minute flight, I've just had the most personal possible tryst with an aircraft that stands on the threshold of Indian military service.
Big day for India and a big boost to Indian Air Force's combat prowess is what has been said by the Defence Minister as he undertook that sortie of the light combat helicopter named Prachand. This is India-made, indigenously made in India light combat helicopter. India has witnessed today the induction of the first made in India light combat helicopter. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in fact, who is at the Jodhpur Air Base, has spoken. Let's listen in.
वर्षा हो रही हो तब भी ये फ्लाई कर सकता है और साथ ही साथ अपने टारगेट को अटैक करने की भी क्षमता इस लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर में है। यह दुनिया के जितने भी इस प्रकार के हेलीकॉप्टर्स हैं उनमें एक बेहतरीन यह लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर है। जैसा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का संकल्प था कि यहाँ पर इंडिजिनस सारे प्लेटफार्म्स, वेपन्स और यह हेलीकॉप्टर्स और प्लेन्स बनने चाहिए, तो उनके इसी मंशा के अनुरूप, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की मंशा के अनुरूप ही यह लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर जो कि पूरी तरह से इंडिजिनस है वह बना है। इसमें मिसाइल के द्वारा भी मार सकता है, अन्य भी बहुत सारे दूसरे इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जिनके द्वारा भी यह अटैक कर सकता है। लेकिन अटैक उसी पर करेगा जो कि भारत का दुश्मन होगा।
सर, आपकी पहली सॉर्टी कैसी रही, कैसा अनुभव रहा?
बहुत ही कंफर्टेबल थी, बहुत ही स्मूथ थी और हमारे साथ मिस्टर दीपक बिश्नोई, ये उसमें पायलट थे जिन्होंने मुझे फ्लाई किया। ही वॉज द फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर।
सर, तो अब हम मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड कर रहे हैं, मेक फॉर वर्ल्ड कर रहे हैं हम लोग, मेक इन इंडिया के साथ साथ
हम मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड।
सर, आपने इससे पहले भी हेलीकॉप्टर में सॉटी ली है, आपको लगता है कि जो विदेशी अपाचे है या तमाम हेलीकॉप्टर से उनको बीट कर सकता है ये हेलीकॉप्टर?
नहीं नहीं, अपने बहुत ही बेहतरीन हेलीकॉप्टर है। मैं समझता हूं कि एक हेलीकॉप्टर की दूसरे हेलीकॉप्टर से तुलना करने की भी कोई बहुत ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि इतना मैंने कहा, यह दिन में भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, रात को भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी मौसम में फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी एल्टीट्यूड पर फ्लाई कर सकता है, और साथ ही अपने टारगेट को अटैक भी कर सकता है।
सर, भारतीय सेना को भी दरकार
ये
है।
अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर।
सर, भारतीय सेना को भी चाहिए ये हेलीकॉप्टर।
वैसे भारतीय सेना भी तो इसका उपयोग करेगी।
सर, आपने तेजस में भी फ्लाई किया, LCH, आपको लगता है कि रक्षा मंत्री के फ्लाई करने से दुनिया को भरोसा होगा भारत के प्रोडक्ट से?
नहीं, दुनिया में भारत के प्रति भरोसा बढ़ता जा रहा है, और आप सब जानते हैं कि हर मामले में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जगत में भारत की प्रतिष्ठा बड़ी तेजी के साथ बढ़ी है। और मैं तो कह सकता हूँ
सर, नाम के ऊपर कुछ कहना चाहिए?
प्रचंड, मैं समझता हूँ प्रचंड इस शब्द को डिफाइन करने की जरूरत नहीं है। यह स्वयं में ही प्रचंड जो संदेश देना चाहिए अपने दुश्मन को, वह संदेश देने में यह पर्याप्त है।
Okay, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who just undertook that sortie, listing out the kind of things that the LCH made in India Prachand is capable of. This is the formal induction of India-made light combat helicopter. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here news continues on the other side. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Some news just coming in as Rahul Gandhi leads the Bharat Jodo Yatra and Karnataka pro-Kannada organizations have hit out at the Congress and Rahul Gandhi. Pro-Kannada groups have warned Congress party not to use Rahul Gandhi's image on the Karnataka flag and have demanded an apology from Rahul Gandhi. This comes after Congress used the image of Rahul Gandhi on the Karnataka flag.
They are using the Kannada flag for the Rahul Gandhi photo in Mysore. I will condemn the photo on Kannada flag because it is Kannadiga related flag. It is a government, almost all it's a government flag. When Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka, that time they changed the Kannada flag. That time all over Karnataka they protested. All Kannadigas has protested. So then he changed this issue. So now once again Rahul Gandhi photo on Kannadiga. It is shame to Congress.
My colleague Rahul Gautam is getting us more details on that story, joining us right now from Mandya and Karnataka. Rahul, what is the Karnataka Congress saying? Why was this done?
Well, I myself spoke with Mr. Priyank Kharge, who is a very senior leader of Karnataka Congress, and in fact he said that Congress party has always believed in Kannada pride. In fact, he said that it was Congress party and during Congress party's government when the party had proposed a state flag. However, it was rejected. The proposal was rejected by BJP at that point of time, and in fact he dared BJP to come up within an official notification on Karnataka's flag. In fact, he asked me that, do you know which flag is official Karnataka flag? Basically, he was trying to tell us that since there is no official flag as we speak now, and since the BJP is in power both in state and central government, why don't they go ahead and declare Karnataka flag? Which is obviously going to be a matter of pride for Karnataka. But you can expect that this issue is certainly going to become a major flashpoint between BJP and Congress, because BJP is hitting very hard on this issue. In fact, they are saying that initially the Congress party was not ready to settle this issue of Karnataka flag as to what are going to be the insignia and what is going to be the basic specification of the flag. And now they are using Rahul Gandhi's picture on Karnataka flag, which is nothing but a mere but a sheer insult to Karnataka's pride. So therefore, you can expect that this is certainly going to escalate in coming days. However, the Congress party is trying to deflect the criticism. In fact, they are attacking BJP over the same issue, saying that why don't BJP declare Karnataka flag since there is a double engine sarkar both in central level at the state level. And in fact, he also said, Mr. Kharge also told me that the BJP is only raising this issue to fan passion in the state. Otherwise, had they been interested, they would have already declared an official flag of Karnataka people.
Yes, but this again is a controversy given that it involves Karnataka pride and sentiment, and this is the state that is going to polls. An issue, clearly, a controversy that Congress could have avoided, isn't it? Rahul.
Well, absolutely, yes. And, ever since this yatra entered into Karnataka, this yatra has become a major flashpoint between BJP and Congress. The Congress party is trying to create this narrative that BJP is trying to discredit this yatra by, raising these non-serious issues. On the other hand, the BJP is saying that by using Rahul Gandhi's picture on Karnataka flag, they have shown their anti-Kannadiga mindset. And it seems that both the parties are on war path. You rightly pointed out that this issue or this controversy could have been easily avoided or averted by the Congress leader. However, it seems that not many people recognize that this issue has a potential to actually dent the electoral prospects of the Congress party here in Karnataka. However, the Congress party is now putting in clear words that it was Congress party, Congress government that actually proposed official flag for Karnataka people. On the other hand, the BJP at that point of time rejected that proposal, opposed this proposal, and even though they are in power in state and at the central level, they are still not doing it, which basically shows that how they are not interested in giving pride and giving due respect to Karnataka flag.
And this time again, Rahul, it's not just the BJP that has raised this issue, but these are pro-Kannada organizations also saying that this is hurting the pride of the state, isn't it? So it's not just a political issue.
Well, absolutely, and as I was telling you earlier also, you can expect or you can be assured that this issue is certainly going to become a major political issue here in Karnataka, given the fact that BJP is also getting support and endorsement from these pro-Kannada groups who are putting clear words that the flag of Karnataka state should not be used or should not be politicized, for electoral campaigns. So you can expect that it's certainly going to escalate. We have to really wait and watch that whether pro-Kannada groups who have already objected, about using Rahul Gandhi's picture on Karnataka's flag, whether they're going to hit street. Because if in case they're going to hit streets, then it's certainly going to be a problem as far as Congress party is concerned, because then they would be seen on the wrong side of the track, and then you can expect that they would also be facing damage as far as polls are concerned.
Rahul, I'm thanking you for the moment. My colleague Rahul Gautam reporting from Mandya in Karnataka on that story and that controversy. Let's now take a look at stories from across the country in brief in a national wrap here. Union Home Minister Amit Shah begins his 3-day packed scheduled visit to Jammu and Kashmir. During his visit, he's going to be arriving in Jammu at 5 this evening, meeting delegations of Gujars, Bakrawals and Yuva Rajput Sabha. His schedule for the 4th to the 5th of October includes paying obeisance at the Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in the Riyasi district. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's security has been beefed up following inputs about threat to his life. Reacting to this, Shinde said he isn't scared as he does not pay attention to threats like these. He's also gone on to say nobody can stop him from working for the people. Taking a jab at the Congress leader D.K. Shivakumar, who was seen crying during the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, BJP leader C.T. Ravi said he wasn't aware of the artist inside the Congress Neta. He also went on to say that D.K. Shivakumar entered politics by mistake and could have won an Oscar if he was an actor. Tamil Nadu BJP chief K. Annamalai has accused a DMK MLA of demanding bribe. Annamalai shared a video on Twitter which purportedly shows Ambur legislator A.C. Bilvanathan in conversation with Panchayat heads. DMK MLA has said allegations are baseless and the video does not really show him seeking any commission. Also saying the video caught him criticizing the Tirupathur MLA. Students in the Play Center School of Hataj village in Nadiad in Kheda district of Gujarat were made to perform Tajia instead of Garba during a function. The school hosted one-day Garba event where a Muslim teacher allegedly forced the children to perform to Tajia music instead of Garba. Locals have submitted a memorandum to the district collector demanding action against the teacher. It's time for a quick break here on the other side. Bhagavad Gita Park has been vandalized in Canada. We're getting you all the details on the other side of this break.
A A beautiful example of Hindu-Muslim harmony has surfaced, and this time even the prisoners, as a part of a reformation as well and harmony, have got together in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar, where prisoners from the Muslim community along with the Hindu prisoners are participating in the ongoing Navratri celebrations, dancing, being together at this moment. Just like Hindus, some of the Muslims were also seen taking a fast and sending out a message of communal harmony. The prison has 3,000 prisoners, about which about 200 are Muslim prisoners who are also now joining in the Navratri celebrations. Now, the jail administration has hailed the gesture, saying they're all doing it willingly and this is a part of the festival there being celebrated.
यहाँ कारागार में सभी संप्रदाय के बंदी संप्रदाय निरपेक्ष होकर अपनी पूजा उपासना करते हैं कि सभी धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में सभी लोग प्रतिभाग करते हैं। अभी नवरात्र में भी लगभग 218 मुस्लिम बंदी व्रत रख रहे हैं। कुल 1104 हिंदू हैं जिनमें, और इस तरह से सारे बंदी आपस में मिलके अच्छा नवरात्रि का त्यौहार मना रहे हैं, व्रत रख रहे हैं, और इस तरह से एक बड़ा सकारात्मक वातावरण देखने को मिल रहा है।
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back to India has condemned the vandalization of a park sign in Canada named after the Bhagavad Gita, calling it a hate crime. The Indian High Commission in Canada demanded a probe in this matter. The park, previously called Troyes Park, was renamed as Sri Bhagavad Gita Park and unveiled on the 28th of September. The event comes just 10 days after India issued an advisory for Indian nationals and students in Canada to remain vigilant, as there was a sharp increase in hate crimes and anti-India activities. It is not the first such incident that has been reported in Canada. Earlier as well, we had reports of Gandhi statues getting vandalized. Stories from across the world in brief now. Let's take a look. At least 125 people have been killed and dozens injured in a riot at an Indonesian football stadium. Thousands of fans of Rima FC stormed the pitch at Kanjuruhan Stadium after the team lost 3-2 to Persibaya Surabaya. Large number of students at the Sharif University in Tehran have been trapped in campus. Videos on social media appear to show students running away from forces. Apparent gunshots fired. Anti-government protests have erupted after the death of a woman detained by the morality police. Pope Francis has for the first time directly appealed to Russia's President Putin to stop this increasing cases of violence and death in Ukraine. The Pope has condemned Russia's annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions, calling on President Zelensky to be open to any serious peace proposal. The death toll from Hurricane Ian climbed to more than 80 on Sunday. Residents in Florida and Carolina faced recovery expected to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Some officials faced criticism over their response to the storm. Brazilian President Bolsonaro took an early lead in the initial tally of the country's presidential election on Sunday, ahead of the challenger Lula da Silva, whose Workers' Party draws more support from regions that are slower to report. Well, that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all news and updates, do log on to our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
So sorry.
Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. In association with ACO, download the app now.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. You're watching Lunch Break and let's begin with the headlines first. Proud moment for India and a massive boost for our forces. IAF inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh carries out sortie of the newly inducted Prachand. Bomb scare on Indian airspace. An Iranian flight heading to China received threat on board to land in Delhi. It was escorted outside India after refusing to land in Jaipur and Chandigarh. Rahul Gandhi faces flack from pro-Kannada groups after his face was put on posters with Karnataka flag during Bharat Jodo Yatra. One dead and several injured after helium tank burst in market in Tamil Nadu's Trichy. A Durga Pandal caught fire in UP's Bhadoi, in which 5 people have lost their lives, while several others suffered burns and injuries. Massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata, where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, Durga idol was shown slaying an asur resembling Mahatma Gandhi. After the uproar, it has now been removed. Breaking news just coming in. It's a big update on the Delhi liquor gate row. Close aide of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, Vijay Nair, has been produced before a CBI court. This after his 5-day remand ended. Nalini joins us for the very latest. Nalini, what can you add as far as the liquor gate row is concerned? Vijay Nair been produced before a CBI court. What next?
Well, Chaiti, what we're waiting for now is for the hearing to happen, and we have to wait and watch out for whether or not the CBI is going to be asking for further custody. Considering that the courts are on the Shara vacation, he's being produced before a duty magistrate. So it is likely that CBI might ask for further custody because he's been in custody for 5 days now. And of course, interrogations have happened through the CBI officials. And also details of what has happened during the course of these 5 days will be put forth before the court. It's not going to be a very long hearing because, like I told you, he's being produced before a duty magistrate. So the magistrate who's available in case of emergency hearings like this while the courts are off on vacation. So it's not going to be a very long hearing because it's not before the regular judge. But CBI might be asking for further custody and might also be putting certain facts before the court on what they've investigated during the past 5 days that Vijay Nair has been in custody. It's no doubt a big setback to Aam Aadmi Party, the fact that Vijay Nair has been arrested, because not only is he said to be a close aide of Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, but he is also very crucial for Aam Aadmi Party in the strategies that they make regarding their national significance. So we're given to understand that it was Vijay Nair who was in touch with several liquor vendors during the time that this excise policy was being modified. And at the same time, even for political matters, Vijay Nair is somebody who has a lot of significant say. On paper, he is of course said to be the communications in charge, but sources indicate that he might be a lot more than just the communications in charge. So that is essentially why he was also the person who was in touch with
Just to give a background, Nalini, for our viewers as well, how did Vijay Nair's involvement grow vis-a-vis the Aam Aadmi Party and hence the alleged Liquorgate scam as well?
Well, Chaiti, like I was just telling you, the reason why he was closely involved in this entire liquor policy is because
Vijay Nair is somebody who has the ear of the top leadership within the Aam Aadmi Party regarding crucial, significant decisions, not just with regard to the liquor policy, but like I was telling you, even with regard to their political ambitions. But talking about his involvement specifically in the liquor policy case, he's said to be the person who was in touch with liquor vendors. And remember, the allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party leadership is that there were undue favors that were given while this entire liquor policy was modified to certain people. So Vijay Nair is the crucial link between the senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party and the liquor vendors to whom these undue favors were given when this entire excise policy was being modified. We are also given to understand that Vijay Nair was given a cut of 6% to make these transactions happen. So he is a very crucial link, which is essentially why he's been arrested by the CBI. While the CBI was arguing during the first time around when they just arrested him for his custody, they had put out all of these facts before the court, and it was on the basis of that the 5-day custody was granted. Now at the end of his 5-day custody, he's again being produced before the court, and the hearing is yet to happen.
Thanks, Nalini, for joining us with the very latest details. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. We're cutting straight across to it. The breaking news coming in is about days after ban on PFI, Delhi police has registered an FIR in the PFI case at Shaheen Bagh police station. FIR has been registered under UAPA and investigation is underway. After the FIR, 3 properties of PFI were seized in Delhi under Section 8 of the UAPA. According to the FIR, PFI used to carry out suspicious activities from these offices. Delhi police has searched these properties and they've now seized them. Arvind Ojha gets us more details on this. Arvind, बताइए इस मामले में तहकीकात कहां तक पहुंची है? PFI के बैन होने के बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने FIR रजिस्टर किया है शाहीन बाग पुलिस स्टेशन में अगेंस्ट द PFI. बताइए कहां तक के तहकीकात पहुंची है?
देखिए, PFI के बैन होने के बाद भारत सरकार ने एक और नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया था जिसमें दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर को कहा गया था कि जो पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया की साउथ ईस्ट दिल्ली में खासतौर पे शाहीन जामिया में जो प्रॉपर्टीज है उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके उस पर प्रॉपर एक्शन लिया जाए। जिसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस कमिश्नर के आदेश के बाद शाहीन बाग थाने में PFI के और PFI के मेंबर्स पर UAPA के तहत केस रजिस्टर किया गया। दिल्ली पुलिस फोर्सेज ने कहा है कि UAPA के सेक्शन 8 के तहत PFI की 3 प्रॉपर्टीज में सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया गया और उसके बाद उसको सीज किया गया। ये 3 ऑफिस वही है जहां से एजेंसीज का कहना है कि अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज को अंजाम दिया जाता था। जिसके बाद पूरा इन्वेस्टिगेशन लॉन्च किया, शाहीन बाग पुलिस स्टेशन में FIR रजिस्टर की। उसके बाद 3 प्रॉपर्टी जो शाहीन बाग और जामिया में है उन प्रॉपर्टीज को सीज किया गया है। जय
Bilkul. Arvind, thank you for getting us those details. Arvind Ojha is tracking the story closely and he'll be getting us more information as it comes along from our sources in the Delhi police. Meanwhile, more breaking news coming in. Heat on DMK government. This after a 45-year-old woman died by suicide on Saturday night, blaming DMK functionary and his wife for her death. The victim was arrested after she had a quarrel with the DMK leader and his wife, though she was later granted bail. In her suicide note, Kokila claims she went into depression after false case was filed against her. Upset over Kokila's death, her relatives protested outside the Kiramangalam police station and staged a road roko demanding the arrest of the DMK functionary. So there's heat growing now clearly on the DMK functionary after the 45-year-old woman died by suicide on Saturday night, blaming the functionary, blaming the DMK functionary's wife too for her death. The victim was arrested after she had a quarrel with DMK leader and his wife. She was later granted bail, and in her suicide note as well, Kokila has claimed she went into depression after false case was filed against her. Her relatives are now protesting outside the Kiramangalam police station, staging a road roko demanding the arrest of DMK functionary. Big question arising on whether he will be arrested or and eventually also be interrogated or not. We'll continue to keep a close watch on the story, but we've got Pramod with us Let's try to bring Pramod on the story to get us more details, because the woman has died by suicide and blamed the DMK functionary for the death by suicide. She takes her own life after the quarrel with the Neta. The victim has narrated shocking ordeal in the suicide note too. We also have to wait and watch to see how the DMK responds to this. Pramod Madhav is now joining us for the latest. Pramod, a couple of questions really arise in terms of how the DMK first is reacting to this information and what is their official stance on the suicide note, which has been left by the 45-year-old woman who alleges that she died by suicide on the back of depression caused by her through the DMK functionary and his wife.
Mentioning what has happened, and she said that 10 days ago she was arrested by two policemen who didn't even want to listen to her side of the story, claiming that she was trying to intimidate her, trying to kill someone. That was the charges against her, and she was taken to a prison. For a normal person, this will cause extreme torment and torture. She had undergone that, and even after that, the Kokila said that after she got bail and came back home, they once again tried threatening her, claiming that she would be put back into the prison. And in fact, because of this torture, her husband left her, and it was 10 days since he did not return. And that's the reason she said that she has taken this drastic step. Now the relatives of Kokila are demanding action. They want Bibi Kumar, the DMK functionary from Pudukkottai, and his wife Bhuvana to be arrested. DMK is yet to react on this matter.
All right, leave it at that. Pramod, thanks for the update that is coming in on this story. Getting more breaking news coming in, cutting straight across. Samajwadi Party patron Rajnath Singh Yadav, health update coming in. That's the breaking news. He's now admitted in the critical care unit of Medanta Hospital, and there is a comprehensive team of specialists who are working on his treatment, is the update that we're getting at the moment. Samajwadi Party patron Mulayam Singh's health update coming in right there. Remember, he was hospitalized on Sunday, and we're bringing his health update to you. Right now, there are a team of doctors who are working on his treatment for the moment. He's been admitted, as I just mentioned, in the Medanta Hospital. Ashutosh now joins us live for the very latest. Ashutosh, how is he doing at the moment?
Well, Chaiti, there are two updates. One, he's been admitted to the critical care unit. He was, brought here at Medanta yesterday and then put in ICU. Later, he was transferred to the CCU, but is on the ventilator. And team of the expert doctors are monitoring his health at the moment. Akhilesh Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, Dimple Yadav, many of these family members are here at the Medanta Hospital. In the meanwhile, Samajwadi Party has issued the statement for the party cadre leader and supporters not to gather at Medanta. At the timely update about health of MSY will be updated to the people, to the supporters, to the party who are really concerned and well-wishers. So these are the two updates that is coming from Gurgaon. What we are hearing, that he remains critical, but the team of the doctors, expert doctors, are monitoring his health. But for now, he seems to be stable, and that's exactly why the Medanta Hospital has issued a health bulletin so far about his health is concerned.
All right, so that's the latest coming in at the moment. Ashutosh bringing us those latest updates coming in from the Medanta Hospital, which is now where the Samajwadi Party leader has been moved in the critical care unit. He is being worked on by a team of specialists who are treating Mulayam Singh Yadav. That's the latest coming in at the moment. In a major development, Indian Air Force fighter jets were scrambled from Jodhpur to Punjab to intercept an Iranian passenger jet over a bomb scare. Soon after the inputs were received by the security agencies regarding the bomb threat, ground forces were activated and two Su-30 MKI fighter jets were scrambled to intercept this particular plane. The Mahan Airlines flight was flying towards China and reported a bomb threat while flying in Indian airspace. The aircraft then sought permission to land at the Delhi airbase but was denied permission to do so, and it was accompanied by the two jets continuously. The aircraft, however, was cleared later of any bomb threat, and then it was allowed to move towards its destination, which is China. Meanwhile, the RAF has issued a statement saying that the plane was given an option of making an emergency landing in Jodhpur or Chandigarh, but the official communication came from Iran to ignore this particular threat. The flight was escorted out of Indian airspace and was monitored rather closely.
तेहरान से चाइना के लिए डेस्टिन थी फ्लाइट IRN 081 और बीच में ही इसको शायद कोई सस्पिशन रहा होगा कि भाई देयर इज़ ए बॉम्ब स्कैर, तो उसके लिए फिर हमें अलर्ट पे रखा गया कि अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम होती है या कुछ गड़बड़ होती है तो हमें अपने स्टैंड बाई पोजीशन को सुदृढ़ करना पड़ा और हमें अपनी गाड़ियों को पोजीशन करना पड़ा।
Yeah, I just saw this news on your channel. If information like that comes about for a bomb threat, it's taken very seriously, and the fact that the fighters were scrambled to intercept this aircraft is part of a SOP. The fact that he detoured and sort of came overhead or somewhere close to Delhi would have activated our air defense. And there are procedures in place. There is standard operating procedure. This especially happened after the attacks in New York on the 9/11, the World Trade Center. And the Air Force has elements embedded with the civil ATCs to activate in just such an emergency that happened today. I'm sure the air defense system of the Air Force is keeping a close track, like it does for all tracks, but especially this track, to monitor further activities.
The connectivity between civil aviation, military aviation, that is in this case the Air Force, ground control, and also air monitoring, I don't think we could have done this better. But there are two questions which remain unanswered. Why didn't Mahan Air or Iran inform India directly? That raises questions. Secondly, why did it come from Pakistan? Thirdly, why did the pilot refuse to land in Jaipur? It's not his business to refuse a landing when he's in an emergency. So clearly he was not in an emergency, or at least his assessment was this is not a bomb threat in the true sense, maybe a hoax call. That's why he chose very gingerly to go along the advice that he received either from Mahan Air or within the cockpit from his colleagues, that it is best to proceed.
My colleague Akshita Nandagopal now explains how the flight changed its route on the map. Over to you, Akshita, for more on this.
We've opened up here is a live tracker of this current flight that we're talking about. It took off from Tehran. This that you see here in grey that's been marked out, this was the projected flight path, what would usually be the journey from Tehran to Guangzhou in China. But along the way, you can see that there's a detour. The green is the path that the flight ended up taking. And let's zoom in further to show you what happened. Now, the information that we just put out for our viewers also explained how, in fact, it was flying over Pakistan. Lahore ATS then gave an alert to the ATS in India, to Delhi ATS, suggesting that there was something that was happening with regards to this flight and that there was, in fact, a bomb threat. Now, once they moved down, we understand there was constant communications between the pilots and the ATC. Once they moved into India, you can see here that they made several circles close to Delhi. Now, they went round and round here. Now, we understand that from two locations, that was from Rajasthan as well as in Punjab, you had, in fact, two Su-30 jets moving in to ensure that they can then accompany this passenger jet. Now, after doing several circles here, while the Delhi airport, there, in fact, the ATC mentioned that we're fully prepared for any eventuality. After moving several times, the pilot took a call that there was no need for them to touch down and decided to make their way then to their original destination, to Guangzhou, which is what you see happening here. That there is the projected flight path, but because of this bomb scare, the flight briefly was diverted off its scheduled path, came into India, moved around very close to Delhi. Here are several loops that you see here, and then now, as you can see, making its way towards its destination, has gotten out of Indian airspace, as you can see, moved past Bangladesh, looks like, and moving towards China now. So brief scare there that was witnessed early this morning. We understand that the call that came in to Indian officials, to the ATC here in India, was at about 9:30 in the morning. 9:20 is what we're roughly picking up from our reporters. That's when they received a call that this flight was making a way into Indian airspace, which wasn't projected to happen, because you can see how the flight path was actually initially moving that way, but then went right in, came close to Delhi as well, and then flew out after several loops that the pilot decided to take, then realized that there was no need for them to touch down, perhaps realized that the bomb threat also was a hoax, and decided to move on to the projected flight path, and they're headed now to their destination.
Let's now take a look at the top national stories of the day. At least 6 people died and 64 were injured in a fire in Durga Puja Pandal at Bhadoi, Uttar Pradesh. Around 300 people were inside the pandal at the time of the incident. 3 children, 2 women have died in the incident. A helium tank of a balloon vendor burst in a crowded market in Trichy in Tamil Nadu on Sunday night. At least 1 killed, 6 injured, several vehicle glasses destroyed. Police collected CCTV visuals that showed the exact moment of the blast and are on the lookout for the balloon vendor. 2 labourers were trapped after a building collapse amidst demolition process in Gurugram. The rescue operation is underway to pull out those trapped under the debris. 3 people were detained in Karaikudi, Tamil Nadu for rash driving and causing danger to commuters after a video of their failed stunt attempt went viral. The trio were involved in a stunt where one of them attempted to stand on a moving bike while crossing a bus stand but lost balance and fell to the ground. A controversy erupted after Durga Puja in Kolkata, organized by the All India Hindu Mahasabha, depicted the Mahisasura as Mahatma Gandhi. However, after pressure coming in from Ministry of Home Affairs, the organizers of the puja changed and removed the face. An example of religious harmony has come to light from UP's Muzaffarnagar, where Muslim prisoners along with Hindu prisoners are participating in the ongoing Navratri celebrations in the district jail. Just like Hindus, the Muslims are also fasting and they're sending out message of communal harmony. The jail has over 3,000 prisoners, of which more than 210 Muslim prisoners are taking part in the Navratri celebrations. The jail administration hailed the gesture and said they're doing it willingly.
यहाँ कारागार में सभी संप्रदाय के बंदी संप्रदाय निरपेक्ष होकर अपनी पूजा उपासना करते हैं। सभी धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में सभी लोग प्रतिभाग करते हैं। अभी नवरात्र में भी लगभग 218 मुस्लिम बंदी व्रत रख रहे हैं। कुल 1104 हिंदू हैं जिनमें, और इस तरह से सारे बंदी आपस में मिलके अच्छा नवरात्रि का त्यौहार मना रहे हैं, व्रत रख रहे हैं, और इस तरह से एक बड़ा सकारात्मक वातावरण देखने को मिल रहा है।
That's it from me, Chaiti Narula, on this bulletin. For more news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app. Coming up next is our entertainment show in the club. Keep watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
But would U.S. forces defend the island?
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
我们敦促美方充分认识台湾问题的极端重要性和高度敏感性，恪守一个中国原则。
We are not moving, we're not encouraging their being independent. We're not, that's their decision.
Nancy Pelosi's visit, multiple military exercises, and a lot of back and forth discussions and warnings. Taiwan is still looming under an attack threat. China has time and again warned the United States about the consequences of interfering in the One China policy. Amid the constant warnings, Joe Biden came on record and said that the United States would defend Taiwan. China has been flexing its military power at the Taiwan Strait by conducting several military drills. In fact, at the recent SCO meeting, Putin and Jinping discussed the state of Ukraine and Taiwan. Although the island country says it is independent, China's policies do not recognize Taiwan as a separate country. Xi Jinping has vowed to bring Taiwan under Beijing's control, and they haven't ruled out the use of force. But Taiwan strongly objects to China's sovereignty claims. Ever since Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China has invaded Taiwan's airspace and conducted many hostile military attacks across the Taiwan Strait. Despite the United States saying they will support Taiwan in case of an attack, China's ministry spokesperson has delivered a clear warning.
我们愿以最大诚意，尽最大努力，争取和平统一的前景。同时，我们绝不容忍任何旨在分裂国家的活动，保留采取一切必要措施的选项。任何人都不要低估中国人民捍卫国家主权和领土完整的坚强决心、坚定意志、强大能力。不要站在14亿中国人民的对立面。
We agree with what we signed on to a long time ago, and that there's a one China policy, that Taiwan makes their own judgments about their independence. We are not moving, we're not encouraging their being independent. We're not, that's their decision.
Both the statements come from the same day. After Biden's statement, Taiwan welcomed the United States' support. It said that Biden's words reflect United States' rock-solid security commitment to Taiwan.
The World Health Organization only very recently cited a report to talk about the fact that over 144 million people could be affected by long COVID. In fact, there is enough anecdotal evidence over the last almost 3 years and also several data that seems to be suggesting that long after recovery, there are signs and symptoms and problems associated with COVID-19. And that in short is long COVID. Long COVID is a serious medical condition. In December 2021, the World Health Organization had identified long COVID as post-COVID-19 condition comprising a constellation of long-term symptoms that some people experience after they have had COVID-19 and had named the ones suffering from it as long haulers. Now, doctors at Delhi's premiermost All India Institute of Medical Sciences have spoken particularly about 3 kinds of symptoms that are associated with long COVID. This is primarily a brain attack or stroke in arteries. Post-COVID, doctors say there can be development of complications in the brain. There are immediate acute situations like brain attack or stroke in arteries, veins, or brain inflammation. However, doctors have said that research is underway to understand this better.
So we are very clear that COVID, even though mild, may affect people for a longer duration over up to a year and create increased incidence of heart attack, strokes. We know that COVID itself in the acute phases causes increased incidence of strokes related to clotting, related to inflammation of the arteries, also increased incidence of clots in the brain causing strokes and clots in the lungs. But we are concerned about the long-term effects also.
Doctors say that there has been an increase in brain and heart-related issues during the second wave of the pandemic. In the current scenario, more data is required is what they say. In fact, according to Dr. Ashok Seth, chairman of the Fortis Escorts Heart Institute, a study found says there is an increase of 60% of the incidence of heart-related issues and neurological disorders. The way forward is never to ignore any of the symptoms that have cropped up and also consult a doctor immediately. Long COVID is associated with any kind of COVID infection, even though the infection per se would be mild. There is nothing that's going to really rule long COVID out. This means that COVID, even though mild, may affect people for a longer duration up to a year and create increased incidence of heart attacks and strokes.
Hello, welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Dipali Patel. This is where we get you the best from the world of entertainment. First up, the biggest news of the week. Superstar Salman Khan is back on the small screen with the 16th season of his hit reality TV show Bigg Boss. But what made the most headlines over the weekend was when filmmaker Sajid Khan, who is accused by several women of sexual misconduct, was introduced as one of the contestants on the show. Netizens called out the makers of the show and even slammed former Bigg Boss contestant Shehnaz Gill for supporting Sajid through a video message.
Of your mouth, my Khan, going into my mouth, coming out like pan. मैं contestant बनकर जा रहा हूँ.
Popular reality TV show Bigg Boss is back with its 16th edition and looks like the fans aren't impressed courtesy the very first episode. Known for bringing controversial personalities on the show hosted by superstar Salman Khan, the makers this time have called filmmaker Sajid Khan as one of the contestants, and guess what?
इस बार घर में सब सिंगल है. क्या लगता है? काफी टाइम से शादी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो.
His presence hasn't gone down well with netizens as he was accused by multiple women of sexual misconduct in 2019 during the Me Too movement in India. While some expressed displeasure on Sajid being a contestant on Bigg Boss 16, a few were disappointed to see him on national television.
I can't believe it.
What's more, at the premiere of the show, Sajid, who was barred from directing films by the Indian Film and Television Directors Association, spoke to Salman and shared how he has been out of work for last 4 years.
तीनों राजकुमारियों का स्वयंवर किया जाएगा.
He also discussed how his credit on Houseful 4 was snatched away from him despite putting in hard work. Sajid, however, did not bring up or spoke about the allegations made against him in 2018.
इसका मेहमान है. अगर ये बोल रहा है कि छोटा-छोटा आपको वेट दे दो, तो why wait? Just send them.
That's not all. What further irked Bigg Boss fans is that Shehnaz Gill, who became household fame after featuring in Bigg Boss 13, later on gave a shout out to Sajid and supported him through a video message.
देखिए.
Hi Sajid भाई, congratulations आप Bigg Boss में जा रहे हो. मैं बहुत खुश हूँ. और जैसे आप लोगों को टीवी में हंसाते आए हो, अपनी स्क्रिप्ट्स के थ्रू हंसाते हो, मैं चाहती हूँ कि इधर रियलिटी शो में भी ना पूरा फाड़ देना. अपना एंटरटेन करना बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों को, हमें लड़ाइयाँ नहीं देखनी प्लीज़। हम चाहते हैं कि आप एंटरटेन करो, जैसे रियल में हो वैसे ही वहाँ पे रहना। एंड हाँ, मेरी सपोर्ट आपके साथ है। ऑल द बेस्ट रॉकेट ब्रदर।
How sweet.
This video clip went viral on social media and in no time also fueled another controversy.
इतनी प्यारी लड़की है, इतनी अच्छी लड़की, इतनी नेचुरल लड़की.
Some slammed her and even called her out for promoting Sajid on the show, while others defended Shehnaz by terming her gesture of wishing him luck and extending her support to him as work commitment.
I'm the wrong person to be.
Another celebrity who faced the wrath online happens to be Kashmira Shah, who had written a message of support for Sajid Khan. Now, if you jog your memory, Sajid Khan's then assistant director and aspiring actress Saloni Chopra had shared a blog about him in which she explained how he tried to harass her. After seeing Saloni's tweet, model-turned-actress Rachel White also replied on the same and shared her uncomfortable encounter with Khan. Lipstick Under My Burqa actress Ahana Kumra also had come out and alleged that though Khan did not touch her, he had asked her inappropriate questions when she met him regarding work. Actress Mandana Karimi was also among women who revealed that Khan made inappropriate remarks when she visited his office to discuss a role in his 2014 film Hum Shakals. Sherlyn Chopra and 2 other journalists had also accused him of sexual harassment.
अब वक्त है इस नए खेल के सबसे बड़े बदलाव का, nominations.
Sajid was missing in action ever since the Me Too allegations surfaced.
यही कारण बताएंगे.
Back in 2019, he was also asked to step down from the film Houseful 4, which starred Akshay Kumar, Bobby Deol, Chunky Pandey, Johnny Lever, Ritesh Deshmukh, Kriti Sanon, Pooja Hegde and Kriti Kharbanda.
शाही तलवार नहीं लाए हैं.
लाए हैं.
कहाँ हैं? और क्या-क्या छुपा रखा है तहखाने में?
4 years after the allegations, Sajid Khan has now come on board as a participant on Big Boss 16.
आ रहा है बिग बॉस का नेक्स्ट सीजन, एंटरटेनमेंट का बेस्ट रीजन.
And the other contestants who've joined him in the house are Manya Singh, Tina Datta, Saundarya Sharma, Charlene Bhanot, and Nimrat Kaur Ahluwalia, among others.
You tell me in my Khan, from your mouth, my Khan.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Got it?
Now, a lot of known names cropped up during the Me Too wave back in 2018. But while allegations against some fizzled out, others got a clean chit due to various reasons. Celebrities like Vikas Behel, Love Ranjan, Anu Malik and Kailash Kher were among those who were accused, but their careers remained largely unaffected even after serious allegations. Here's more on that. Not only Sajid Khan, filmmakers like Subhash Ghai, Vikas Behel, Love Ranjan, Gaurang Doshi and Sairat director Nagraj Manjule were 2 accused of sexual misconduct when India's very own Me Too campaign took off with many explosive, sordid stories coming to the forefront. The most shocking one of all, however, was the ironic transformation of on-screen sanskari Babuji Alok Nath to an alleged sexual predator of the arc lights.
पैर नहीं छुएगा? बोलने के बाद क्या फायदा?
Not even actor Rajat Kapoor or singers such as Anu Malik, Kailash Kher and Abhijit Bhattacharya were spared. Even author Chetan Bhagat and comedians Varun Grover and Utsav Chakravarti came under the spotlight. But 4 years on, no serious actions taken against the alleged perpetrators. Even though some struggled to get work initially, their careers largely remain unaffected.
मुझे बीवी नहीं चाहिए. अगर मिले तो बिग बॉस एक टीवी देकर मैं हर दिन एक पिक्चर देखता.
Sajid Khan, after being accused of sexual harassment in 2018 by multiple women, was barred from making films.
कंटेस्टेंट बनकर जा रहा हूं.
He now has returned to the national television as a contestant in Big Boss 16. His presence has reignited the Me Too movement, with netizens expressing disappointment on social media, leaving many to even question the significance of such campaigns. Now, if you jog your memory, Queen director Vikas Behel, who is accused of sexual misconduct by a former employee of Phantom Films and also by Kangana Ranaut during the Me Too movement, was given a clean sheet by Internal Complaints Committee of Reliance Entertainment.
Come, John, have a drink. Have a drink. Have some. Shut up.
ऐसा लगता है जैसे सपना हो. हाय मेरी फर्स्ट नाइट परसों होगी ना शायद.
He has ever since been working on films. In fact, Hrithik Roshan starrer Super 30, Amitabh Bachchan, Rashmika Mandanna and Neena Gupta's Goodbye and Gunpat starring Tiger Shroff, Kriti Sanon, Eli Avram are among his big projects now. Similarly, filmmaker Love Ranjan's career did not see any major drawdown as he apologized after an actress accused him of sexual misconduct.
एक अमीर बुढ़ा और एक हॉट जवान बच्ची मिले. बच्ची को पैसा दिखा, बुढ़े को जवानी दिखी, और अब जो दोनों के पास नहीं है उसे पाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं.
एक बात बताओ, एक बार सोने से प्यार हो जाता है?
सोने का तो पता नहीं, कई बार ना सोने से जरूर हो जाता है.
He was not only the writer and producer of Ajay Devgan, Tabu and Rakul Preet starrer De De Pyar De in 2019, but also for Rajkumar Rao and Nushit Barucha's film Chalang in 2020.
मोंटू, मैंने आज तेरे पीरियड्स चाहिए.
अरे ले लो, जाओ जाओ.
थैंक यू भाई.
अरे मौज करो. मेरे लिए जान लेना मेरा नशा है.
हम सबको लाइफ में ना फ्रीडम चाहिए. कोई रोकने वाला ना हो, टोकने वाला ना हो.
He also produced multi-starrer Malang, got married to longtime girlfriend Alisha Vaid in Agra in February 2022, and now is working on an untitled film starring Ranbir Kapoor and Shraddha Kapoor.
You tell me, तुम्हारे लिए सुकून क्या है?
To live life from one high to another. 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 One high to another.
Filmmaker Subhash Ghai was also accused of sexual assault by a woman who worked with him on a film. She had claimed that Ghai drugged and raped her in a hotel. The Tal director had, however, dismissed the allegation in a statement saying it's becoming a fashion to malign anyone known. The filmmaker, however, was missing in action since then, but he has made digital movie 36 Farmhouse and even won a Lifetime Achievement Award.
No, 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 no. अरे भाई,
आप तो मैडम, हम लोग को एक ऐसा कुक चाहिए जिसका आधा पीछा कोई नहीं है.
Now Rajat Kapoor also hasn't gone out of work. He appeared in Kadak in 2020, after which he appeared in multi-starrer Gehraiyan.
Thanks to her.
And now even has Ajay Devgan starrer Drishyam 2 in his kitty.
तो confession ही सबसे बड़ा सबूत बन जाता है.
Singer Anu Malik became Indian Idol judge in 2019. He composed a song for Arjun Kapoor and Parineeti Chopra starrer Sandeep or Pinky Farrar, and even for Hangama starring Shilpa Shetty. Avinash Kher too has not been away from the industry, evidently proving that Me Too movement was probably confined to social media. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. It's time for a short break, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club.
Huge crowd, rival clashes and a stampede. A football match in Indonesia's Kanjuruhan Stadium turned out into one of the world's worst stadium disasters so far.
At least 124 people were killed in the fatal stampede in the match.
The stampede happened after the police tear-gassed rioting supporters. Police said many of the victims were trampled or choked to death. Others were crushed and suffocated when they ran to one of the exit points. About 180 were injured in the crush after Arema FC lost to bitter rival Persebaya Surabaya in East Java, Indonesia. Supporters from losing team had invaded the ground and police had fired tear gas, triggering a stampede. Indonesia's top government officials claim that the number of spectators exceeded stadium's capacity by around 4,000. President Joko Widodo has ordered all matches in Indonesia's top league must be stopped until an investigation has been concluded. The soccer league has been suspended for a week. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Now from Salman Khan confirming that Ram Charan will play a special cameo in his next To the Grand teaser event of Prabhas's Adipurush in Ayodhya. Here is all that's trending in the world of showbiz. Salman Khan's Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan is getting bigger and better with each passing day. After bringing Pooja Hegde, Venkatesh and other talented people on board, now the actor has confirmed that RRR fame Ram Charan will be making a cameo in his multi-star adventure comedy.
अब और भागना नहीं है, अब बस भगाना है.
Salman Khan confirmed the news in Mumbai while addressing the media during the Hindi trailer launch of his next with Chiranjeevi, titled Godfather.
So we were shooting in Hyderabad, and Venki was there with me. We were shooting, so he came to see me, and he said, "I want to do this." And I said, no. He said, "I want to be with you, and I want to be with Venki in the same frame." So I thought he was just kidding. So I said, "No, we'll talk about this tomorrow." Tomorrow he got his van. He got his costume. He's got everything. He was there before us. So I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "No, I want to be here." And I said, "We love you and we want you to be here, but is it okay for you to be here?" They said, "Yeah." And that's how he came into the film. And we had a great time shooting it.
Meanwhile, Salman is currently busy promoting the film along with Chiranjeevi, the official trailer of which was unveiled at a grand event in Hyderabad.
Hello, brother. Na ye tera matter hai, na mera matter hai. Ye family matter hai. Kiska? Tere bade bhai ke bade bhai ka. Godfather.
With Godfather, Salman will be making his debut in Telugu cinema, for which, as per Chiranjeevi, he did not charge any money.
My producers went to hand over one check, or big check, to him, and indirectly, through their managers, they said, "Salu bhai ko boliye, aise dena hai." I think the manager, I don't remember his name, he went inside and with the same speed he came out, "Sir, please, I don't take this risk, sir." He said one word, "How the producers are, they want to buy my love and affection towards Chiranjeevi and Ram with this price? No, however they give, I don't care. I'm doing with a love and affection, that much of love and affection he's been showering on us. We are really overwhelmed. And who else that much a big heart other than Salman Khan? So thank you so much. And me and Ram Charan really will indebted for lifetime to Salu bhai.
Apart from Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan, Salman Khan also has Tiger 3 in his kitty, in which he will be seen reprising his role as a raw agent.
Ready?
Tiger always ready.
The film also stars Katrina Kaif as Zoya, and will also feature Imran Hashmi as the new addition to the cast.
All right.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश.
A glorious tale, a worshipped lord, and his story Ramayana.
आ रहा हूं मैं, आ रहा हूं न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने. आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
That's right, actor Prabhas will bring the much-loved mythological tale of all time to the big screen with his upcoming film Adipurush. From the million-year-old story to modern-day visual effects, this Om Rao directorial has a perfect blend of old meets new. While Prabhas portrays the role of Lord Rama,
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश.
Kriti Sanon grabs eyeball as goddess Sita. while Sunny Singh plays Lakshman. Saif Ali Khan looks intriguing in his Lankesh avatar. The teaser of the film was released at a grand event in Ayodhya, the city of Lord Rama, with a total of 10,000 people in attendance. Prabhas, along with filmmaker Kriti Sanon, head honcho of T-Series Bhushan Kumar, had flown to the city to attend the teaser launch. A huge 50-feet poster of Adipurush featuring Prabhas was also unveiled. What's more, soon after the teaser was out, social media was bombarded with praises coming in for Prabhas and the film.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा अन्याय का सर्वनाश.
While there was also a section that was left unimpressed by the poor and over-the-top VFX. Adipurush is set for a grand release on January 12th, 2023.
के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
Will it be a hit for Prabhas or a miss like his last film Radhe Shyam? Only time can tell.
आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. That's all we could pack in our show today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Feeling safe and secure is important to all of us out there, right? Well, the Global Peace Index ranks the safest countries in the world to reside in. Let's find out which are the top 5 safest countries in the world. Iceland. Iceland is the safest country globally for the 13th year in a row. Iceland has a population of 340,000. It also has a low level of crime attributed to its high standard of living, strong social attitudes against crime, and a lack of tension between social and economic classes. Here's a surprising fact: Iceland doesn't have an army, and the police do not carry firearms. The country's laws guarantee equality, same-sex marriages, adoptions, religious freedom, and equal pay for men and women. New Zealand. Like Iceland, New Zealand is a safe space for people to reside in. But due to the terror attacks on 2 mosques back in 2019, its score has slightly decreased. New Zealand laws prevent abuse of anyone's freedom of speech and expression. Portugal. Portugal was ranked 18th on the Peace Index. Ever since the country has made huge strides to be ranked 3rd. Portugal has armed police, but the increased police presence in the country has reduced its crime levels. In the past few years, Portugal has made an economic resurgence, decreasing its unemployment rate from 17 to under 7%. Austria. Austria has kept its 4th place. The country's political instability has led to an increase in social unrest. But serious crimes here are rare. The country has spared any acts of major terrorism. Denmark. Denmark is one of the few places where even children report they feel safe at any time of the day. The country has a high level of equality and a strong sense of common responsibility. Corruption is rare here in business or politics. Denmark is also a welfare state, meaning that everyone receives services and perks that help them live comfortable lives. These are the top safest countries to live in. Which rank is your country at? Don't forget to tell us in the comment sections.
Sorry.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Proud moment for India and a massive boost to our forces. Indian Air Force inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh carries out sortie of the newly inducted Prachand. Massive scare on Indian airspace. An Iranian flight heading to China received bomb threat on board to land in Delhi. It was escorted outside India after refusing to land in Jaipur and Chandigarh. It has since then reached its destination, China, and the bomb threat was confirmed as a hoax. Rahul Gandhi faces flack from pro-Kannada group after his face was put on posters with Karnataka flag during Bharat Jodo Yatra. Aid of Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal Vijayana are produced before CBI court in connection to Liquorgate row. The CBI has sought custody for 4 more days, claiming he is not cooperating in the probe. Massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata, where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, Durga idol was shown slaying an asur resembling Mahatma Gandhi. After a probe, it has now been removed. A Durga Pandal caught fire in UP's Bhadoi, in which 5 people have lost their lives, while several others suffered burns and injuries. Controversy wraps over Prabhas's upcoming film Adi Purush. Film trailer, which was launched in Ayodhya on Sunday, is being planned for its terrible special effects, but the trailer is also being criticized for the portrayal of Ravana. Netizens are saying that the character of Ravana, played by Saif Ali Khan, looks like an Islamic invader and that he's not sporting the tripand. That's the latest coming in over Adi Purush. There is a massive controversy that is broken out. Gaurav joins us now from the newsroom. Gaurav, give us his perspective. What is the controversy all about?
So when you look at these images that have been put out and the trailer that's been put out, on the internet, there are several who are saying that Saif Ali Khan playing Ravan looks more like an Islamist invader than Ravan. That's point one. In one image, he's wearing, he's worn the tripund. In one, he hasn't. So, some netizens are up in arms about that. But they're saying overall. So, for example, Ravan in the Goswami Tulsidas' Ramcharitmanas that we've read or heard or seen the serial on television, there was a Pushpak Viman that was used to travel. In this instance, it's almost like flying some kind of a demonic bat or some such animal.
But what's the significance of Tripund, Gaurav, if you could explain to our viewers?
So a Shiv Bhakt wears a Tripund, and Ravan was a Shiv Bhakt. Ravan, in fact, was one of the most accomplished devotees of Lord Shiv. And the character playing Ravan in this movie, at least from the trailer, gives out a very different image to some netizens who say that this Ravan looks more like an Islamist invader and not the Ravan that they've grown up with seeing, or words to that effect. That's what social media is talking about. That's point one. Point two is the issue about the Pushpak Viman. The third issue that some have raised is also about the depiction of Lord Hanuman. Once again, when you look at Goswami Tulsidas, Goswami Tulsidas has described Hanumanji very differently from the depiction here.
Okay.
And once again, when you look at the Hanuman Chalisa, for example, the exact depiction of Lord Hanuman in Hanuman Chalisa, and so that there is no confusion, what does Goswami Tulsidas say in the Ramcharitmanas? It's Mahabir Bikram Bajrangi Kumati Nivara Sumati Ke Sangi Kanchana Baran, and this becomes very important. कंचन बरन सुभासे विराज सुबेसा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केशा हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे कान्हे मूंज जनेयु साजे. So there is a depiction. This is what Lord Hanuman looks like according to Goswami Tulsidas in the Hanuman Chalisa. When you look at the character playing Hanuman in this movie, does it come anywhere close to that depiction? So some on the internet are arguing that this is making a mockery of their faith, belief and what they believe in.
All right, Gaurav, thanks for that perspective and that elaborate explanation of why this controversy is brewing in the first place. I thank you very much for joining us on this particular broadcast. The trailer of Prabhas's next Adi Purush is out, and it is, as Gaurav already mentioned, facing endless flack on social media. While the trailer has been tagged disappointing and childish, the outrage is growing over the portrayal of Ravan by Saif Ali Khan for a number of reasons now. Saif in the trailer is seen in a bearded look, completely different to the Ravan that we've seen in the mythological films before. Fans have questioned why Saif isn't wearing a tripund like Ravan does, and several other issues, including the Pushpak Viman or chariot, which is being replaced by a demon. Some have even opined that Saif looks like a Mughal invader rather than Ravana. The trailer that was released by Prabhas, Kriti Sanon in Ayodhya, has been facing endless trolling over the poor VFX or the video effects for a movie that had huge expectations, considering it is the story of Lord Ram.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश.
शिव तांडव स्तोत्र की जो रचना की भगवान शिव की स्तुति में, ऐसे रावण का भूमिका का निर्वहन करने वाले सैफ अली खान का पोस्टर देखने पे ऐसा प्रतीत होता है जैसे ये रावण नहीं बल्कि अलाउद्दीन खिजली का फोटो है. ये रावण नहीं, चंगेज खां जिसने हिंदुओं का नरसंहार किया, लाखों हिंदुओं को मारने का काम किया, वो चंगेज का है या औरंगजेब का है. ये हिंदू सनातन का अपमान क्यों कर रहे हो? तो मेरा निवेदन है, इस आदि पुरुष में जो अभिनय किया है सैफ अली खान ने, जो लुक है, इसको ठीक किया जाए.
Breaking news just coming in. BJP has upped the ante against the Congress over Rahul's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Party MP Leher Singh Siroya has fired a letter asking 10 questions from the Grand Old Party. Amongst them, he asked if the Congress party has any links with Naxals and Maoists, and whether the party is going to be seeking probe against the Naxals in the state. Latest breaking news that is coming in on your screens right there. The Rahul Yatra Nataka exploding. The Bharatiya Janata Party upping the ante against the Congress Party over Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. The party MP Leher Singh Siroya has fired a letter now asking 10 questions from the Congress Party. Amongst them, he has asked if Congress has any links with the Naxals and the Maoists and whether the party will seek probe against Naxals in the state. That is the latest coming in. We'll wait for a reaction from the Congress Party on this particular letter. And the 10 questions that have been asked by Leher Singh Siroya to the Congress Party, BJP upping the ante, BJP MP's hard-hitting questions to Siddaramaiah right there. We'll wait for a reaction from the Congress in terms of how they respond. The BJP is also asking if they have soft corner for the Naxals or not. Nagarjun is joining us live. Nagarjun, what are the 10 questions that the BJP wants answers from the Congress from?
Chaiti, in fact, it is the Rajya Sabha MP called Mr. Leher Singh from the BJP has written to the Congress Party on the Bharat Jodo Yatra asking questions about Naxal and Maoist link for the Jodo Yatra. Mr. Leher Singh says that he has information that in the preparation leg of the Bharat Jodo for Karnataka, there were Naxal who had funded this leg and also who had taken part in the organization meet. So the MP is asking the Congress to come clean on such matters, saying, did Naxals share the stage with you when Naxals are part of your organization's committee? And because the information or the tip-off that he has is Maoists and Naxals were both in discussion with Congress leaders during the organization meet of this Jodo leg. And it's asking Siddaramaiah, saying, I have nothing against the Yatra. I wish all the success, but make sure that you put the background of people stage with, come clean and tell us who are the Naxals on stage with, or who are the
Can we re-establish that connection right there to Nagarjun? His voice is breaking, but Nagarjun is bringing us the story on BJP upping the ante against the Congress Party over Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. Party MP Leher Singh Siroya firing a letter right there asking the Congress Party 10 questions. They want answers from the grand old party on the 10 questions that have been fired in this particular letter we're talking about. And amongst them, one of the questions that he's asked is that if the Congress has any links with Naxals and the Maoists and whether the party is going to be seeking a probe against the Naxals in the state. As Rahul Gandhi leads Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, pro-Kannada organizations have lashed out at Congress for adding rally branding on Karnataka flag. Pro-Kannada groups have warned the Congress party to not use Rahul Gandhi's image on the Karnataka flag and have demanded an apology from Rahul Gandhi. BJP has echoed the sentiment of pro-Kannada groups. Revenue Minister Ashoka says even when Siddaramaiah was Chief Minister, Congress had demanded for a new state flag and now they were insulting Kannadigas in Karnataka. Congress used the image of Rahul Gandhi alongside Bharat Jodo Yatra branding on the Karnataka flag. Meanwhile, BJP Rajya Sabha MP Leher Singh Siroya has written a letter to Rahul Gandhi and Siddaramaiah questioning the former Chief Minister's handling of Maoists in the state.
They are using a Kannada flag for the Rahul Gandhi photo in Mysore. I will condemn the photo on Kannada flag because it is Kannadiga related flag. It is a government, almost all it's a government flag. When Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka, that time they changed the Kannada flag. That time all over Karnataka they protested. All Kannadigas has protested. So then he changed this issue. So now once again Rahul Gandhi photo on Kannadiga. It is shame to Congress.
BJP is also, very angry, and they are saying that you have insulted Karnataka by putting Rahul Gandhi's picture on Karnataka flag. Now, how do you respond to this?
So please I would like to ask the BJP government, which is our flag? Because when we asked for a separate flag for the state to invoke the Kannada pride and the Kannada language, which has a classical, which is a classical language, a history of 2000 years, the same state government, the same central government, BJP, refused it. And they have been here for 3 years. Why didn't they pursue it? They would have got the credit. They were not interested. The same BJP people told no for the flag. They told no for a separate emblem. Why?
Rahul Gautam will be joining us live for more details on this. But Rahul Gandhi is leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka, and pro-Kannada organizations have lashed out at Congress for adding rally branding on the Karnataka flag. They've taken an objection to that. These are the pro-Kannada outfits who have objected. The pro-Kannada groups have warned Congress party do not use Rahul Gandhi's image on the Karnataka flag. They've also demanded an apology from Rahul Gandhi. How the Congress response is a wait and watch for now. But the BJP, of course, has jumped in. It's a political opportunity for them. The BJP is echoing the sentiment of the pro-Kannada groups at the moment. The Revenue Minister, Ashoka, has said even when Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister, Congress had demanded for a new state flag, and now they were insulting Kannadigas and Karnataka. Congress had used the image of Rahul Gandhi alongside the Bharat Jodo Yatra branding on the Karnataka flag. BJP MP Leher Singh Siroya, we just broke that story. There was a breaking story that we just broke right now. They've also written to the Congress party, and he's asked 10 questions. And those are flashing on your screens one by one. BJP's 10 questions for Congress party. Very pointed questions right there. You can see those on your screens one by one. They're on your screens at the moment. Questioning the Chief Minister's handling of Maoists in the state is one of the biggest questions that the BJP is asking. Let's take a look at the top national stories of the day. At least 6 people died, 64 were injured in a fire in Durga Puja Pandal at Bhadoi, Uttar Pradesh. Around 300 people were inside the pandal at the time of the incident. 3 children, 2 women have died in the incident. A helium tank of a balloon vendor bursting in a crowd market at Trichy, Tamil Nadu on Sunday night killed 1, injured 6 and destroyed several vehicle glasses too. Police collected CCTV visuals that showed the exact moment of the blast and are on the lookout for the balloon vendor now. 2 labourers were trapped after a building collapse amidst a demolition process in Gurugram. The rescue operation is underway to pull out those trapped under the debris. 3 people detained in Karaikudi, Tamil Nadu for rash driving and causing danger for commuters after a video of their failed stunt attempt went viral. The trio were involved in a stunt where one of them attempted to stand on a moving bike while crossing a bus stand but lost balance and fell to the ground. A controversy erupted after Durga Puja in Kolkata, organized by the All India Hindu Mahasabha, depicted Mahisura as the Mahatma Gandhi. However, after pressure from the Ministry of Home Affairs, the organizers of the puja changed and removed the face. That's what they allege. Slipping into a break when we return, massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata, where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, one of the idols allegedly depicted Mahatma Gandhi as a sur.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
are watching India Today.
A controversy triggered as Mahatma Gandhi's face has been used as demon Mahisasur's face at Durga Puja Pandal of Kolkata by Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. Durga Murti's demon idol face replaced by Mahatma Gandhi's face at Kolkata's Durga Puja organized by Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. The right-wing group, which is the Hindu group, brazenly defended its action, saying they viewed Mahatma Gandhi as a demon. It demanded the centre to stop promoting Mahatma Gandhi and remove his posters from everywhere and replace with Subhash Chandra Bose and other freedom fighters. However, after alleged pressure from Home Ministry of the central government, the Gandhi image was removed and it was even changed.
देखिए, पहले बात तो ये है कि मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी को हमने असुर रूप में बनाए नहीं, वो असुर है, लेकिन ये सच बात बोलने का जो साहस ये हर किसी के पास नहीं है। देखिए, हम लोग अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा की तरफ से जो पूजा कर रहे थे, ये जो रिसेंबल है, ये जो मील है, वो नितांत ही ये हम लोग नहीं बनाए, कुछ मिला हो सकता है, लेकिन बात ये है यहाँ का माहौल ऐसे क्रिएट किया गया है कि ममता बनर्जी के बारे में, मोदी जी के बारे में बात हम लोग कर सकते हैं, नेताजी के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ये मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी जिसको हम मानते हैं, आईएनए फोर्स का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, नेताजी का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, हमारा जो भगत सिंह जी का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, इसके पीछे ये मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी का जो भूमिका है, ये बहुत ही निंदाजनक है और इसको हम लोग धिक्कार जनाते हैं, इसीलिए हम लोग किए थे ये पूजा। ये चेंज क्यों किया आप लोग? देखिए, स्टिल नाउ हम लोग ये नहीं चाहते थे कि इसका जो फेस है, जो रूप है, इसको चेंज किया जाए, लेकिन प्रशासन, केंद्रीय सरकार का दबाव था और इसीलिए हम लोगों के ऊपर दबाव क्रिएट किया गया है कि हम लोग को चेंज करना चाहिए।
I'm not surprised. I'm not at all surprised by this. The only thing is I'd like to make it very clear that this is not a standalone thing of a lunatic fringe as it is being passed off as. This is part of the orchestrated campaign to malign and slander Bapu that has been going on ever since the forces that were instrumental in his murder have been orchestrating it, and it's being orchestrated right from the top of the Sangh Parivar and the present union government. Let's not mince words of that.
2nd October is Gandhi Jayanti, and this is the birth anniversary month of Gandhiji, and Kolkata is celebrating Durga Puja in its full mode. Right now we are standing where the controversy created by Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha, where the Durga Murti, the Durga Pratima has been created in a way that it has been created that in the place of Asur, which is known as the negative energy of Ma Durga, in place of Asur they have been given a Vigraha, the Murti of Mahatma Gandhi, where they are claiming that Mahatma Gandhi is a Asur of this country, and they are blaming Mahatma Gandhi, and they are also blaming central government for this, that they are Mahatma Gandhi, that their allegation is this, that central government is allegedly promoting the Mahatma Gandhi, and they want Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and other freedom fighters to come in to get into the currency of this thing. We had a talk with these puja committee members, and we had a previous pictures. They have changed the whole thing in 12 minutes and 13 minutes, as they are claiming that Home Ministry, central government has pressured them to change the Asur Murti of Mahatma Gandhi into a real Asur, and they have pressured them, they are claiming. And this is the news from Kolkata with camera person Kiranjit Das. I am Anirban Sinaroy reporting for India Today.
An incident of communal harmony has come to fore in the city of Kolkata. Kolkata's 13A Sharif Lane and Alimuddin Street, an area which is predominantly has Muslim population. A club with all Muslim members revived a Durga Puja. 16 years ago, Durga Puja celebrations had stopped after the majority of Hindu families left the area for various different reasons. In 2021, the Muslim youngsters took it upon themselves to revive the decades-old Durga Puja celebration this year for the remaining Hindu families residing in the area. It is known that the decision to revive the Durga Puja was taken by the Muslim residents as a beautiful show of brotherhood and friendship towards the Sen family, the only Hindu family which is living in the area.
Beautiful thing is that Tausif sir from the Muslim community, he has come forward, he has stepped forward and revived the Durga Puja, revived the Bengali festival. And not only that, Durga Puja, as we all know, it's a cultural festival, and it's a beautiful example of this Hindu-Muslim unity. Not even that, this communal harmony that we share in Bengal, I think it's a classical example, because just how they have revived the Durga Puja, we also celebrate Eid with them, we also celebrate Christmas, we also spend time in the Ramzan. So this Durga Puja revival, I think it's a miracle. I can only say one thing, it's a miracle.
In a minority area, if you see one more minority as a Hindu Bengali, so I think it's our duty to help them. And Puja is not for any single community, right? This has become a culture festival, the biggest cultural festival for us. So Durga Puja is in us, it's inside us, and we do respect. And especially for that one family who haven't seen Durga Puja from last 16 years, as a Bengali, as an Indian, I think it's our duty to arrange this.
At a time when we hear of communal indifferences, reports coming in from throughout the country, this particular Durga Puja has a message for one and all. This one in Kolkata's Alimuddin Street was not conducted for the past 16 years until a Muslim club over here in Kolkata's Alimuddin Street revived it last year. There is only one Hindu family which stays in this particular part of Alimuddin Street, and they claim that they are extremely happy because this is a symbol of brotherhood and friendship. And the Muslim club and the family over here, they are combinedly doing this particular Durga Puja because they claim that festivals, be it Durga Puja, Eid or Christmas, is not limited to just one section of the society, but it's for entire country where everyone can come, join hands and celebrate and spread some love. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
An example of religious harmony has come to light from UP's Muzaffarnagar, where Muslim prisoners along with Hindu prisoners are participating in the ongoing Navratri celebrations in the district jail. Just like Hindus, the Muslims are also fasting, sending out a message of communal harmony. The jail has over 3,000 prisoners, of which more than 210 Muslim prisoners are taking part in Navratri festivities. The jail administration hailed the gesture, said they were doing it willingly.
यहाँ कारागार में सभी संप्रदाय के बंदी संप्रदाय निरपेक्ष होकर अपनी पूजा उपासना करते हैं। सभी धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में सभी लोग प्रतिभाग करते हैं। अभी नवरात्र में भी लगभग 218 मुस्लिम बंदी व्रत रख रहे हैं। कुल 1104 हिंदू हैं जिनमें, और इस तरह से सारे बंदी आपस में मिलके अच्छा नवरात्रि का त्यौहार मना रहे हैं, व्रत रख रहे हैं, और इस तरह से एक बड़ा सकारात्मक वातावरण देखने को मिलता है।
So let me do a break. When we return, proud moment for India and a massive boost for our forces. IAF inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. Details ahead.
You are watching India Today.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve their sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
You are watching India Today.
A big boost for the Indian Air Force and a big leap for Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Indian Air Force inducted the first batch of indigenously built light combat helicopter Prachand. It is a massive boost to its combat prowess as the multi-role platform is capable of firing a range of missiles and other weapons. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh donned a G-suit and took a sortie of Prachand in the pilot seat after its induction into the IAF. Prachand was developed by Stratton Aerospace Major Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and has been primarily designed for deployment in high altitude regions. The first indigenously built light combat helicopter was inducted into the IAF inventory by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Chief of Air Staff Air Chief Vice Marshal V.R. Chaudhary.
So after about a 15-minute sortie, DLCH Prachand has finally landed back. On board was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. I'm sure it's been an enthralling experience for him. He was being flown by Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi, who happens to be the commanding officer of the 143 helicopter unit, which has been called Dhanush. It's not the first time that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has taken such sorties. In fact, at the induction of Rafale in France, I was also present there. At that point of time, it was a huge moment for the Indian Air Force. It was at that time also that the Defence Minister had very keenly gotten on board the Rafale and done a sortie at that point of time. And once again here, so becoming a tradition of sorts with him.
मैं समझता हूँ प्रचंड इस शब्द को डिफाइन करने की जरूरत नहीं है। यह स्वयं में ही प्रचंड जो संदेश देना चाहिए अपने दुश्मन को, वह संदेश देने में यह पर्याप्त है। यह दिन में भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, रात को भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी मौसम में फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी एल्टीट्यूड पर फ्लाई कर सकता है और साथ ही अपने टारगेट को अटैक भी कर सकता है।
सर, भारतीय सेना को भी दरकार
ये अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर, लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जो कि पूरी तरह से इंडिजिनस है, वह बना है। इसमें मिसाइल के द्वारा भी मार सकता है, अन्य भी बहुत सारे दूसरे इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जिनके द्वारा भी यह अटैक कर सकता है। लेकिन अटैक उसी पर करेगा जो कि भारत का दुश्मन हो। जैसा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का संकल्प था कि यहाँ पर इंडिजिनस सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स, वेपन्स और ये हेलीकॉप्टर्स और प्लेन्स बनने चाहिए, तो उनके इसी मंशा के अनुरूप, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की मंशा के अनुरूप ही ये लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जो कि पूरी तरह से इंडिजिनस है, वह बना है।
मैं पूरे विश्वास के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि आने वाले समय में जल्द ही दुनिया में मिलिट्री पावर समेत जब भी सुपर पावर्स की बात होगी तो भारत का नाम कनिष्ठिका पर गिना जाएगा, यानी सबसे पहले गिना जाएगा।
Induction of the light combat helicopter adds a unique capability to Indian Air Force's combat potential. The versatility and offensive potential of this platform is at par or better than most attack helicopters operating globally. Its ability to deliver a wide array of weapons combined with superlative self-protection capability makes this helicopter a lethal machine, one to be feared by any adversary. The helicopter fleet has grown in size and stature over decades, and presently we have one of the most versatile, potent and operationally tested fleets in the world. Besides combat application, the helicopter fleet has been used for sustenance of our troops in inhospitable terrain and at high altitudes, including the Siachen Glacier. Our helicopter crews have displayed courage and determination during HADR operations across the length and breadth of our country.
My colleague Shivarur, who is he's narrating his experience to sit in the cockpit of a light combat helicopter. He's the first journalist to fly the LCH and is also the only English journalist to fly the helicopter so far. Here's a look.
Say namaste to the light combat helicopter. Developed and test flown for nearly a decade by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, the light combat helicopter is not just made in India, but custom built for India's unique battlefield conditions. From the deserts of Rajasthan to the super high altitudes of Ladakh. But what better way to get acquainted with a light combat helicopter than by taking a spin in one? I was invited by HAL's test team to strap into this helicopter and get a never-before taste of what this Swadeshi combat chopper is truly all about. India Today has been invited to be the first journalist team to fly in and experience the light combat helicopter developed and tested by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. This is India's first attack helicopters. It has missiles, it has rockets, it has guns, and we happen to be the first ever media crew who's going to get a taste of the light combat helicopter. For a flight in the LCH, I have to get into the full pilot kit. From overalls to flying boots. Joined by HAL test pilot Wing Commander Subhash John, we walk out onto the airfield to the waiting helicopter, soaking in the unforgiving Bengaluru sun. And it is here that I receive a crucial part of the flying experience I'm about to have. A combat flying helmet equipped with a helmet-mounted sight. An electro-optical system used by pilots to point various weapons at their targets. But more on that in just a bit. First, the inside of the light combat helicopter itself. Constructed with a sleek tandem cockpit rather than the usual side-by-side seats on other helicopter types, the LCH from the outside sports a stealthy front profile that also gives adversaries a smaller, harder target to latch onto. Wing Commander Subhash and I belt up, and then the engines come on. The rumble of the twin Shakti turboshaft engines come to life, rapidly turning the rotors into a steady chop. The helicopter is now ready to taxi out. With all checks done and cleared by air traffic control, the LCH gently lifts off. In airspace over Bengaluru, the light combat helicopter is put through a series of maneuvers, demonstrating its agility in the air and carefully customized flying qualities. The effortless handling that Wing Commander Subhash demonstrates at low altitude validates the years of tough flight testing that has gone into refining the LCH into the flying machine it is today. Returning to the tarmac after a 25-minute flight, I've just had the most personal possible tryst with an aircraft that stands on the threshold of Indian military service.
In a major development, the Indian Air Force fighter jets were scrambled from Jodhpur and Punjab to intercept an Iranian passenger jet over a bomb scare. Soon after the inputs were received by the security agencies regarding the bomb threat, ground forces were activated and 2 Su-30 MKI fighter jets were scrambled to intercept the plane. The Mahan Airlines flight was flying towards China and reported a bomb threat while flying in Indian airspace. The aircraft sought permission to land at the Delhi Air Base, but it was denied permission to do so, and it was accompanied by the 2 jets continuously. The aircraft, however, was later cleared of any bomb threat, and then it was allowed to move towards the destination China. Meanwhile, the IAF issued a statement saying that the plane was given the option of making an emergency landing in Jodhpur or in Chandigarh, but the official communication came from Iran to ignore the threat. The flight was escorted out of Indian airspace and monitored rather closely.
तेहरान से चाइना के लिए डेस्टिन थी फ़्लाइट IRN 081 और बीच में ही इसको शायद कोई सस्पिशन रहा होगा कि भाई देयर इज़ ए बॉम्ब स्कैर, तो उसके लिए फिर हमें अलर्ट पे रखा गया कि अगर कुछ प्रॉब्लम होती है या कुछ गड़बड़ होती है तो हमें अपने स्टैंड बाई पोजीशन को सुदृढ़ करना पड़ा और हमें अपनी गाड़ियों को पोजीशन करना पड़ा।
Yeah, I just saw this news on your channel. If information like that comes about for a bomb threat, it's taken very seriously. And the fact that the fighters were scrambled to intercept this aircraft is part of a SOP. The fact that he detoured and sort of came overhead or somewhere close to Delhi would have activated our air defense. And there are procedures in place. There is standard operating procedure. This especially happened after the attacks in New York on the 9/11, the World Trade Center. And the Air Force has elements embedded with the civil ATCs to activate in just such an emergency that happened today. I'm sure the air defense system of the Air Force is keeping a close track, like it does for all tracks, but especially this track, to monitor further activities.
The connectivity between civil aviation, military aviation, that is in this case the Air Force, ground control, and also air monitoring, I don't think we could have done this better. But there are 2 questions which remain unanswered. Why didn't Mahan Air or Iran inform India directly? That raises questions. Secondly, why did it come from Pakistan? Thirdly, why did the pilot refuse to land in Jaipur? It's not his business to refuse a landing when he's in an emergency. So clearly he was not in an emergency, or at least his assessment was this is not a bomb threat in the true sense, maybe a hoax call. That's why he chose very gingerly to go along the advice that he received either from Mahan Air or within the cockpit from his colleagues, that it is best to proceed.
Slipping into a break. When we return, coming up next, Bhagavad Gita Park vandalized in Canada. Details in just moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. Today. I'm Akshita Gopal. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Gopal, right here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Here is a roundup of top international stories. At least 125 people have been killed and dozens more injured in a riot at an Indonesian football stadium. Thousands of fans of Arema FC stormed the pitch at Kanjuruhan Stadium after their team lost 3-2 to Persebaya Surabaya. A large number of students at Sharif University in Tehran have been trapped in the campus. Videos on social media appear to show students running away from security forces with apparent gunshots fired. Anti-government protests erupted in Iran in September after the death of a woman detained by the morality police. Pope Francis, for the first time, has directly appealed to Russia's President Vladimir Putin to stop the spiral of violence and death in Ukraine. The Pope has condemned Russia's annexation of 4 Ukrainian regions and called on President Zelensky to be open to any serious peace proposal. The death toll from Hurricane Ian has climbed up more than 80 on Sunday. Residents in Florida and Carolina faced a recovery expected to cost tens of billions of dollars, and some officials faced criticism over their response to the storm. Brazilian President Bolsonaro took an early lead in the initial tally of the country's presidential election on Sunday ahead of challenger Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, whose Workers' Party draws more support from regions that are slower to report. India has condemned the vandalization of a park sign at a park in Canada named after the Bhagavad Gita, calling it hate crime. The Indian High Commission in Canada demanded a probe into this matter. The park, previously called Troyer's Park, was renamed Sri Bhagavad Gita Park and unveiled on 28th of September. The event comes just 10 days after India issued an advisory for Indian nationals and students in Canada to remain vigilant as there was a sharp increase in hate crimes and anti-India activities. This is not the first such incident that has been reported in Canada. Earlier, also Gandhi statues were reportedly vandalized. Now from Salman Khan confirming that Ram Charan will play a special cameo in his next to the grand teaser event of Prabhas's Adi Purush in Ayodhya. Here's all that is trending in the world of entertainment.
Salman Khan's Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan is getting bigger and better with each passing day. After bringing Pooja Hegde, Venkatesh and other talented people on board, now the actor has confirmed that RRR fame Ram Charan will be making a cameo in his multi-star adventure comedy.
अब और भागना नहीं है, अब बस भगाना है.
Salman Khan confirmed the news in Mumbai while addressing the media during the Hindi trailer launch of his next with Chiranjeevi, titled Godfather.
So we were shooting in Hyderabad, and Venki was there with me. We were shooting, so he came to see me, and he said, "I want to do this." And I said, no. He said, "I want to be with you, and I want to be with Venki in the same frame." So I thought he was just kidding. So I said, "No, we'll talk about this tomorrow." Tomorrow he got his van. He got his costume. He's got everything. He was there before us. So I said, what are you doing? I said, no, I want to be here. And I said, we love you and we want you to be here, but is it okay for you to be here? They said, yeah. And that's how he came into the film. And we had a great time shooting it.
Meanwhile, Salman is currently busy promoting the film along with Chiranjeevi, the official trailer of which was unveiled at a grand event in Hyderabad.
Hello, brother. Na ye tera matter hai, na mera matter hai. Ye family matter hai. Kiska? Tere bade bhai ke bade bhai ka. Godfather.
With Godfather, Salman will be making his debut in Telugu cinema, for which, as per Chiranjeevi, he did not charge any money.
My producers went to hand over one check, or big check, to him, and indirectly, through their managers, they said, Salu bhai ko boliye, aise dena hai. I think the manager, I don't remember his name, he went inside and with the same speed he came out, sir, please, I don't take this risk, sir. He said one word, how the producers are, they want to buy my love and affection towards Chiranjeevi and Ram with this price? No, however they give, I don't care. I'm doing with a love and affection, that much of love and affection has been showering on us. We are really overwhelmed. And who else that much a big heart other than Salman Khan? So thank you so much. And me and Ram Charan really will indebted for lifetime to Salu bhai.
Apart from Kisi Ka Bhai, Kisi Ki Jaan, Salman Khan also has Tiger 3 in his kitty, in which he will be seen reprising his role as a raw agent.
Ready?
Tiger always ready.
The film also stars Katrina Kaif as Zoya, and will also feature Imran Hashmi as the new addition to the cast.
All right.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश.
A glorious tale, a worshipped Lord, and his story Ramayana.
आ रहा हूं मैं, आ रहा हूं न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने. आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
That's right, actor Prabhas will bring the much-loved mythological tale of all time to the big screen with his upcoming film Adi Purush. From the million-year-old story to modern-day visual effects, this Om Rao directorial has a perfect blend of old meets new. While Prabhas portrays the role of Lord Rama,
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश.
Kriti Sanon grabs eyeball as goddess Sita, while Funny Singh plays Lakshman. Saif Ali Khan looks intriguing in his Lankesh avatar. The teaser of the film was released at a grand event in Ayodhya, the city of Lord Rama, with a total of 10,000 people in attendance. Prabhas, along with filmmaker Kriti Sanon, head honcho of T-Series Bhushan Kumar, had flown to the city to attend the teaser launch. A huge 50 feet poster of Adi Purush featuring Prabhas was also unveiled. What's more, soon after the teaser was out, social media was bombarded with praises coming in for Prabhas and the film.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा अन्याय का सर्वनाश.
While there was also a section that was left unimpressed by the poor and over-the-top VFX. Adi Purush is set for a grand release on January 12th, 2023.
के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
Will it be a hit for Prabhas or a miss like his last film Radhe Shyam? Only time can tell.
आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
A beautiful example of Hindu-Muslim harmony has surfaced, and this time even the prisoners, as a part of a reformation as well and harmony, have got together in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar, where prisoners from the Muslim community along with the Hindu prisoners are participating in the ongoing Navratri celebrations, dancing, being together at this moment. Just like Hindus, some of the Muslims were also seen taking a fast and sending out a message of communal harmony. The prison has 3,000 prisoners, about which about 200 are Muslim prisoners who are also now joining in the Navratri celebrations. Now the jail administration has hailed the gesture, saying they're all doing it willingly and this is a part of the festival there being celebrated.
यहाँ कारागार में सभी संप्रदाय के बंदी संप्रदाय निरपेक्ष होकर अपनी पूजा उपासना करते हैं कि सभी धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में सभी लोग प्रतिभाग करते हैं। अभी नवरात्र में भी लगभग 218 मुस्लिम बंदी व्रत रख रहे हैं। कुल 1104 हिंदू हैं जिनमें, और इस तरह से सारे बंदी आपस में मिलके अच्छा नवरात्रि का त्यौहार मना रहे हैं, व्रत रख रहे हैं, और इस तरह से एक बड़ा सकारात्मक वातावरण देखने को मिल रहा है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Proud moment for India and a massive boost to our forces. IAF inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh carries out sortie of the newly inducted Prachand. Massive scare on Indian airspace. An Iranian flight headed to China received bomb threat on board to land in Delhi. It was escorted outside India after refusing to land in Jaipur and Chandigarh. It has since then reached its destination in China. The bomb threat was confirmed as a hoax. Rahul Gandhi faces flag from pro-Kannada group after his face was put on posters with Karnataka flag. This as Sonia in Mysuru to join Congress Yatra on 6 October. Aid of Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, Vijay are produced before CBI court in connection to Liquorgate row. The CBI has sought his custody for 4 more days, claiming he is not cooperating in the probe. Massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata, where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, a Durga idol was shown slaying an asur resembling Mahatma Gandhi. After uproar, it has now been removed. A Durga Pandal caught fire in UP's Bhadoi, in which 5 people have lost their lives while several others suffered burns and injuries. Breaking news coming in. Sonia Gandhi has landed in Mysuru in Karnataka. Sonia Gandhi is going to be joining Bharat Jodo Yatra on 6th of October. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi to spend 2 days at a Kurg resort. Rahul to spend the next 2 days at Kurg Wilderness Resort. That's the latest coming in at the moment. Sonia Gandhi arrives right there and we're getting you the latest details. Rahul Gautam is joining us for the details on this. Rahul, what's going on as far as the Gandhis uniting for the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned? As far as Sonia Gandhi is concerned, now that she is joined, what's her plan?
Well, Sonia Gandhi has landed in Mysuru. In fact, from there, she flew to Kurg, where she's going to stay for next 2 days. Now, 4th and 5th October, both days are actually rest days. So, Yatra will not be happening for next 2 days. So, rather going back to home, Rahul Gandhi decided that he is going to stay here and going to spend, some time with his mother. He's been, away from his home for almost 26 days now. And what we are learning from our sources is this, that since Bharat Jodo Yatra is getting massive response here in Karnataka, especially, in districts like Mysuru, Charamrajnagar, Raichur. So therefore, it has been decided that Sonia Gandhi, should come here, and obviously her presence is going to energize the very cadres of the Congress party. I must also tell our viewers that Sonia Gandhi, back in 1999, had fought, Lok Sabha election from Karnataka, from Bellary. In fact, at that point of time, she also won. So therefore, after winning, she became a household name for, as far as Karnataka is concerned. So the Congress leadership here in Karnataka thought that if she is going to come and going to participate, I must also tell our viewers that on 6th of October, at around 8:30 in Mandya district, from where I am reporting right now, she's going to walk along with Rahul Gandhi. And obviously, this is being done to strengthen arms of Rahul Gandhi, given the fact that Rahul Gandhi has made it very clear that he is not going to, return to his home until or unless this yatra, ends in Kashmir. And therefore, to send out this message that he is very much serious about this yatra, rather going back to his home, Sonia Gandhi, has arrived here. For next 2 days, they're going to stay at a resort in Kurg. And obviously, this is going to come as a major booster as far as Congress party is concerned, because Congress party believe that it has got potential to make a comeback, at least in Karnataka, which they believe is going to be the very beginning of revival of Congress party, at least in the southern part of India.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with those very latest details. The Gandhis indeed uniting right there for the Bharat Jodo Yatra, as Rahul Gandhi, as you know, leading the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Karnataka. There are pro-Kannada organizations that have lashed out at the Congress party for adding rally branding on the Karnataka flag. The pro-Kannada groups have warned the Congress party to not use Rahul Gandhi's image on the Karnataka flag, and they have demanded an apology now from Rahul Gandhi. BJP, of course, has jumped in. It's a political opportunity for them. They've echoed the sentiment of pro-Kannada groups. Revenue Minister Ashoka has said that even when Siddaramaiah was the chief minister, the Congress had demanded for a new state flag, and now they were insulting Kannadigas and Karnataka. Congress had used the image of Rahul Gandhi alongside Bharat Jodo Yatra branding on the Karnataka flag. Meanwhile, BJP Rajya Sabha MP Leher Singh Siroya has written a letter to Rahul Gandhi and Siddaramaiah questioning the former chief minister's handling of the Maoists in the state.
They are using a Kannada flag for the Rahul Gandhi photo in Mysore. I will condemn the photo on Kannada flag because it is Kannadiga related flag. It is a government, almost all it's a government flag. When Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka, that time they changed the Kannada flag. That time all over Karnataka they protested. All Kannadigas has protested. So then he changed this issue. So now once again Rahul Gandhi photo on Kannadiga. It is shame to Congress.
BJP is also, very angry, and they are saying that you have insulted Karnataka by putting Rahul Gandhi's picture on Karnataka flag. Now, how do you respond to this?
So please I would like to ask the BJP government, which is our flag? Because when we asked for a separate flag for the state to invoke the Kannada pride and the Kannada language, which has a which is a classical language, a history of 2000 years, the same state government, the same central government, BJP, refused it. And they have been here for 3 years. Why didn't they pursue it? They would have got the credit. They were not interested. The same BJP people told no for the flag. They told no for a separate emblem. Why?
Let's now take a look at the top national stories of the day. At least 6 people died and 64 were injured in a fire in Durga Puja Pandal at Bhadoi, Uttar Pradesh. Around 300 people were inside the pandal at the time of the incident. 3 children, 2 women have died in the incident. A helium tank of a balloon vendor bursting in a crowded market at Trichy has caused 1 death, 6 injuries, and there were several vehicle glasses destroyed as well. Police collected CCTV visuals that showed the exact moment of the blast, and they are now on the lookout for the balloon vendor. 2 labourers were trapped after a building collapse amidst demolition process in Gurugram. The rescue operation is underway to pull out those who are trapped under the debris. Three people were detained in Karaikudi, Tamil Nadu for rash driving and causing danger to commuters after a video of their failed stunt attempt went viral. The trio were involved in a stunt where one of them attempted to stand on a moving bike while crossing a bus stand but lost balance and fell to the ground. A controversy erupted after Durga Puja in Kolkata, organized by the All India Hindu Mahasabha, depicted the Mahisasura as Mahatma Gandhi. However, after pressure from Ministry of Home Affairs, the organizers of the puja changed and removed the face. And that's the latest coming in on this story. Sena versus Sena has once again exploded before Dussehra. Ahead of the Dussehra rallies, both the Shiv Sena factions have initiated a video war to claim Bal Thackeray's legacy. The video, shared on the official Twitter handle of Shiv Sena, shows Uddhav Thackeray addressing large gathering as they gear up for another massive Dussehra rally. Uddhav Sena's video says, and I quote, "We never backstab anyone, but if anyone backstabs us, then we hack them," unquote, taking a pot shot at the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The Shinde-led camp released a video teaser around the same time in a reply to Uddhav Sena, showing Bal Thackeray's video where he can be heard saying, and I quote, "We will not only burn this Ravan of Congress party, we will also bury it." unquote. In both the teasers, the bow and arrow symbol and party founder late Balasaheb Thackeray's voice features.
हमारा ट्रीजर एक या दो दिन पहले ही आता था. अभी आपको लग रहा है शिंदे गठ स्थापन होने के बाद कुछ तो अलग है. कुछ अलग नहीं है. वही मैदान है, वही झंडा है, वही पक्ष है, वही सुनने वाले हैं, सब कुछ वही है. खाली अभी गद्दारी का जो माहौल चल रहा है वो आपको लगता है अलग है. कुछ अलग नहीं है, वही है. अभी दूसरे शिंदे गठ को लगता है कि हम भी दसरे का सभा का नियोजन करें तो क्या है, तो उनका अलग है. शिवसेना ओरिजिनल शिवसेना का अलग है.
को लेकर शिंदे गुट और उद्धव गुट में घमासान मचा हुआ है. कुछ ही दिन बाकी है. हमारे साथ राज्य के इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर शिंदे गुट के नेता उदय सामंत जी है. उन्हीं से जानने की कोशिश करेंगे किस तरह की तैयारियां हो रही है, क्योंकि ताकत तो दोनों तरफ से लगाई जा रही है.
एक तो बीकेसी पे जो दशहरा सम्मेलन हो रहा है वो वंदनीय बाला साहब के विचार का है. उसका नेतृत्व खुद महाराष्ट्र के सीएम एकनाथ जी शिंदे साहब जो शिवसेना के मुख्य नेता है वो कर रहे हैं. मेरे ख्याल से ये जो रैली होगी, ये जो सम्मेलन होगा वो महाराष्ट्र का सबसे बड़ा सम्मेलन होगा, रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक सम्मेलन होगा और यहाँ से ही बाला साहब का विचार दिया जाएगा.
जो टीजर वॉर शुरू हो गया है, आपका एक जो टीजर आया है उसमें एक पार्टी है, एक मैदान है, एक नेता है, लेकिन शिवसेना की तरफ से मतलब उद्धव ठाकरे गुट की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि एक निष्ठता ये मिसिंग है.
ये तो अभी सब महाराष्ट्र को और देश को पता चला है कि बाला साहब कहते थे कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस से युति करना यानी शिवसेना पार्टी बंद करना ऐसा है. तो यही मैसेज लेके शिंदे साहब आगे गए हैं, उनका विचार लेके आगे गए हैं. अभी आज तो बंबई में जो पोस्टर वॉल चल रहा है उसमें एनसीबी का भी समावेश हो गया है. एनसीबी ने भी जो शिवतीर्थ पे सम्मेलन है उसको शुभेच्छा दी है. कल तो कांग्रेस की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा थी, उसमें भी कई लोग उसमें शामिल थे. इसलिए जो सच्ची शिवसेना का सम्मेलन है, बाला साहब की शिवसेना का सम्मेलन है, वो बीकेसी का है और शिवतीर्थ पे जो सम्मेलन हो महाविकास आघाड़ी का है.
कहा तो ये भी जा रहा है कि जो बीकेसी में सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में जो रैली होने जा रही है उसको बैकअप पूरी तरह से बीजेपी का होगा.
ये तो अभी सबको पता चल गया है कि शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में बाला साहब की शिवसेना आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जो सम्मेलन हो रहा है वो रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक सम्मेलन होगा. उसमें बहुत भीड़ रहेगी, ये विक्रमी भीड़ रहेगी, ये सबको पता चला है. इसलिए अभी बीच में कुछ विघ्न लाना है, इसलिए सब कुछ ये चल रहा है. यहाँ जो भीड़ इकट्ठा होगी वो शिवसेना की होगी. बाला साहब की निष्ठा रहने वाली सब शिवसेना की रहेगी. इसमें कोई बीजेपी का कार्यकर्ता नहीं रहेगा.
All right, that's a video war that is erupted over Bal Thackeray's legacy. Sena versus Sena war exploding again right before the Shera. Ahead of the rallies of the Shera, both the Shiv Sena factions have initiated a video war to claim the legacy of the late Bala Saheb Thackeray. The video shared on official Twitter handle of Shiv Sena shows Uddhav Thackeray addressing large gathering as they gear up for another rally, which is the Shera rally. The video says, and I quote, "We never backstab anyone, but if anyone backstabs us, we hack them," unquote, taking a pot shot at Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. The Shinde-led camp has also released a video teaser at about the same time in reply to Uddhav Sena, showing Bal Thackeray's video where he could be heard saying, and I quote, "We will not only burn this Ravan of Congress party, but we will also bury it," unquote. In both the teasers, the bow and arrow symbol and the party founder late Balasaheb Thackeray's voice features, and that is the Sena versus Sena war exploding right before the Shera. Ritvik will be joining us in just moments from now, but we're playing that video out for you as well. Ritvik is now joining us for the latest on this. Ritvik, what is going on? Again, there is a fight to claim the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray from the Uddhav camp and from the Eknath Shinde camp, both. But the Shinde's video is also taking a pot shot at the Congress party. What's really going on over there? Ritvik, are you being able to hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead. My question to you is about the Sena versus Sena war that has once again erupted in Maharashtra, and this time right before the Shera.
Yes, absolutely. The tussle has reached its peak now, and we can see that both the factions have finally started the preparations, and with full swing, the preparations are going on at the BKC ground in Bandra, where CM Eknath Shinde is going to give his Dashera rally speech. At the same time in Shivaji Park, which is called Shiv Tirth by Shiv Sainiks, where Uddhav Thackeray is going to address Shiv Sainiks, and both the factions are trying their best to bring in more and more crowd to their own venues. It is being estimated that both the factions will be arranging somewhere around 1 lakh to 2 lakh people at their rally. As we know that CM Eknath Shinde have also got a death threat yesterday, and after that the security in the state and especially in Mumbai, where after the 2 days the Dashera rally is going to be organized, the security has been beefed up, and both the factions are trying their best to make their Dashera rally a hit.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details. Moving on now, the trailer of Prabhas's next film, Adi Purush, is out, and it's facing endless flack on social media. While the trailer has been tagged disappointing and childish, the outrage actually is growing over the portrayal of Ravana by Saif Ali Khan for a number of reasons. Saif Ali Khan in the trailer is seen in a bearded look, completely different to the Ravana that we've seen in mythological films before. The fans have questioned why Saif Ali Khan is not wearing a tripod like Ravan does, and several other issues, including the Pushpak Viman or the chariot being replaced by a demon. Some have even opined that Saif Ali Khan looks like a Mughal invader rather than Ravana. The trailer that was released by Prabhas, Kriti Sanon in Ayodhya has been facing endless trolling over the poor video graphics for a movie that had huge expectations, considering it's the story of Lord Ram.
शिव तांडव स्तोत्र की जो रचना की भगवान शिव की स्तुति में, ऐसे रावण का भूमिका का निर्वहन करने वाले सैफ अली खान का पोस्टर देखने पे ऐसा प्रतीत होता है जैसे ये रावण नहीं बल्कि अलाउद्दीन खिजली का फोटो है। ये रावण नहीं, चंगेज खां जिसने हिंदुओं का नरसंहार किया, लाखों हिंदुओं को मारने का काम किया, वो चंगेज का है या औरंगजेब का है। ये हिंदू सनातन का अपमान क्यों कर रहे हो? तो मेरा निवेदन है, इस आदि पुरुष में जो अभिनय किया है सैफ अली खान ने, जो लुक है, इसको ठीक किया जाए।
The trailer of Adi Purush was launched at a very big event in Ayodhya by the stars of the film Prabhas and Kriti Sanon. Here are all the highlights coming in from the event.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश।
A glorious tale, a worshipped Lord and his story Ramayana.
आ रहा हूं मैं, आ रहा हूं न्याय के 2 पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने। आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने।
That's right, actor Prabhas will bring the much-loved mythological tale of all time to the big screen with his upcoming film Adi Purush. From the million-year-old story to modern-day visual effects, this Om Rao directorial has a perfect blend of old meets new. While Prabhas portrays the role of Lord Rama,
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का सर्वनाश।
Kriti Sanon grabs eyeball as goddess Sita, while Sunny Singh plays Lakshman. Saif Ali Khan looks intriguing in his Lankesh avatar. The teaser of the film was released at a grand event in Ayodhya, the city of Lord Rama, with a total of 10,000 people in attendance. Prabhas, along with filmmaker Kriti Sanon, head honcho of T-Series Bhushan Kumar, had flown to the city to attend the teaser launch. A huge 50-feet poster of Adipurush featuring Prabhas was also unveiled. What's more, soon after the teaser was out, social media was bombarded with praises coming in for Prabhas and the film.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, न्याय के हाथों होकर रहेगा अन्याय का सर्वनाश.
While there was also a section that was left unimpressed by the poor and over-the-top VFX. Adipurush is set for a grand release on January 12th, 2023.
के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
Will it be a hit for Prabhas or a miss like his last film Radhe Shyam? Only time can tell.
आ रहा हूं अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Slipping to a very short commercial break. When we return, massive controversy breaks out in Kolkata, where during a Durga Puja event organized by Hindu Mahasabha, one of the idols allegedly depicted Mahatma Gandhi as an asur.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Controversy triggered as Mahatma Gandhi's face has been used as demon in Mahisasur's face at Durga Puja Pandal of Kolkata by Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. Durga Murti's demon idol face replaced by Mahatma Gandhi's face at Kolkata's Durga Puja organized by Akhil Bharatiya Hindu Mahasabha. The right-wing Hindu group brazenly defended its actions, saying that they viewed Mahatma Gandhi as a demon. It demanded the centre to stop promoting Gandhi and remove his posters from everywhere and replace with Subhash Chandra Bose and other freedom fighters. However, after alleged pressure from Home Ministry of the central government, the picture of Gandhi was later removed and changed.
देखिए, पहले बात तो ये है कि मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी को हमने असुर रूप में बनाए नहीं, वो असुर है, लेकिन ये सच बात बोलने का जो साहस ये हर किसी के पास नहीं है। देखिए, हम लोग अखिल भारत हिंदू महासभा की तरफ से जो पूजा कर रहे थे, ये जो रिसेंबल है, ये जो मील है, वो नितांत ही ये हम लोग नहीं बनाए, कुछ मिला हो सकता है, लेकिन बात ये है यहाँ का माहौल ऐसे क्रिएट किया गया है कि ममता बनर्जी के बारे में, मोदी जी के बारे में बात हम लोग कर सकते हैं, नेताजी के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ये मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी जिसको हम मानते हैं, आईएनए फोर्स का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, नेताजी का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, हमारा जो भगत सिंह जी का जो सैक्रिफाइस है, इसके पीछे ये मोहनदास करमचंद गांधी का जो भूमिका है, ये बहुत ही निंदाजनक है और इसको हम लोग धिक्कार जनाते हैं। इसीलिए हम लोग किए थे ये पूजा।
ये चेंज क्यों किया आप लोग?
देखिए, स्टिल नाउ हम लोग ये नहीं चाहते थे कि इसका जो फेस है, जो रूप है, इसको चेंज किया जाए, लेकिन प्रशासन, केंद्रीय सरकार का दबाव था और इसीलिए हम लोगों के ऊपर दबाव क्रिएट किया गया है कि हम लोग को चेंज करना चाहिए.
I'm not surprised. I'm not at all surprised by this. The only thing is I'd like to make it very clear that this is not a standalone thing of a lunatic fringe as it is being passed off as. This is part of the orchestrated campaign to malign and slander Bapu that has been going on ever since the forces that were instrumental in his murder have been orchestrating it. And it's being orchestrated right from the top of the Sangh Parivar and the present union government. Let's not mince words of that.
2nd October is Gandhi Jayanti, and this is the birth anniversary month of Gandhiji, and Kolkata is celebrating Durga Puja in its full mode. Right now we are standing where the controversy created by Akhil Bharati Hindu Mahasabha, where the Durga Murti, the Durga Pratima has been created in a way that it has been created that in the place of Asur, which is known as the negative energy of Ma Durga, in place of Asur they have been given a Vigraha, the Murti of Mahatma Gandhi, where they are claiming that Mahatma Gandhi is a Asur of this country, and they are blaming Mahatma Gandhi, and they are also blaming central government for this, that they are Mahatma Gandhi, that their allegation is this, that central government is allegedly promoting the Mahatma Gandhi, and they want Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and other freedom fighters to come in to get into the currency of this thing. We had a talk with these puja committee members, and we had previous pictures. They have changed the whole thing in 12 minutes and 13 minutes, as they are claiming that Home Ministry, central government has pressured them to change the Asur Murti of Mahatma Gandhi into a real Asur, and they have pressured them, they are claiming. And this is the news from Kolkata with camera person Kiranjit Das. I am Anirban Sinaroy reporting for India Today.
An incident of religious harmony has come to fore from Kolkata. Kolkata's 13A Sharif Lane in Alimuddin Street, there is a predominantly Muslim area. A club with all Muslim members revived a Durga Puja. 16 years ago, Durga Puja celebrations stopped after majority of the Hindu families left the area for various different reasons. In 2021, the Muslim youngsters took it upon themselves to revive the decades-old Durga Puja celebrations this year for the remaining Hindu families residing in the area. It is known that the decision to revive Durga Puja was taken by the Muslim residents as a beautiful show of brotherhood and friendship towards the same family, the only Hindu family which is living in the area.
Beautiful thing is that Dosif sir from the Muslim community, he has come forward, he has stepped forward and revived the Durga Puja, revived the Bengali festival. And not only that, Durga Puja, as we all know, it's a cultural festival, and it's a beautiful example of this Hindu-Muslim unity. Not even that, this communal harmony that we share in Bengal, I think it's a classical example, because just how they have revived the Durga Puja, we also celebrate Eid with them, we also celebrate Christmas, we also spend time in the Ramzan. So this Durga Puja revival, I think it's a miracle. I can only say one thing, it's a miracle.
In a minority area, if you see one more minority as a Hindu Bengali, so I think it's our duty to help them. And Puja is not for any single community, right? This has become a culture festival, the biggest cultural festival for us. So Durga Puja is in us, it's inside us, and we do respect, and especially for that one family who haven't seen Durga Puja from last 16 years, as a Bengali, as an Indian, I think it's our duty to arrange this.
At a time when we hear of communal indifferences, reports coming in from throughout the country, this particular Durga Puja has a message for one and all. This one in Kolkata's Alimuddin Street was not conducted for the past 16 years until a Muslim club over here in Kolkata's Alimuddin Street revived it last year. There is only one Hindu family which stays in this particular part of Alimuddin Street, and they claim that they are extremely happy because this is a symbol of brotherhood and friendship. And the Muslim club and the family over here, they are combinedly doing this particular Durga Puja because they claim that festivals, be it Durga Puja, Eid or Christmas, is not limited to just one section of the society, but it's for entire country where everyone can come, join hands and celebrate and spread some love. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Kolkata.
An example of Hindu-Muslim harmony has come to light from UP's Muzaffarnagar, where Muslim prisoners along with Hindu prisoners are participating in ongoing Navratra celebrations in district jail. Just like Hindus, the Muslims are also fasting and sending out a message of communal harmony. The jail is over 3,000 prisoners, of which more than 210 Muslim prisoners are taking part in Navratri. The jail administration hailed the gesture and said they are doing it willingly.
यहाँ कारागार में सभी संप्रदाय के बंदी संप्रदाय निरपेक्ष होकर अपनी पूजा उपासना करते हैं। सभी धार्मिक कार्यक्रमों में सभी लोग प्रतिभाग करते हैं। अभी नवरात्र में भी लगभग 218 मुस्लिम बंदी व्रत रख रहे हैं। कुल 1104 हिंदू हैं जिनमें, और इस तरह से सारे बंदी आपस में मिलके अच्छा नवरात्रि का त्यौहार मना रहे हैं, व्रत रख रहे हैं, और इस तरह से एक बड़ा सकारात्मक वातावरण देखने को मिल रहा है।
Slipping into a break when we return, proud moment for India and a massive boost to our forces. IAF inducts indigenously built light combat helicopter. More details ahead.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
A big boost coming in for the Indian Air Force and a big leap for Atmanirbhar Bharat too. The Indian Air Force inducted the first batch of indigenously built light combat helicopter Prachand. It is a massive boost to its combat prowess as the multi-role platform is capable of firing a range of missiles and other weapons. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh donned a G-suit and took a sortie of Prachand in the pilot seat after its induction into the IAF. Prachand was developed by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited or HAL and has been primarily designed for deployment in high altitude regions. The first indigenously built light combat helicopter was inducted into IAF inventory by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Chief of Air Staff Air Chief Marshal B.R. Chaudhary.
So after about a 15-minute sortie, DLCH Prachand has finally landed back. On board was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. I'm sure it's been an enthralling experience for him. He was being flown by Group Captain Deepak Vishnoi, who happens to be the commanding officer of the 143 helicopter unit, which has been called Dhanush. It's not the first time that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has taken such sorties. In fact, at the induction of Rafale in France, I was also present there. At that point of time, it was a huge moment for the Indian Air Force. It was at that time also that the Defence Minister had very keenly gotten on board the Rafale and done a sortie at that point of time. and once again here. So becoming a tradition of sorts with him.
प्रचंड, मैं समझता हूँ प्रचंड इस शब्द को डिफाइन करने की जरूरत नहीं है। यह स्वयं में ही प्रचंड जो संदेश देना चाहिए अपने दुश्मन को, वह संदेश देने में यह पर्याप्त है। बहुत ही कंफर्टेबल थी, बहुत ही स्मूथ थी। और हमारे साथ मिस्टर दीपक बिश्नोई, ये उसमें पायलट थे जिन्होंने मुझे फ्लाई किया। यह दिन में भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, रात को भी फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी मौसम में फ्लाई कर सकता है, किसी एल्टीट्यूड पर फ्लाई कर सकता है, और साथ ही अपने टारगेट को अटैक भी कर सकता है।
सर, भारतीय सेना को भी दरकार
यह अटैक हेलीकॉप्टर, लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जो कि पूरी तरह से इंडिजिनस है, वह बना है। इसमें मिसाइल के द्वारा भी मार सकता है, अन्य भी बहुत सारे दूसरे इक्विपमेंट्स हैं जिनके द्वारा भी यह अटैक कर सकता है। लेकिन अटैक उसी पर करेगा जो कि भारत का दुश्मन हो। जैसा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का संकल्प था कि यहाँ पर इंडिजिनस सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स, वेपन्स और ये हेलीकॉप्टर्स और प्लेन्स बनने चाहिए, तो उनके इसी मंशा के अनुरूप, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की मंशा के अनुरूप ही यह लाइट कॉम्बैट हेलीकॉप्टर, जो कि पूरी तरह से इंडिजिनस है, वह बना है।
Induction of the light combat helicopter adds a unique capability to Indian Air Force's combat potential. The versatility and offensive potential of this platform is at par or better than most attack helicopters operating globally. Its ability to deliver a wide array of weapons combined with superlative self-protection capability makes this helicopter a lethal machine, one to be feared by any adversary.
All right, the commencement of the program took place in 2006, and let's get you those details on the screen now. The Light Combat Helicopter, the LCH, commencement of the program 2006. The first flight was on 29th of March 2010 from Bengaluru. The first attack helicopter to land in Siachen. Let's get you more details. It was formally handed over to the Indian Air Force on 19th of November 2021 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Let's get you the other points right there on your screen as to how much, if you're wondering, the project is worth. The project is worth a whopping 3.76 billion rupees. My colleague Shivarur, who is one of the only journalists who has flown this, is narrating his experience to sit on the cockpit of the light combat helicopter. He is the first journalist to fly the LCH and is the only English journalist to fly the helicopter.